If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 26, A Surprise Visit. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Looks like most of you want Green to pair with Gary. For that, have a cookie. Here is another question for you guys. Short hair or long hair for Serena's appearance? I like both versions, so can't decide. = 3 =. Sounds of an airplane landing. Ding. Please watch your step while exiting the aircraft. We thank you for flying with us today, a feminine voice said over the intercom. Her voice spread throughout the inside of the plane. After the voice ended, many people began to stir inside their seats or start stretching their bodies. Lots of them were waking up, as it was a long flight. Alola was based off of Hawaii. Kalos was based off France. Imagine taking a flight between the two. It was about a 12-hour flight. And I get the joy of doing it again, going to Kanto from Kalos. I myself slept most of the flight after settling down an excited Lily. According to her, she hadn't really taken a cross-region flight besides her trip to Kanto for summer camp 10 years ago. And after waking up, what do I find? Lily currently resting against my shoulder, snoozing away. Snowy could be seen resting in her arms. Some small drool escaped from her mouth. It appeared she was having a nice dream, as she was currently smiling. Of course, I was in first class for the duration of the flight. Money really isn't an issue for me anymore. Being adopted into the Oak family, and earning the moniker, Little Professor, for becoming one of the youngest known professors, I have quite the fortune I can dip into now. Buying cross-region tickets in first class going from Alola to Kalos then Kalos to Kanto was no problem for me now. Also something to note, the seats only consisted of 2 per side compared to the rest of the cabin, where it had 3 seats per side. That meant no third party could be in our way. And as a gentleman, I let Lily have the window seat while I took the aisle seat. This let the two look out the window until they fell asleep. And now 12 hours later, we arrived in Kalos. Seeing Lily still asleep, I decided to poke her cheek. Hey Lily, time to wake up. We're no longer in Alola, I spoke out gently. Just 5 more minutes, Lily said softly. Haha, then I guess I'll just leave without you, I grinned. After I said that, Lily's eyes snapped right open. Please don't head on without me, I'm awake. Okay, Lily said, pouting. I ruffled her hair to console her. Snowy started to stretch her body. Haha, it was just a joke. The deboarding has begun, so let's get our luggage. Okay. Are we really already in Kalos? Sure are. We arrived in Bonneville Airport. Serena's house should be less than an hour away from here. Hehe, Serena definitely won't see this coming, Lily giggled. We then proceeded to get out of our seats, grabbing our luggage from the overheads. My body was pretty stiff, so we took our time to stretch before the exit latched onto the plane. As we were one of the first people up front, we made a quick exit after bidding the flight attendant farewell, though it wasn't long until we were stopped. Tgh moment we exited the gate. Yo, little professor, Miss Lily. Welcome to Kalos, a firm voice said. All of a sudden, a voice called out to us from the left. Lo and behold, a middle-aged man wearing a purple polo shirt and dark grey pants with a white lab coat appeared before Lily and I. I stood there dazed for a good moment. Professor Sycamore? How on earth did you know we were landing in Kalos? Haha, let's just say a little fletchling came to me. Come now, the car is waiting. Do you two have anything at baggage claim? We don't, I said as we shook our heads. We packed relatively light with just a couple of suitcases. Good. I do have something for you as well, I'll explain along the way to our destination. We could only nod our heads as Professor Sycamore remained mysterious on the matter. Looks like he has something for me too. We proceeded to walk down the nearest escalator, slowly making our way to the airport garage. To be honest, I wasn't expecting Professor Sycamore to become our own chauffeur, haha. Seriously speaking though, we did inform Grace that we were going to pay a visit, just so it's not completely unannounced. It will be a surprise only to Serena. Grace probably informed Professor Sycamore of us coming here. Ever since I first visited Serena's house through a past vacation, I saw Grace was quite acquainted with Professor Sycamore. Meanwhile, as we left, a childlike giggle suddenly echoed in the airport. Yet no one seemed to notice the voice at all, as if they didn't hear it. Lily and I did though. Mew appeared in front of the escalator we left not too long ago, looking at it with interest. Mew, Mew yelled out happily. It then plopped right down at the top of the escalator, and started to ride it down, with other travelers completely oblivious to Mew, A/N Mew vs escalator, who wins. Several minutes of wheeling suitcases later, we arrived at Professor Sycamore's car and got in. He had a car that could detach its roof, letting us feel the Kalos breeze. We were now on the open road in Bonneville town, and no matter how many times I see it, it's a very vibrant town, full of color. Makes you feel right at home. I sat in the front seat while Lily sat in the back with Snowy and Amber. So you've said we've got a destination, we wouldn't happen to be talking about the same one, would we? I asked Professor Sycamore. Well, I've got a good guess to where you're heading. I've got Grace to thank for that. Thought so, I said, letting out a sigh. Haha, don't sweat the small details. Like I said previously, I got a little something for you. But that's not the only reason I'm making this trip. Serena is also ready to start her journey. Did you notice the small case in the back? You mean this one? Lily questioned with interest. Lily then looked at the shiny silver case sitting in the middle in the back seat next to Snowy and Amber. I also looked back and saw it, becoming surprised. Don't tell me, you're personally delivering one of Kalos's starter Pokémon to Serena? Don't you typically hire staff for that? Normally I do, but not if it's with someone I'm well acquainted with. I like to personally pay a visit. Moreover, it's like I'm fainting 3 Pidgey with one stone in doing this. A/N killing mons don't happen often in this, it's not like the manga in that regard. So I twisted this expression a bit. I get the first two, but what about the third? Well, you're flying back home to start your journey too, aren't you? Don't tell me, I started to say, only to have my eyes turn wide. Lily saw this and became surprised as well, as if she came to a realization. Yet Professor Sycamore didn't say anything more and just smiled, cruising along the road. Seeing him not talk anymore, we decided to watch the passing buildings of Bonneville town. As we did, Mew saw our car heading away, and decided it had its fill with the escalator. It vanished from the airport, and flew in the sky in the same direction. Several moments later, the sound of car doors closing echoed in front of a gated house. Inside of it we could see a Rehorn resting in front of a doggy-style house off to the side. After opening the gate, Amber yelled out happily and approached Rehorn. Ninetales, Amber greeted Rehorn. Rehorn became startled seeing Amber arrive, as it's been a while since Rehorn last saw her. But Rehorn became happy and greeted her. Rehorn, Rehorn greeted. Rehorn then looked at the smaller Vulpix behind Amber, and became curious. Vulpix? Snowy asked, tilting her head a bit. As the three got acquainted, Lily saw this and giggled. Hehe, so this must be Rehorn. You mentioned Rehorn belongs to Serena's mom, right? Yeah. Grace used to be a famous Pokémon rider here, but last time we spoke she said she is retired now, I answered Lily. Is that so? I wonder if Grace heard us already? Let's go knock, I further said. The two nodded and we proceeded to the door. Locating the doorbell, we rung it. Bzzzt. Hi, I'll be there in a moment, a feminine voice suddenly from inside the house. After another moment, the door slowly opened before us, revealing Grace. A look of surprise appeared on her face seeing us three arrive, but then it turned into a smile. She then approached me and gave me a hug. So you were actually able to make it, Itsuki. How was the flight? Haha, it was fine. We slept most of the way. This is Lily. You've seen her in our calls before. I answered Grace, introducing Lily. Hello. Nice to meet you, Lily. You really are a beautiful girl looking at you in person. Welcome to our home. Looks like you were able to locate them, Professor. Thank you, it's nice to meet you too, Miss Grace, Lily said, blushing a bit from her compliment. Sure was. Why don't we get down to business? I gotta drive back to the lab after. Haha, you can just call me Grace, Lily. You are my daughter's friend after all. We can go talk inside, Professor. And speaking of which, is that knucklehead still sleeping? Grace asked. She then turned around and placed her hands at her hip. The first floor had no one inside of it. Serena was nowhere to be found. Serena always is a late sleeper. I've always found myself waking up before her, I replied to Grace with a laugh. Grace could only sigh hearing that. I swear that girl, Grace started to say. She then raised her voice, letting it carry through the first floor. Serena, we've got guests. Go freshen up if you haven't already, Grace yelled out. The four then proceeded inside as Amber, Snowy and Rahorn remained outside to play. Meanwhile, as the four got settled inside, Mew could be seen in the skies not too far away. It located Serena's house easily, and it tilted its head a bit. It then let out a childlike giggle, before it sped down to it. Asterisk. One more chapter till Itsuki and gang arrives back in Kanto. Chapter 27, First Kiss? Add here. Here is the next chapter. Serena's starter that she will be receiving isn't actually her first Pokémon. Itsuki gifted Serena her first Pokémon. Here's a hint. If Amber's nickname is equivalent Itsuki's Alolan Ninetales and if Serena's Pokémon is nicknamed Sapphire. Who is that Pokémon? Or is that hint too obvious? Equals 3 equals. Asterisk. Taking our luggage inside, we put it off to the side. Amber, Snowy, and Rahorn started to run around each other outside, playing happily. As for us, we were seated at Grace's dining table. A couple moments passed before the piping hot sound of a tea kettle sounded off in our ears. Tea's ready, Grace said, clapping her hands. She started to pour 4 cups of hot green tea then sat down with us. Cooling it down a bit, I took a few sips of the green tea. Almost immediately it began to relax my nerves, as it was a pretty long flight. I slouched back a bit in my chair. Grace smiled as she saw this. Now then. It really is nice to see you again, Itsuki. How long are you planning to stay for this time? Grace asked. Just today I'm afraid. We got our flight back to Kanto tomorrow. So just one day, huh? We'll have to make the most out of it. Grace said as she started to get excited. You'll be taking Serena with you, right? Grace grinned. Of course. I did inform of that, didn't I? I'm glad you did. I was able to shop already so we make a big meal tonight. Though from looks of it that girl really does like to sleep in if she has nothing planned for the day. My calling didn't seem to work either. Itsuki, be a dear and go wake her up, okay? Don't surprise her too much though, Grace asked, letting out a laugh. Haha, of course. I'll try not to, I also said, laughing back at her. After finishing the tea and thanking Grace, I got up and headed toward the second floor. I'm no longer a stranger to this house as I've been here a few times, especially so when Serena and I started to get real close to each other. I soon left the first floor, and vanished from sight. Seeing this, the atmosphere around Grace did a full 180-degree turn, and Grace turned serious. Professor Sycamore saw this but didn't say anything, calmly sipping his tea. Lily saw this and became interested. Grace then put her elbows down in front of her, and clasped her palms. Grace then spoke out, which caused Lily to stare at her. Now that Itsuki is away for the moment, Lily, what do you think of Itsuki and Serena? Lily replied, unable to answer at her sudden question, only to stare at her blankly. As for me, unaware of the questions Grace started to ask Lily below, I was on the second floor now. While moving toward Serena's room, I suddenly saw Mew peek its head in from the ceiling, only to look at me. Perfect timing, Mew, can you come here for a bit? Mew questioned. But it still answered to me and arrived at my side. As Mew did, I leaned into it and whispered something. Mew then let out a giggle but told Mew to shush, as I didn't want this to be noisy. So Mew, can I count on you? I asked Mew. Mew replied happily. I nodded my head and slowly made my way to Serena's door off to the left. Behind me, Mew's nose suddenly began to glow and distort, changing its shape and appearance. It soon became what appeared to be a yellow upright mouse. Pikachu, the transformed Mew said, arriving beside me. After that we finally arrived at Serena's door. Creaking it open, sure enough I saw Serena underneath her light brown sheets. The moment I stepped in with Mew, the red fox-like creature began to stir, and its ears twitched. Vol, the creature said quietly, stretching his body after waking up. He then turned toward me. He became stunned for a good moment before an excited look appeared on his face. Vulpix, the creature said happily. He hopped down from the bed, dashed across the room and leapt right into my arms. Haha, it's good to see you again too, Sapphire. Did you miss me? Vulpix, Sapphire yelled out happily. Sapphire, didn't I say 5 more minutes? A third voice suddenly reached out to us. I then saw Serena slowly rise up, wearing her pink pajamas. Even though she had just turned 15 along with me turning 15 in a couple of days, she still likes to wear them. Not that I don't mind. It makes her really cute. On top of that, Serena's honey blonde hair was still as long as ever, reaching down past her neck. Her hair was quite thick too, and after I saw Serena lift her body up, her hair could be seen puffing out everywhere. A massive bedhead. Well, look who it is. It's time to rise and shine, Serena. Pikachu, the disguised Mew called out. Vol, Sapphire asked, looking at the disguised Mew with interest. Fueh, Serena replied back in a daze. As her sight became a bit more clear, she saw Itsuki's tall figure. She stared at him for a moment before letting out a laugh, acting as if she was still dreaming. Haha, there is no way Itsuki would be here, zzz, Serena responded with a dry laugh. Ignoring her bedhead, it didn't take long for Serena to plop back down again on her pillow. She closed her eyes again and a couple moments later, I could hear light snoring. Seeing this, I grinned. Guess she doesn't believe I'm actually here yet. Maybe I should give her a wake-up call myself, I said softly in a teasing tone. I then looked down at Pikachu, or more specifically, a transformed Mew. I had Mew transform for this very specific reason. Can I leave it to you, Pikachu? I said, asking Mew. Pika, Mew tilted its head at me. It then looked at Serena who was fast asleep again. Pikachu, Mew yelled in acknowledgement. I saw it jump out in front of me. Good. It's time for a wake-up call. Pikachu use 10,000 vol weight. This isn't the Japanese anime. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. And keep its power low. I said to Mew. A/N, Thunderbolt in JP Pokémon is literally 10k volts. Pika, Mew acknowledged me. A surge of yellow electricity suddenly surged around Mew. Chew, Mew yelled out, after generating enough electricity. A wave of electricity then rushed at Serena. The moment it struck her, Serena's body lit up brightly and immediately started to twitch in different positions. Her mind became wide awake and her eyes flipped open, letting out a scream. Ah! Serena screamed out, feeling a continuous stream of light shocks against her body. Thud. All of a sudden a loud thud struck the second floor. It was loud enough to be heard from the first floor. As the thud echoed, a smile appeared Grace's lips. It did appear she had finished asking Lily a few questions, and Lily seemed a bit worn out now. As for Professor Sycamore, he had his case in front of him on the table now and was calmly sipping his second cup of tea. As for me, I kept in the urge to laugh, seeing Serena's head now down on the floor with her lower half of her body dangling from the bed. It was at this time I leaned in on top of her no longer than a foot or two apart from Serena's eyes. I could see the shock in them. Good morning, sleepyhead. Itsuki, is that really you? Serena asked, still dumbfounded. Of course it is. Or do you want me to give you another shock? Haha, I answered her. And no. Please no, Serena shivered a bit. She then did a full 180 twist of her body and became upright. She opened her arms and clung onto me. A feeling of warmth I hadn't felt since my last visit here. Serena felt this too and she immediately calmed down. She then closed her eyes and brought her head toward my chest. This warmth, it really is you, Itsuki. But how? Surprise, I replied sarcastically. I saw Serena open her eyes again, and she puffed out her cheeks. Geez, you could have least contacted me beforehand. Jerk, Serena replied while pouting. Ha ha ha, come now. I wanted to surprise you. At least I won that aspect by a long shot. How long are you staying for this time? Serena asked me. Just tonight. Got a connection flight tomorrow. Finally heading back home to Kanto, I replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Going back home, Serena uttered to herself. Does that mean your stay in Alola is over now? That's right. But more importantly, Grace asked me to wake you up. It's time to go freshen up. Or would you like me to join you? I said in a teasing tone again. Geez, enough teasing me already. Serena said, pouting once more. How about a little payback? Serena said, taking this time to stand back up. Take this, Serena suddenly yelled out. I then felt her chest press up against mine, placing her arms around my back. She did a lifting motion, which caused both of us to fly back into her bed. With a plop she landed on her back and me on top of her. Yet thanks to our weight, it caused our bodies to fling around a bit. But more importantly, our heads bobbed, causing mine to get right in front of hers. At this time its force caused something unexpected to happen. I suddenly felt something warm and soft placed against my lips. Seeing this, my mind went blank for a good moment. Serena was not expecting something like this to happen either. She saw her lips currently pressed against mine. We did not go in deep and use tongue or anything, we just experienced the soft sensation. We looked at each other in the eyes in silence. I then saw Serena's cheeks turn red, before her lips parted from mine. She then placed her arm over her mouth and backed up a bit away from me. Did we just, Serena began to say in embarrassment. So cute, I inwardly retorted to myself. Without saying I decided to bring her into a hug, bringing her head into my chest. Yeah, I simply answered it. That was a bit unexpected. But you were the one to cause this, haha, I let out a laugh. And now you ruined the moment. I was looking forward to going on a date with you to give you my first kiss. But now that's out the window, Serena replied with a smile, placing her arm down. We can still have that date whenever you want. We'll be seeing each other a lot more from now on. What do you mean by that? I'll explain in a bit once we head down. We aren't alone either. Someone is waiting for you too. I see. I'm sorry for sleeping in this much. I need to go get ready, Serena said, realizing how bad her bedhead was now. But really, thank you for visiting me, Itsuki. You've made me really happy, Serena continued to say with a big smile. She then leaned toward me, and gave Annie a big hug. Of course. And the invitation still stands by the way. What invitation? Me accompanying you into the shower. I said, smiling back at her. I saw her cheeks turn more red. She then turned around, letting her back face me. She stayed quiet for a moment before replying. Okay, you can come in with me. But on one condition. What would that be? No naughty stuff, okay? We promised each other we wouldn't do naughty stuff until both of us became adults and are ready to experience that connection. Of course. If we actually did that now Grace would probably kill me, haha, I responded to Serena, nodding my head at her. Great. Then let's hop in, Serena said happily, taking my arm. We then proceeded to head into the bathroom. As we did, Serena let Sapphire head on down to the first floor. As for Mew, seeing the prank earlier now done, it giggled to itself for a bit and vanished from sight, without having Serena even notice it was there to begin with. Serena seemed to have forgotten about the thunderbolt as well, after that little scene of ours happened. A slightly rosy cheeks Serena soon dragged me into the bathroom, closing the door behind us. It didn't take long before the sound of clothes ruffling echoed from inside. Yet little did Serena know who the two people she was about to meet were. It would also be from there she would start her own journey, together with Itsuki. I decided to dedicate a fluff chapter showing Serena's and Itsuki's intimacy after entering a relationship off-screen. Future lemon scenes? Perhaps. If you guys read my other fanfic you guys know I do write lemons equals 3 equals. Inner weeb, Powasutan Suchude. Timmy's dad, give me your power stones, or else. Chapter 28, Properly. Several splashes of running water later, two figures appeared from inside Serena's bathroom, holding hands. One was of course Serena, her long hair could be seen dangling wet. Same for me but my brown hair was much shorter than hers. We could be seen wrapped in bath towels. He, we were able to wash each other's backs. With you being so tall I wasn't sure if I could even reach it all. Haha, it was enjoyable to say the least. Come, let me do your hair, I responded to her with a laugh of my own. Really? Serena's eyes glittered in excitement. I always love it when you brush my hair, Serena replied happily. But I don't think many boyfriends normally do that, do they? Serena also asked. I don't think so. My case is a bit special. If there's a person to blame, it would be Teacher Hobbs, I replied to her. Teacher? I know you just finished school seeing you're here and all, but did you have a private teacher outside of that? You know that Lily decided to move in with me at Kukui's place, right? That's right. I wouldn't even think of doing something like that at that young age back then, but she was feeling lonely, wasn't she? Yet. Shortly after I arrived I was able to meet her family. Yet within a year or two an incident occurred, causing the disappearance of her father. Gladion, Lily's brother, decided to take matters of searching for him by his own, and left. I currently don't know where he is either. As for Lucamine, she's been busy with the Aether Foundation, so she barely has any time for Lily. Such a thing happened? Lily always seemed like she was happy next to you whenever we did video calls. Lily is strong. She's been learning to become independent too. But as a result of this, Teacher Hobbs came to me and gave me training to act as a caretaker for her. Training a child to become a caretaker? Now that's just silly, Serena replied, first appearing worried but now she was confused. Right? But like I said, my case is special. It was a requirement for me if Lily wanted to stay beside me instead of the Aether house. Sure, Teacher Hobbs could have watched over us himself, but he deemed fit that I was better for it. Perhaps because I was in fact a child more her age instead of being an adult like him. I see. So you must have learned a lot then? I'm surprised you didn't tell me about this until now. Haha, I didn't want to cause worry for you. And pretty much, yet. Mannerisms, cooking, cleaning, taking care of oneself, you name it. I was mostly focused on studying Pokémon and having fun with the others back at Pallet Town. So covering these areas during my stay in Alola, I couldn't be more grateful to Teacher Hobbs, I concluded. So that's what happened while you were there, huh? But your stay is now over, isn't it? Won't Lily become lonely again? You did say she is becoming independent, but, Serena replied, appearing worried once again. As she did, I continued to brush her hair while she sat down at her stool at the side of her bedroom. In front of us was a pretty large mirror. Yet the only thing she saw was me smiling. I paused for a moment before answering her. Do you want to see her? I asked with a smile. As soon as I did, Serena became still and her eyes turned wide. Don't tell me she's here, Serena yelled out in surprise, almost causing her body to fall over on the stool. Her sudden motion almost caused the brush in my hand to fall out of it too, but I stood steady. I then saw her stand up and turn around. I saw sparkles in her eyes. Didn't you say something about having guests? Don't tell me. Haha, well then you should get ready to find out Yet. I've already caused enough time to pass as it is, Serena replied back in excitement. Yet she seemed to have misplaced her footing, as I saw one of her feet trip over herself. Seeing Serena's body start falling backwards, I reacted quickly. I reached out my arm, placing it behind her shoulder. Oh, Serena replied bashfully, seeing as I caught her before she could hit her head on the desk. I've caught you, I replied in a teasing tone, which caused Serena to blush her cheeks. However, as a result of our sudden movement, we both felt something unravel on our bodies. Plop! All of a sudden, our bath towels unraveled themselves, letting them fall onto the floor. These were the only things covering our bodies, so once they dropped, we became buck naked in front of each other. We were so in the bath a few moments ago, but with the time spent in there, we were mostly looking at each other's backs. It ended with Serena cuddling against my chest in the tub, enjoying the hot water. But now, this was actually the first time seeing her bare front so close up, I couldn't avert my eyes. Serena immediately recognized my staring. Her cheeks turned more red but she didn't back away. Perfect C-size cups, a slender body but toned thanks to Grace's rider training she did for her in past, and a closed crotch waiting for someone to come knock on it for the first time. Likewise, Serena saw my fit tan body and my dangling member below. Like what you see? Serena asked me embarrassingly. Of course. You're beautiful, Serena. Entering a relationship was one of the best decisions I've ever made. Oh you, Serena replied. Despite being naked in front of each other, she approached me, and gave me a hug. I could feel the tenderness of her breasts press against my chest as our bodies shared warmth. You always know how to choose the right words, don't you? Still, you like what you see, but I like what I see too. You're handsome, Itsuki. I know that already happened by accident, but we can do the proper one now, don't you think? Serena asked me, looking me right in the eyes. Yet before I could say anything else, I saw Serena close her eyes. Her head inched toward mine as she tried to match our height. I felt something soft and warm press against my lips. The sensation was familiar as it was the same of what happened on the bed earlier. However, this time, Serena went further and we ended up properly locking our lips. Serena even opened her mouth, letting her tongue lick against mine. My eyes turned wide seeing this happen, but I closed them, and wrapped my arms around her, enjoying this new sensation. As a result, Serena let out cute stuffed moans as our tongues danced. A couple moments later, our lips parted, revealing a super blushed Serena. Itsuki, it was so great getting a chance to meet you 10 years ago. I had no idea it would turn out like this, but I couldn't be more happier. I love you. I share the same feeling, Serena. I love you too, I replied to her with a smile. We soon parted our hug, letting out a laugh. Serena sat back down on the stool, with me resuming brushing her hair. We still didn't have our clothes on, but it seems Serena was no longer embarrassed by that. Besides, it seems she still had something to say. While we share these feelings, Itsuki, I'm probably not the only one to have the same feeling I feel for you, you know. I asked her, unsure of what she was saying. I saw her lift her head up a bit, letting her eyes look at me. Don't you play dumb with me. You've been living Lily for almost 10 years. You are under the presumption that you are taking care of her, but has Lily really not felt something toward you since? Hearing that, I became surprised. From what you're suggesting here, are you saying that Lily likes me? Well, obviously. It can't be more clear than that. Moreover, if what you said is true and Lily came with you, it's clear she wants to be by your side. You really haven't done anything to her yet, Serena questioned me. Of course not. I already have you, so why would I touch Lily? Well, you like her too, don't you? Serena asked with a giggle. She then started to dangle her feet below the stool, moving back and forth. I'm not actually against it, you know. I asked her, becoming more surprised. Is this your way of saying I should chase her? Hehe, well, let's put it this way. Do you want Lily to end up with some random guy you don't even know? After Serena asked that, I turned quiet. I felt my heart thump a bit as well. Feeling that, I shook my head. No, I don't, I answered her. Well, there you have it. You know your answer. Are you sure? I'm giving you my okay, so it's fine. We were able to have our own push today, so I'm giving you my push for Lily too. Well, in the end it still depends on what she thinks. Let's go get ready. I want to see her, Serena replied with another giggle. She then raised her head again, planting a quick kiss on my cheek. Afterward, I finished brushing her hair and we put on a clean set of clothes. What seemed like an eternity was now over, and I enjoyed every second of it. I'm sure Serena did too. Moreover, it looks like she gave me the okay to ask Lily out too. Over the years, I could slowly start seeing her develop feelings for me. According to the society I live in this world now, people actually don't condone these types of relationships, it's just that they're pretty rare. Most men settle down with one girl and likewise for the latter. But if one man wanted to settle down with 2 or 3 girls he could, or if a girl wanted 2 husbands, she could, without getting any whiplash from our society standards. But what Serena didn't know is that she still has one surprise waiting for her. She would be accompanying Lily and I during my Kanto journey. On top of that, it was time for her to receive her starter Pokémon too. Lily would receive her starter once we come back to Alola to start our island challenge. We finally made our way downstairs, holding hands of course. As soon as I saw the 3 figures waiting for us, I saw Grace grinning at me, specifically looking at what we were currently doing. As for Serena, her assumption became realized the moment she saw a beautiful blonde-haired woman sitting at her table, along with Professor Sycamore. She let go of my hand and became excited as she rushed toward the table. Wow, it really is you, Lily. You too, Professor Sycamore. Serena, Lily replied back, greeting Serena. Hello there. Now that you're here, Serena, we can get down to business, Professor Sycamore also greeted Serena. After he said that, Serena looked at him with a look of interest. Asterisk. Ships are sailing equals 3 equals. End of fluff chapters. Chapter 29, Serena's starter and Mega Ring. Chespin, the spiny nut Pokémon. Chespin can flex the soft spikes on its head, making them so stiff and sharp that they can even pierce through stone. Fennekin, the fox Pokémon. Fennekin dispels hot air that can reach nearly 400 degrees. It likes to snack on twigs. Froakie, the bubble frog Pokémon. Shiny variant. From its chest and back, Froakie creates bubbles called frubbles, which acts a cushion that can soften a blow of an opponent's attack. This Froakie was cast away from the army it belonged to due to the lighter blue coloring of its skin. A/N, I'm trying to make this not sound bad, trust me, the words just combine weirdly like that. A group of frogs is called an army. Chespin. Fennekin. Froakie. 3 creatures suddenly said, announcing themselves to the world. Or more specifically to us. After Serena calmed down from meeting Lily in person for the first time since we were kids, Professor Sycamore went right down to business as he didn't have much time left to be here before departing again. Lily had wanted to meet Serena again after our summer camp 10 years ago, but she hesitated during those times. As I left for my vacations here, Teacher Hobbs would find himself looking after Lily during my absence. Looking at the 3 figures that appeared before us on the table from Professor Sycamore's case, one of them appeared to be a bipedal figure in the shape of a large chestnut with spikes on its head. This was of course, Chespin, the grass-type starter Pokémon of the Kalos region. Next to Chespin was a more elegant-looking figure, appearing in the form of a red fox. This was Fennekin, the fox fire-type starter Pokémon of the Kalos region. Next to Fennekin was a light blue frog-like figure. Its skin was several shades lighter than its normal sky blue counterpart. This was of course, Froakie, the water-type starter Pokémon of the Kalos region, and by far one of the coolest Pokémon among the starters in its later evolutions. As for why its skin was several lighter shades of blue, if I didn't hear incorrectly, Professor Sycamore's Dex reading just now said it was a shiny variant. Professor Sycamore, you're joking, right? How in the hell did you manage to snag a shiny Froakie? I mean, sure, this shiny Froakie was apparently abandoned from the group it belonged to. Guess you really lucked out at? As for Serena, she was surprised that Professor Sycamore deemed it was ready for her to choose her starting Pokémon. But in reality, both she and I had finished Pokémon school and chose the same class of what we wanted to be. I was sure she was going to choose Pokémon Performer, but she wanted to follow my footsteps, aiming to become a Pokémon trainer with me. Lily had also finished her school alongside me as we both went to one of the most prestigious schools in Alola. We did end up in different departments though. Her dream was to become a Pokémon caretaker after what she had personally experienced. Ever since that incident which involved an appearance of one of those wormholes, Lily had become frightened of any Pokémon that came across her, rendering Lily unable to touch any single one of them. Thanks to one of those ultra beasts showing up, it tried to attack Lily after taking her father. Thankfully we were able to prevent the latter, but unfortunately for the rest. Well, 10 years later Gladion is still trying to figure out where that mysterious creature took their father. The Aether Foundation haven't been able to reverse engineer those wormholes, but they've been making steady progress on patterns predicting their arrivals. And well, by the time Ash starts his island challenge, the Aether Foundation would be able to support him in driving back all the ultra beasts that are bound to show up, but hey, we haven't reached that far yet. As for Lily, with my help, she now has a fondness for Pokémon, very much like how Brock cares for his. As a result of me helping Lily curing her fear of Pokémon over time, she came across Snowy early on. By some twist of fate, we managed to locate Amber's pack on Mount Lanakila during one of our travel periods. We did manage to explore a lot of Alola in my 10-year stay, and that mountain was one of them. It was not an official journey so to say, more being like tourists as I was not a trainer yet at the time. At that time too I had the Ice Stone except Vulpix, and nicknamed her Amber there, successfully evolving into my current Ninetales. At the same time Amber's pack leader accepted her growth. As a result the pack leader gave us a normal Alolan Vulpix egg to raise, this passing it to Lily. And well, now that my stay is over there, her egg had long hatched and goes by Snowy now. But I digress about Lily's situation. The one at hand was Serena. And if I had to say, the current expression she had was quite funny. After getting an introduction to the 3 Pokémon, Serena acted as if she was currently in the biggest conundrum of her life. She was really excited to see a shiny Froakie appear, but she was struggling in her heart after seeing how cute Fennekin was. She also looked at Chespin with interest. It was clear she was having a hard time deciding. Well, we did have this talk about who to choose once our journey began. And since Serena hailed from Kalos, Professor Sycamore would be the one to do it. As part of our 1-year dating anniversary I gifted Serena a Cantonian Vulpix who she immediately fell in love with. He now goes by Sapphire. Amber and Sapphire were both a play on words nickname, as Alolan Vulpix was an ice type, and Cantonian Vulpix was a fire type. 2 opposite names for each other essentially. As such, for having a fire type already, even though Fennekin would eventually evolve into a fire/psychic type, I hinted Serena to choose Froakie. Its final evolution would become water/dark and would give a lot of coverage to her future Cantonian Ninetales. As to why Serena didn't immediately choose the shiny Pokémon, well, it's simple really. We are not in a game. This is real life. And choosing a starter Pokémon meant it would accompany you for life from the very beginning of your journey. One had to think carefully. If this were the games, a player wouldn't hesitate and immediately use shiny Pokémon, mostly cause they looked cool. But that way of thought doesn't work here. I don't flaunt Amber's shiny status around either. I see her as my first partner Pokémon. And when I go to Professor Oak in a couple days to receive mine, I would see that Pokémon as my partner too, regardless if it will be shiny or not. Serena kept looking at the three before turning her head toward me again. Indecisiveness could be seen in her eyes. Say, Itsuki, as I thought I'm having a hard time deciding, what should I do? Serena asked worryingly. I told you, didn't I? Just remember what we went over. This decision is solely yours to make. I know, it's just besides Froakie, Fennekin looks super cute and Chespin looks like it has good defense capabilities, Serena replied with a struggled look. It's as Itsuki said, Serena. This is your choice to make. While your case is a bit special for having Sapphire already, one of these three Pokémon will journey with you as your partner too. It's a decision not to be made lightly. Yeah, Serena replied, nodding her head. After Professor Sycamore said that, Serena turned silent again, looking at each one again. Several moments then passed in silence, waiting for Serena to make her decision. She gave a good look at Fennekin one last time, before her eyes switched to Froakie. Froakie, would you like to join me? Serena asked, feeling determined. As soon as Serena said that, Fennekin and Chespin became a bit dispirited, but Froakie had the biggest reaction of the three. Its beady eyes turned wide. It wasn't expecting to be chosen, as he was an outcast. It immediately bobbed its head in acknowledgement. Froakie, Froakie yelled out happily, jumping into Serena's arms. Haha, guess it's decided then, Professor Sycamore replied with a laugh. He then went to go grab Froakie's Pokeball. Here is Froakie's Pokeball, Serena. While this fellow may be a shiny variant, please keep in mind he was left behind by his group. He may have some setbacks, so be diligent in raising him, okay? Professor Sycamore asked with a serious tone. Of course. I won't slack off in that. Otherwise I won't become a great trainer now, will I? Serena replied with a smile. You ready, Froakie? Froakie, Froakie replied happily once again. After Serena received his Pokeball, Froakie jumped up out of Serena's arms. Serena aimed the Pokeball, and tossed it at him. There was no wiggle, as this was Froakie's Pokeball already. It was enveloped by the red beam, and vanished from sight. The Pokeball landed back in Serena's hand. Froakie from this point onward was now hers. If I said I wasn't a bit jealous, well I'd be lying, haha. Shiny Greninja was one of the coolest looking Pokémon. We gave a round of applause for letting Serena choose her starter. Yet afterward, I saw Professor Sycamore turn toward me. Now that the first thing is out of the way, I also have something for you, Itsuki. Hearing that, I became surprised. What is it? I asked him. Well, I'll say it simply. You know I published my Mega Evolution thesis to the public not too long ago, right? That's right. It seems the public in Kalos is slowly accepting the fact that certain Pokémon can break past their limit and evolve once more, right? Exactly. And we at the lab have been fervently working on the tool to achieve that status. We've come a long way, but we've finally developed our first round of prototypes, Professor Sycamore said, taking out the smaller case that was inside the starter Pokémon case. After he said that, I suddenly got chills down my spine. Prototype, it's been a while since I've heard that, I retorted to myself. Without saying anything else, we saw him open the smaller case. It revealed a black bracelet of sorts. As I thought, I retorted again. But I didn't say anything, and waited for Professor Sycamore to begin his explanation. During the course of my research into Mega Evolution, I found that our natural habitats that Pokémon live freely in induce this evolution naturally. It is not a byproduct of any kind. A naturally induced evolution? I asked him with intrigue. Professor Sycamore nodded his head, only for him to reach out into his pocket. He brought out a stone of sorts, which appeared just like Q marble. This one had a red and yellow stripe going through its center. What I have here is the catalyst that allows these mega evolutions. They can be found anywhere in nature, and during my travels I had chanced upon this. Without these stones, Pokémon will struggle to Mega Evolve on their own. After debriefing this with my team, we concluded a name for these stones. We call these stones, Mega Stones. And this bracelet here is called the Mega Ring. With these two combined, it will allow a Pokémon to achieve Mega Evolution, the same way one can find them naturally doing it in the wilds. So this is the Mega Ring, I responded in amazement. Yes, the Mega Ring. We have developed several prototypes to deliver them to specific recipients. And Itsuki, you're one of them on that list. Thank you for letting me receive this chance, Professor Sycamore. I have the Z-Ring, and it didn't take me long to master the custom Z-move Tapu Koko only gave to me. I will train hard to master Mega Evolution. Ha ha ha, good. It looks like we didn't choose wrongly. Ho, do be warned. A Mega Ring without a Mega Stone is useless unless you locate one of those natural inducing spots during your journey. You will have to find those Mega Stones. In a way, one can see them as a treasure hunt. A treasure hunt eh? Got it, I said, reaching in to grab the Mega Ring. My Z-Ring was fitted into my left arm, so my right arm will have the Mega Ring. I was not expecting to be given a Mega Stone either. And from looks of it, Professor Sycamore only has the one in his hand. As I recall, that's a Garcompet. Lucky fellow for finding it. Now I have to start hunting Mega Stones when my journey starts. A few hours have passed by before we realized it, and Professor Sycamore excused himself. Now it was just Lily, me, Grace, and Serena hanging around on the first floor. We brought the Pokémon in and Serena introduced Froakie to the group. He accepted it rather quickly and was happy to be with them. As the time passed, it was time to bring up Serena's position. She had yet to learn the fact that she's coming with us. After some conversation, I proceeded to ask her a question. So Serena, what do you think you'll do from here? Lily and I are only staying the night before we catch our flight back to Kanto, I asked her, while Lily looked at me in interest. During the day I did whisper to Lily that Serena didn't know yet, so she was now into it with me. And as I asked that, a look of sadness appeared in Serena's eyes. I wonder. It is sad you two are only here tonight, so I guess I'll head to the nearest town starting tomorrow? I can now start my journey. What do you think, Mom? Serena asked. It's up to you where you want to go, dear, Grace replied, staying vague. Mom, Serena looked at her, confused by what she said. Lily then turned toward Serena and spoke out. Serena, we won't beat around the bush any longer. If you were given the chance to come with us, would you take it? Lily asked. What are you saying so suddenly, Lily? How would that be possible? Of course I would love to travel with you too, but you are going back home to Kanto. Haha, what if we showed you this? I asked Serena. Without delay, I grabbed into one of my pockets, and brought out 3 boarding passes. Serena became stunned seeing this. Itsuki, this can't be what I think it is. Well, it's up to you if you believe what I'm currently holding is or not, haha, I answered her with a grin. Serena puffed her cheeks out and pouted. It didn't take long before tears formed in her eyes. Geez, don't tease me like that, Itsuki. But are you really saying that I can go with you? Of course that's what we're saying. We already paid for your flight. You're coming with us whether you like it or not. Itsuki, Serena said, finally letting the tears streak down her face. I love you, she yelled out happily. Serena then got up and rushed at me, jumping right onto my lap. She immediately leaned in, planting her lips onto mine. This action surprised me but I accepted it. Seeing Serena kiss me, Lily's cheeks turned red. She wanted to turn away but couldn't. She closely watched on, letting something swell up inside of her. As for Grace, she grinned and let out a laugh. Ho ho, so it looks like something did happen while you two were up there. I was wondering why it took you guys a while to come down. Grace grinned with a laugh. Serena replied, realizing that she kissed me just now. After she parted from me, she turned toward Grace. It's not like that, Mom, Serena replied embarrassingly. Why do we need to hide this, Serena? I spoke out in a teasing tone. It totally looks like that, Serena. Not that I don't mind at least, since I already accepted your relationship with Itsuki here. But going back to what I just said, if you want to go, I won't stop you. Really? Serena asked. I wiped off her tears in the meantime. But why do I get this feeling that you knew all along? A mother's secret, Grace teased Serena. But seriously speaking, Itsuki informed me ahead of time. He wanted to surprise you. Well, it definitely surprised me. I'll be able to travel with you and Lily now. That's the plan, I replied. I know we'll have lots of fun exploring together, Serena. Since I decided to accompany Itsuki, it's natural I'll be a part of this too. And just like that, we revealed our plan. Grace would be left to herself after we leave, but she accepted this. Moreover, she was happy that the relationship of Serena and I advanced a step. The rest of the day soon passed and we had the biggest farewell dinner, leaving all of us stuffed. Serena decided for us three to have pajama party in her room, as we won't be seeing hers from here on for a while. It was fun seeing Lily's flustered expressions during this, but we were able to have fun, and got well rested. The next day arrived, and after packing up our things, we said goodbye to Grace after she took us to Bonneville Airport. Of course Mew didn't forget and rode beside the airplane we took off in. With a new mega ring in hand and Lily and Serena now beside me, our next destination, Kanto, will the first region of where my own Pokémon adventure starts. Asterisk. Double chapter length. Next chapter the three will depart for Route 1. Chapter 30 Back to the lab again. Charmander or Squirtle? Asterisk. Ding ding. The loud steady sounds of an airplane humming through the sky was suddenly interrupted by a couple dings sounding off in each cabin. The cabin lights that were turned off slowly lit back up, revealing a bunch of sleeping people on board, wrapped in blankets, or leaning against their family. As for me, I had woken up a bit ago. We were in our first class seats, in the same row we were in the last time, except this was a different plane. There was one main difference here though. Serena could be seen to the left of me, snuggled against my arm. She wouldn't let go of it no matter what I did after she fell asleep. I didn't mind though. But thanks to the lights turning on, I could see her eyelids start to flicker as she squirmed around a bit. That only lasted for a moment before Serena settled back in, and smiled as she leaned up against my arm. Serena didn't have any of her Pokémon out right now. It wasn't just us either. Lily could be seen off to the other row right across from us. Thankfully no one sat next to her, so she was able to let Snowy take up the spare seat. It wasn't a packed flight. Lily could be seen sleeping too, though it did seem she was beginning to stir awake. Snowy also slowly woke up, stretching her body. As for me, it could be said I was in my own conundrum right now. In my lap was a small purple box of sorts that could be found from any general store if you headed to a certain direction inside of it. On top of it was a folded card. It appears this box was slipped into my luggage while we were on our way to Bonneville Airport. I could only sigh looking at the box actually was, but I still proceeded to open the card, only to find some handwritten writing on it. I could recognize it too, these words came from Grace. It read, "Hi Itsuki. I hope this little gift of mine made it your way. Treat it as a gift for celebrating your last Big 5. It truly was a pleasure having you come over all the way from Alola these years to hang out with Serena. You've made her so happy that I lost track on how many times you did so, and I couldn't be happier for you too. I could tell Serena was very happy since you two became a couple. If she hadn't been, well, I would have kicked you out right then and there, ho ho. But in all honesty, you two make a very cute couple, and as Serena's mom, I approve of it. It looks like you two finally advanced a step in your relationship before heading out to return back home. I prepared this for you, so be sure to make good use of it. As you begin your journey with Serena, as well as the girl I met, Lily, I won't be around to watch over you. Well, you guys are now adults, so I don't need to worry about that now. Just remember, whenever you two feel it's time to experience that connection, remember to use protection. Sincerely, Grace, your future mother-in-law. P.S. It's clear that girl Lily likes you too, so man up and confess to her. I don't mind you sharing a relationship with both Serena and Lily. I don't wish to see such as great friendship ruined. Reading all of that, I became silent. Placing the card down to my side, I looked at the purple box underneath it. It definitely is that, I uttered to myself, letting out a long sigh. I don't need to spell out what Grace gave to me, do I? It is that. What's what? A soft voice suddenly reached out to my ear. Shifting my head, I saw Serena waking up, and rubbing her eyes. It's nothing, I replied to Serena. I then immediately hid the box from her eyes. You're hiding something, aren't you? I don't know what you mean, I grinned back at her with a teasing tone. Show it to me. Show you what? Geez, weren't you reading something just now? Oh, so you did see that, I answered her casually. Here. After I said that, I tossed Grace's letter into Serena's lap, who fumbled with it before catching it. A farewell letter, courtesy of my apparently future mother-in-law, I grinned at Serena, which caused her cheeks to blush. F future mother-in-law. Serena softly exclaimed, feeling embarrassed. Just read it, I replied, letting out a sigh. Right. Serena went quiet after that and opened the letter. It wasn't long but she could feel the warmth of her mother's words for it. Mom, Serena replied happily. She got confused at what she mentioned last. But for her post-remark, she nodded inwardly. Serena could also tell that Lily likes me too. So what's this gift Mom mentioned to you? Serena asked curiosity. I didn't say anything, and only tossed the purple box at her. After she caught it, she looked at the front of the box. The moment I saw her look at it, her eyes turned wide and her cheeks turned a deep crimson. Ayatsuki, aren't these CMMPH? Serena tried to ask, but I immediately covered her mouth with my hand. SHH. I don't want to cause a scene here. From your reaction, you fully understand what this is, right? I asked her after quieting her down. Serena nodded her head. Good, I replied, releasing my hand. Serena calmed down a bit. That Mom, guess she figured us out, hehe. Right? I'll store this away. I know it won't be a long time until we're ready for it anyway. Yeah, you do that. One day, we'll use it for sure. By the way, it looks like we're about to land. Did you enjoy your sleep? Yet I can't wait to see what your home looks like. I didn't get the chance last time since we were at summer camp. I'll definitely show you two around. We'll have 2 days before I need to head to Gramps' place to choose my starting Pokémon. Haha, good morning you two. Looks like you're having some fun already, another voice said reaching out to us. We turned our heads, only to see Lily smiling at us awake, rubbing Snowy with her hand. Ooh, you woke up, Lily. Did you enjoy your sleep too? Yup. Looks like we're in Kanto now and we'll be landing in a few. Yeah, Gramps did contact me and let me know he'll be waiting for us before we got on this plane. A/N, just like with Gary, Itsuki will also start calling Professor Oak Gramps from here on. Got it, Lily acknowledged me. By the way, I did see what was written on Mom's last part. So when are you going to tell Lily how you feel? Serena whispered to me with a grin. Lily saw this and wondered what Serena had just whispered to me, as she couldn't hear. Only time will tell, but hopefully sooner than later, I replied back to her, keeping it vague. That response received a pout from Serena, which caused me to laugh. At this rhyme we received a message from the flight attendants to get ready for landing. We will be landing into Vividian City Airport momentarily. Once again we thank you for flying with us, the intercom spoke out. All of us then prepared for landing. With a strong jerk, we felt the plane land, and we arrived in Kanto. Vividian City to be exact. It has one of the largest airports in Kanto and was the closest to home. Deboarding only took a few minutes, and not too long after, the three of us heard an aged voice reach out to us after we passed security on the way. Ho ho, looks like you guys arrived on time. Is that really you, Itsuki? You're much taller than what you seem to be in our calls, and that's quite the tan you got there. Professor Oak appeared before us with a smile, saying that. Gramps, I yelled out happily. Placing down our bags I rushed at him and gave him a hug. Whoa there, it's not like it's been a while since we last saw each other, Oak said, grinning at me. True, but it's different seeing you in person. It's good to see you again. Likewise. But you really have grown up, haven't you? And it looks like you brought these two along too, Professor Oak responded the hug, and looked at Serena and Lily. Hello, Professor Oak, Serena and Lily responded. Everyone is here then. Let's go take your things to the car. My daughter and other grandson are very much looking forward to you. Haha, I bet they are. Are Ash and Green doing well too? They are. The four of you are about to start your journey. Haha, don't forget about us too either, Serena laughed in response. We'll be accompanying him as we journey through Kanto. Hearing that, Oak nodded his head. We were able to catch up as we took our things to his car. Packing it away, the four of us left Vividian City Airport. It's a shame I didn't have time to explore Viridian City at this time, but well, it will be soon enough. It will be our first major stop before passing through Vividian Forest. Professor Oak became giddy seeing my shiny Alolan Ninetales in person for first time too. He wouldn't stop asking about her. As we got on the road to Viridian City, cough cough, sorry, wrong direction. Retorting that, a certain song started to play in my head, distracting myself from the others. Serena and Lily just absorbed in the sights as we drove along Route 1. As what it would take a day on foot, we drove through it in just a couple of hours. The roads were clear, but in the tall grass around us we could see some Kanto Pokémon in the distance, which excited the two. Before long, we arrived in Pallet Town, home sweet Allah, I mean home. The first thing that we went to was my house, of course, the mini-sized mansion I grew up in. It's pretty inconspicuous on the outside, but it looks like Mom installed a fence with a flower bed out front while I was gone. Several berry plants could be seen off to the side as we parked the car in the space next to it. So this is your home, huh? Is that a field I see out back? Looks like your mom likes gardening too. I can see several different types of berries. As I recall, Violet participated in the Kanto conference in the past, so seeing this she must have raised her Pokémon with great care. Asterisk, right? Let me show you guys inside. Gramps, you coming with us? Sadly no, Professor Oak said, shaking his head. He proceeded to help get our luggage out of his car, and I helped him. These next couple of days will be very busy for me. Our next batch of starter Pokémon arrived not too long ago and I need to make sure they're healthy for my next batch of trainers that are due to arrive. I hot 4 Pokémon I'm currently working on this time. Hearing that I stood still. Your next batch of starter Pokémon, don't tell me. You're on the list of my next trainers. You'll be starting your journey in 3 days along with Gary, Ash, and Green. 3 days, I said, smiling back at him. So we got 2 days to enjoy Pallet Town then. I'm sure we can explore the full town during that time. It doesn't look very big, Serena and Lily replied excitedly. Yeah. It ain't a big town. We'll see you around, Gramps. Tell Violet I said hi, Professor Oak said, opening his car door. Turning the engine on, his car left, leaving the 3 of us at the front door. His car sped toward the hill where his lab was situated atop of. I got out my house keys and unlocked the door. Mom, I'm home, I yelled out. Oh my, there's a voice I haven't heard in a while, another voice reached out to us. As we got in, Serena and Lily became shocked seeing how fancy the inside was, compared to outside. From the kitchen area, a figure emerged. It was a middle-aged purple-haired woman who seemed to be aging, as part of her hair was turning more pale. Hello. Pardon the intrusion. Is Big Brother back already? A separate voice reached out to us too. A spiky brown-haired figure showed up coming down from the steps that led to our bedrooms. The spikes have grown a bit and extended further down backside of his neck. He wore a black polo shirt and purple pants. An amulet of sorts could be seen around his neck. Yo, brother. Are these the 2 rumored chicks too? Haha, it's good to see you again, Gary, I said, approaching him. Extending my right arm, he extended his left. We clasped them together, and brought us closer. I then wrapped my spare arm around his back as he did mine, a greeting fit for us. Welcome home, big brother. Damn, you sure got tall, didn't ya? So this is your little brother Gary, Serena spoke out behind me. I'm Serena. Lily simply responded. Nice to meet you too. Welcome to our home. It really is good to see you again, Itsuki. Welcome home, Mom also said, greeting us. From there, I was able to formally introduce my girlfriend to Mom, and she accepted her just as Grace accepted me. We settled in while Lily greeted her, only for Mom to pull her away for a few questions. Gary, Serena, and I caught up with what was happening lately. As for Lily, she joined us a bit later with a light blush on her cheeks. She would steal a glance at me every so often. Serena caught onto this but would only giggle. I could only shrug it off for now. Looks like Gary was ready to start his journey. Turns out he was going to meet up with Green too before we arrived, so instead he called Green over. Green rushed over immediately after hearing we returned and became excited. The moment I saw Green arrive only to greet Gary with a short kiss, I knew the two had started dating. After learning that Green was trying to get closer to him in the last few years, Serena and I urged her to take the initiative, and it looks like it paid off. Good for her. And on top that, I could feel no arrogance from this current Gary. Looks like Green has been keeping check for him. As for Ash, well, he didn't show up the day we returned. Typical of him to do so. We informed his mom, but it looks like Ash actually forgot. We learned that Gary and Green graduated at the top of their respective classes while Ash struggled through his of any that wasn't related to Pokémon. It truly was a wonder how he even began his journey. It does look like Green will be accompanying Gary for traveling too when we all leave in 3 days' time. As for Ash, he only came to learn of us the day after we arrived, acting really surprised then. The one funny thing though was whenever Ash would try approach us three, Amber would literally chase him out of the room. Seeing that never gets old. She could probably sense that Ash was a known trouble magnet. The first day passed before we knew it. I returned home and introduced Serena and Lily to my family. I did let Mom know that Gramps was busy with his work and she accepted it, knowing that his work was meant for us. This was January 3rd, year 2010. The first day we mainly spent the day catching up. On the second day, January 4th, we went on a double date with Gary and Green. Green was informed of Lily's situation too by Serena, so we invited Lily too, which surprised her. Overall the double date was amazing. We sampled a lot of Pallet Town of what it had to offer. Ash was left in the dust. He wanted to join us, but Gary quickly shut him down, saying this event was only meant for adults and teased that he was still a kid. He even used his famous "smell ya later" line as we left. As for Ash, he saw us proceed to hold hands as we left, which only left him confused. He quickly got over it though. We informed Gramps we were doing this ahead of time, so he let Ash play in the ranch. The second day came and gone and we had a blast. During the 2 nights, Serena snuggled up against me sleeping in my bed. As for Lily, we laid out a futon for her. My room was plenty big enough for both. Each night after the two of us fell asleep, Lily would look at us with a look of longing in her eyes, before falling herself. Yet everything changed on the third day, when the Fire Nation suddenly attacked . I mean, today officially marked the January 5th, the day I turned 15, celebrating the last big 5. It was an important day to me, as today officially marked me becoming an adult. In my past life in the Japanese society, one doesn't come of age until they turn 20. However, that coming of age happens to be 15 here. People also seem to grow up a bit faster here, so that's probably why it's only 15. Either way, I was woken up with 2 happy birthdays from Serena and Lily, earning a kiss from Serena and a hug from Lily. We basically made the most of this day, letting our Pokémon join in the fun. This time we included everyone and the day went by super quick. After dinner I finally had my first taste of alcohol too, not that I'm too big on it. And if I had a preference, I'm more of a wine guy, not a beer guy. Beer definitely requires getting used to, otherwise it just tastes bitter most of the time. Once the night came, we went our separate ways. Me, Serena and Lily would begin our journey tomorrow. It was unfortunate, but Gary, Green and Ash wouldn't start theirs as they have yet to turn 15. We had a group meeting about this and decided that these 3 will start their journey after Green's last big 5. After that they would leave together, should Ash make it on time of course. They would have half a year to reach the Kanto conference with me, otherwise they'd be left out and wouldn't be able to partake in it until a year later. They were also fine with me starting mine tomorrow too. That also meant I would get first dibs on who to choose as my starter Pokémon, haha. And with all out of the way bidding good night to Mom and Gary, it was well into the night. Gary seemed to have taken off to Green's place while Mom decided to sleep on the first floor. Before we headed into the second floor, Mom gave a wink to Serena and Lily, causing Serena to smile and say nothing and Lily to blush silently. I felt Serena grab a hold of my hand with hers while Lily walked beside me. We vanished from sight, heading toward my room. It was oddly quiet as I heard our shuffling feet. With the sound of a closing door, it was just me, Serena and Lily. Looks like your special day is almost over. It sure was amazing, wasn't it? Serena asked me. Yeah. It was definitely a blast. It's sad the day's almost over. It doesn't have to be over yet, you know. You got your lovely girlfriend in your arms, I wonder what she will do, Serena replied with a teasing tone. Without warning she approached me, and wrapped her arms around me. I suddenly felt something soft press against my chest and more so my mouth. She locked her lips with mine. Seeing Serena go in for a deep kiss right off the bat caught me off guard, but I let her tongue swirl around mine. A few seconds passed before she parted ways, leaving behind a string of drool. As I thought, Kissing definitely feels good with the guy you like, hehe. Serena, you, I tried to retort. Yet I was interrupted by her finger as she placed it over my lips. Nuh-uh, the night is only starting, Itsuki. Moreover, you're not going to keep Lily in the dark here any longer, will you? Serena asked seriously. Hearing that, I turned quiet. I shifted my eyes toward Lily, who had her cheeks flushed in red. I saw her take a deep breath, before she approached me. She then grabbed onto my shirt with one of her hands. Itsuki, I don't want to hide what I'm feeling anymore. I like you, I really do, Lily stated, finally admitting her feelings to me. Serena backed away for a bit to watch this. Lily. Ever since you became as my caretaker, we grew closer day by day. I wasn't sure what this growing feeling was at first, but I felt it was something forbidden. I didn't have the courage to speak up about it. But after seeing how lovely Serena acts with you as your girlfriend in person, these feelings surfaced hard, and fast. I know you two are dating, but even if it's just for tonight, if you have a spot in your heart for me, will you let me be yours? Lily said with a resolute tone. After Lily said that, she looked at me right in the eyes and didn't back away. I didn't say anything and just walked up to her. Giving her a hug surprised her. What I did next caused her eyes to turn wide. I planted my lips against hers, opening her mouth with my tongue. It felt very subtle as we danced for a few seconds. The kiss ended shortly after. After we parted lips, I rubbed Lily's head. Lily, I like you too. No, I love you, just how I love Serena beside you. I was waiting for a chance to confess, but I felt it wasn't an appropriate time yet, so I was hesitant about this. Looks like you took the first step, I smiled back at her. Itsuki, Lily smiled back, heading in for another hug. Seeing this, Serena smiled too and joined our hug as well. Also, this won't just be for tonight, Lily. Starting now, you will be my girlfriend too. Our society doesn't actually condemn guys for having more than one. So get that thought out of your head, okay? We will be a family of 3. That's right, Lily. You'll be with us from now on. Itsuki, Serena, thank you. Hehe, looks like all is well that ends well, ain't it, Itsuki? Boy, you sure did nab such a pretty girl. You're really beautiful, Lily. Why, you really think I'm beautiful? Haha, that's an understandable. You truly are beautiful, Lily. Hehehe, Lily responded with a bashful giggle. After that, I saw Serena grin and giggled as she spoke out. Now that that is out of the way, it's time to drop your pants, mister. Hearing that, I stood there without blinking for a good moment. What, did you not see this coming? Even Lily was in on this if we actually happened to make it this far tonight. And we did, so let's drop those pants, Serena said. She then walked up to me and began to unfasten my belt. With a plop, she pulled down both my underwear and pants in one go. As she did, my dangling member appeared right before her face, causing Serena to halt for a moment and her cheeks became as red as Lily's were. After that, she got down on her knees, and stared at it. Lily also got down on her knees and approached me as well. It really is bigger up close, Serena said softly. Yeah, Lily replied a bit absent-minded. You too, I also tried to say, feeling their hot breath tickle on me. Well, since we were able to make it to this is mine and Lily's gift to you, Itsuki. Just a bit of experiencing the taste of becoming an adult. Just note I'm saying it right now, we won't be going all the way with you tonight. That moment will be saved for when we're ready. You two really thought ahead of doing this, huh? Well, I can accept that last part. It won't be good if we rush that. Right? So to compensate for that, Lily and I decided we'll let you blow 2 loads on us instead. As for what method, we leave that decision to you. Oh, and if you want us to get naked too, we're fine with that. Yes, it'll be embarrassing, but I'm ready for you, Itsuki, Lily said, nodding her head. If that's the case then please do. Hearing me say that, Serena and Lily nodded their heads and proceeded to strip their clothes, letting me gaze at their beautiful naked bodies. Serena was just like a colorful peach while Lily was pearl white. Serena had bigger breasts than Lily too, only a difference of 1 size. And just like that, my big 5 had come and gone, letting the night pass in bliss and ecstasy. I let Serena use her mouth while Lily used her breasts to let me blow my 2 loads on them. It was their first time getting to know my taste too, and we all enjoyed the fun together. It truly did let me feel what it felt to be an adult. Besides being a working member of society, I had never felt this type of experience before, it was completely new to me. And if this was just the beginning, I was very much looking forward to us connecting. It was a very special night for all three of us, that's for sure. But soon the actual fated day approached, January 6, 2010. This is the day I will begin my journey with these two beside me. And more importantly, it was time to receive my starter Pokémon from Gramps. I woke up to a naked Serena and Lily beside me. We were able to hop into the shower to get ready. We ate breakfast together, and said our farewell to Mom, Gary, Green, and Ash. We will miss them, but we will likely cross paths sometime during our journey. And now, we officially set off to Professor Oak's lab. As the saying goes, it was back to the lab again. Asterisk. Another long chapter for you guys. Don't forget to drop those power stones and leave comments below. Chapter 31, we're on the road to Viridian City. Fuck. This should be illegal. What in bloody hell is this? Vol. 9. Vulpix. All of a sudden, three voices cursed out inside Professor Oak's lab while a fourth figure could be seen grinning at them. Our Pokémon also yelled out, wondering why we did just now. Arriving at the lab, Professor Oak went right down to business. He revealed the 4 Pokémon he had gotten from his latest batch for new trainers to us, and gave us their Pokédex readings. It was of course Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pikachu. The reason why we cursed was because of the info that was displayed to us. Each one of the 4 was absurd. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. A young Bulbasaur uses the nutrients of its seed as energy it needs to grow. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. It is rather hard to capture one from the wild. Bulbasaur. Gender, female. Level, 5. Moves, Growl, Tackle, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Ingrain, Grassy Glide, Grassy Terrain. Ability, Chlorophyll. 31 IVs. IVs set for Hidden Power Ice. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. Charmander's health can be gauged by the fire on the tip of its tail, which burns intensely when it is in good health. It is said that Charmander will die if this flame ever burns out. Charmander. Gender, female. Level, 5. Moves, Growl, Scratch, Ember, Dragon Dance, Counter, Dragon Rush. Ability, Solar Power. 31 IVs. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. During battle, Squirtle hides in its shell and it sprays water at its opponent whenever it can. The blasts from these water attacks can be quite powerful. Squirtle. Gender, male. Level, 5. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Life Dew, Aqua Ring, Flip Turn. Ability, Rain Dish. 31 IVs. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, and the evolved form of Piku. Pikachu's tail is sometimes struck by lightning as it raises it to check its surroundings. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouch located in its cheeks. Pikachu. Gender, male. Level, 5. Moves, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Disarming Voice, Reflect, Nuzzle, Nasty Plot. Ability, Lightning's Rod. 31 IVs. A/N, if you guys haven't realized by now, I'm combining different Gendex readings to make it flow better. Gramps, just what the hell types of berries have you been feeding these guys? Ho ho ho, now this was the expression I was looking for. You three must be surprised, yes. That's an understatement, Gramps. A terrain setter, one that can be deadly quick, and one that can heal Q-Lot. Moreover, you got your hands on a Pikachu too. Aren't they really rare and mostly found in the Vividian Forest? They are. And to answer your current doubts, this batch is courtesy of the Elite Four. A special breed chosen by them. Whomever you choose, the remainder will be left for Ash, Gary, and Green. I need to remain impartial with this. Seriously? These guys were handpicked by the Elite Four themselves, I asked him with a look of shock in my eyes. And it's not just one that's like this, each one of these 4 is special, Serena also said with surprise. Right? Well, if you want a specific person to thank, it's Lance. Lance, if it was anyone, I had a feeling it'd be him. Perhaps it was because he witnessed me battling 10 years ago. Yet. That was part of the reason. The other is related to Amber. A shiny Alolan Ninetales with its hidden ability able to cause such a phenomenon at birth is a rarity. Ever since you've recorded her data in the Pokédex and since Lance saw that battle, you've entered the Elite Four's radar. They're placing high hopes in you in hopes to reach them. Wow, I replied. They really do think I'll reach the Kanto conference. Ho ho, if they had thought otherwise, I'd just be giving out a normal batch of the starter Pokémon, Professor Oak replied, rubbing his chin. So, Itsuki. Here is the main question. Knowing these 4 Pokémon are special, who will you choose? Are you still wanting to follow in Blue's footsteps? Well, I do need to live up to their expectations, if they're expecting this much of me, I answered Professor Oak. And to answer your question, that's natural, isn't it? I smiled, feeling confidence swell inside me. I've long since decided who I am to choose. Professor Oak nodded at me, and stepped to the side. Serena and Lily looked on with anticipation. I took some steps forward, and did one sweep at the 4. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle and Pikachu did not turn away at all, and even looked at me curiously. And since this Pikachu was one chosen by the League, it was probably not the problematic Pikachu Professor Oak had to deal with in the anime. And if that's the case, will Ash even be a good fit for this Pikachu? I guess only time will tell for that. I only took a couple moments before my eyes landed on Squirtle. Approaching Squirtle, I picked him up, who didn't retaliate in any way. He was looking at me curiously. Seeing this caused me to smile. Squirtle, would you be willing to be partner and join me on my journey? Squirtle, Squirtle asked, tilting his head a bit. Ninetales, Amber suddenly yelled out, approaching us. Squirtle looked at Amber for a moment before looking back at me. Squirtle, Squirtle replied happily, nestling into my arms. Looks like Amber just needed to talk to Squirtle for a moment for Squirtle to make his decision. Perhaps that friendliness of mine also factored in. Without saying anything, I reached for Squirtle's Pokeball, which had yet to capture it. Seeing this, Squirtle leaned in and tapped his head directly onto it. The Pokeball then fell down onto the ground, and started to wiggle. 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 Ding. Welcome to the party, Squirtle. I'm looking forward to raising you. I smiled, leaning down to pick up his Pokeball. Looks like it's settled, Professor Oak smiled back. He then shifted his eyes to the 3 remaining on the table in front of them. Don't worry you 3, your trainers will come to choose you in a few months. I ask you to be patient till then. Return, Professor Oak replied to Bulbasaur, Charmander and Pikachu, grabbing their Pokeballs. Char, Bulba, Pikachu, the 3 responded, understandingly. They returned, and vanished from sight. Serena and Lily approached me and congratulated me. So you did choose Squirtle after all. Were you not tempted by them? I personally would have chosen Bulbasaur. Moreover, did Professor Oak say your dad was blue? We haven't personally met him yet, but I'm guessing he chose a Squirtle as well. Dad sure did pick Squirtle when he started his journey. The others were really tempting, but seeing Squirtle having those healing moves sold me. This way I won't need to catch a Chansey. Is that so? Well, you had that look of determination in your eyes. Reminds me of Blue when he was younger, ho ho, Professor Oak smiled back. Though our business here isn't done yet, you know that right Itsuki? Yet. Don't you give out these Pokédex to trainers too? I sure do. This one is yours, Itsuki. Retrieving the other item on table, Professor Oak handed me a red device of sorts. It was reminiscent of the DS in my past life. It had a flip screen. As for you, Serena, Professor Sycamore gave a Pokédex too, didn't he? Professor Oak also asked. He sure did, Serena replied, proceeded to bring her Pokédex. Hers appeared very different. Serena's was like that of a smartphone with a blue screen in its center. Good. Each professor has their own design variation to these Pokédex, but it was me who originally created them. I was so young back then though. Hearing that, Serena and Lily became surprised. Wait, you created the first Pokédex, Professor? Indeed. It wasn't brought up to you guys before, but I am the original creator. My dream was to build a large database of every single Pokémon we know today. Red and Blue had actually accomplished most of that for me, as did many other trainers. And now, each region has its own variation of the Pokédex. Is that what happened? Lily asked with interest. yet. I still have a couple other dreams I'm aspiring for, but this one was accomplished. And now, trainers from all around carry one. I see. It's a shame I haven't received my Pokédex yet, but that was my choice. I do look forward to it. That's right. You've yet to start your island challenge, Lily. You'll get yours when you do, I replied to her. And with that said, since the completion of this, it's gone through several upgrades. Would you three like to know what they are, or would you rather explore that on your own? Please inform us now, Gramps, I immediately replied. Serena and Lily also nodded their heads. Ho ho, got it. The first feature that we introduced was the call feature. Similar to our normal phones, the Pokédex contains a list of specified contacts, which calls the number uniquely assigned to your Pokédex number. By the way, this same number is what you use to register the Kanto League with. Without a Pokédex from one of us, one cannot enter the league. But if a trainer comes in from another region without going through me and they already have a Pokédex, they can use theirs to register too. The system is quite lenient, as long as one has a Pokédex. You'll be able to find it in the system page, but with technology nowadays, all we need to do is scan it. So it basically works like QR codes without reading the scanning bar, and it just directly scans the Pokédex directly. Hey? How convenient, I inwardly said. As for Serena, her eyes brightened hearing Professor Oak say that. Are you saying I can register for the Kanto conference with this Pokédex given by Professor Sycamore? Serena asked excitedly. You sure can. Are you interested in joining it alongside Itsuki? I wasn't sure if it was possible or not, but after hearing you say that, I definitely do now. I did graduate trainer school to become a trainer alongside Itsuki, Serena replied excitedly, letting a light blush appear on her cheeks. I see. If you two want to register, then you'll be able to do so at the nearest city, Vividian City. After registering at the Pokémon Center there, they'll give you your badge cases too. It's a shame we don't have a Pokémon Center here in Pallet Town, Professor Oak replied. Definitely looking forward to registering. Though speaking of which of what Serena just mentioned, Gramps, Serena, Lily and I promised each other to become a family of 3 in the future last night. I was thinking of whether of informing you or not now, or until the proposal actually happens. Hearing that, a blush appeared on Serena's and Lily's cheeks, who didn't say anything but nodded silently. As for Professor Oak, his eyes turned serious. I see. Have you told anyone else this yet? Not yet. But from Mom's reactions this morning as we bid farewell, I'm pretty sure she figured us out. Hearing that, Professor Oak smiled and laughed. Ho ho ho, well that's youth for you. Thank you for informing me of this, Itsuki. It looks like our family will be growing larger soon, Professor Oak said. His eyes then shifted to Lily. This won't cause any implications to the Aether Foundation, will it? Considering your background, Professor Oak asked Lily. Lily only shook her head left to right and smiled. No, it won't. After we reached this decision last night, I was able to have a short call with Mother. Mother was surprised about it, but she too reached a decision and formally declared Itsuki as my fiancé. It's being kept secret for now, but it will be publicly declared in the future. Hearing that, even I became surprised. Wait, such a thing happened. Oh, did I forget to tell you? Hehe, Lily grinned at me with a giggle. Well, I'm sure this will definitely cause an uproar once it's known to the public, haha, Professor Oak retorted with a laugh. It definitely will, Serena also retorted with a giggle. I guess for now we can only cross that bridge when it becomes closer. For now, can you keep this a secret, Gramps? Of course. You 3 are childhood friends, so it's only natural it progresses that way. Moreover, you also got quite close with that last Cynthia, didn't you? Cynthia, we haven't spoken to each other in the last few years, but yes we did. Last time we spoke, she was about to start her own journey in Sinnoh. That's right. We haven't seen each other in the last few years. We've so much to catch up on, Serena replied happily. If that's the case, would you like to know what she recently accomplished? Cynthia became the headline in Sinnoh news not that long ago. Cynthia appeared on the news, Lily asked with surprise. Could it be? I also began to say. Cynthia officially became the youngest known champion in Sinnoh just last year. Moreover, she declared a challenge to you upon her ascension. Your name is spreading like wildfire over in Sinnoh right now. Besides us professors, they haven't a clue who this Itsuki is, ho ho, Professor Oak replied with another laugh. So Cynthia really did become a champion, Serena yelled out in shock. Wow, Lily also said in surprise. Guess I have to work up to her expectations then. Perhaps after Kanto, Sinnoh may be our next destination. Only time will tell. You still need to register first for the Kanto conference. But I wasn't finished going over the Pokédex features. May I continue with that? Please do, I replied. We all nodded our heads. As I just mentioned, there is the call feature. After that is the map feature. This is pretty self-explanatory, but the Pokédex can show you the map of the current region you're in or other regions should you can search for. You can also mark down places of interest. Next is the stats feature. This shows your Pokémon's moves, level, ability, and so on. It can also show your Pokémon's current condition. After stats is the database. Any Pokémon you discover can be recorded down into its database. You can also create private servers now should you not want any Pokémon reported to leagues. Hearing this one brought me an inward smile. There is also the storage feature. Similar to our recent spatial technology that was developed which can exponentially increase the storage of our bags and such, this is now getting applied to the Pokédex. The Pokédex can now store several boxes of Pokémon without having to rely on the PCs at Pokémon centers. While we can only carry a limit of 6 Pokémon on our hands, this makes it convenient for trainers to quickly swap Pokémon around. The three of us nod our heads. This was probably one of the most convenient features recently introduced into Pokémon. And it's a really good one, so can't complain there. And finally, the trade feature. Throughout the years, we've discovered some Pokémon can only evolve by trading with other people. So to make it easier on trainers, as long as 2 trainers are in close range, they can initiate a trade. If you guys think of any other features I should add, let me know. Think I covered most of it. Nothing related to shiny Pokémon please. Can't believe the Pokédex has gone through so much. Thank you for informing us, Gramps. Of course. That's my responsibility as a Pokémon professor, and would be yours if you decide to open up a lab in the future, Itsuki. Take care of this Pokédex for me. I will. Good. There is one more thing. I recently received a package to analyze from an old colleague of mine who lives in the Orange Islands. After I finish analyzing it, I may ask you to deliver it to her after the Kanto conference is over. A delivery to the Orange Islands, hey? Got it, Gramps. He is probably referring to Professor Ivy, I inwardly said. Looks like you 3 are all set to depart now. Don't forget to contact me again once you arrive in Vividian City. Of course. Thank you for everything, Gramps. It's time to go, Serena, Lily. Yeah. Okay. And just like that, with my newly caught Squirtle, we recalled our Pokémon and slowly departed from Professor Oak's lab, and descended the hill, making our way through Pallet Town. I did think of revealing Mew to Professor Oak as a thank you gift for all that he's done for me since I was brought into this world, but I decided against it. For now I let Mew just leave a bit of its trail for Professor Oak to witness. As we left, Mew knew what to do, and appeared over the lab. All of a sudden, Professor Oak heard a childlike voice reach the depth of his ears, which caused him to halt and his eyes turned wide. The next moment, he rushed out of the lab, only to see a pink floating creature far off in the sky. Mew, Mew looked down at Professor Oak for a moment. Mew then quickly left the lab, departing in the same direction we just did. Was that just? Professor Oak stuttered briefly before he regained his composure. But by the time he did, Mew was long gone and shortly reappeared over us. We too were long gone from Pallet Town, and Professor Oak could no longer see us 3. Professor Oak could only let a strong laugh. Was he able to find out that Mew exists now from that? I hope this little gift of mine left him in a good mood. And he sure was as Professor Oak returned to his lab in all smiles. And as for us, we officially entered Route 1 and are now on the road to Vividian City. My journey only starts from here. Asterisk. Another long chapter for you guys. Turtle Squad unite. If anyone doesn't like this choice, don't worry, there are certain locations in the anime where Charmander can be caught, as well as Bulbasaur, smiley face. I'm keeping the 6 held Pokemon rule but bringing in the PC storage usable anywhere feature to offset that limit. Also a sneak peek to what Cynthia has recently been doing. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Chapter 32, A Rainbow. Kanto Route 1 and a rainbow, what does that mean? Asterisk. Tall grass. Rolling hills. More tall grass. A single paved stone path going through these hills. Short cliffs could be seen more on the left side, which prevents normal trainers from walking through it unless they were skilled in rock climbing. People can jump down from the other end as they weren't tall at all, but people often just walk around it as the main path leads around it. Not to mention, not a single trainer in sight. Well, that is to be expected. This is Route 1. While it is technically considered a route, it really was just a simple road that connects Pallet Town to Vividian City. Yet that didn't stop wild Pokémon making their nests here. Only in Kanto trainers didn't exist on Route 1, in other regions trainers do roam about. There is probably a good reason for that too. Other Route 1s have more of a diversity, and they are longer and wider, whereas Kanto's Route 1 simply does not have much to it. It was January 7, 2010. We went to Oak's lab at 9 am, and left at 10 am. 3 hours later, we traversed about half of Route 1. The only Pokémon we came across were Pidgey and Rattata, and an occasional Bellsprout. Not to mention the infamous Spearow and Fearow flock. This was only shown in the anime, but I saw with my own eyes some Spearow flying in the distance. So that meant that Rowdy Spearow leader is there too. Is that a Pokémon worthy of catching? It depends if you can fix that Spearow's attitude problem or not. And in the anime, it led that flock to attack Ash. Though it was Ash's fault to begin with for choosing the wrong Spearow to unleash his frustration on by throwing a rock, since at the time he hadn't caught a single Pokémon yet. As for me, maybe it will be a first good test to test my friendliness ability God gave me. Will this Spearow just look at curiously like most of the Pokémon being looked after at the ranch? Or will Spearow immediately put up a fight? If it's the latter, it can make a good challenge for Squirtle too. Yosh! We got a plan of attack before we reach Vividian City and go to the Pokémon Center. Gramps did say he will have a package for me to deliver after the Kanto conference, but thankfully this isn't like the games to where we have to retrieve a parcel for Gramps. Perhaps that parcel there was the one he currently has now, who knows, I thought to myself. Yet, there was one slight problem causing us to delay our current traveling. Well, this sucks, I started to speak aloud, only to let out a sigh. Drib. 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 Itsuki, a gentle voice called out to me as a figure leaned her shoulder across mine. She felt quite warm to counter this unexpected cold we were currently experiencing. Out of all days, why did it have to rain just 3 hours into our journey? Hehe, that's the fun though, isn't it? We have to be ready for the unexpected, and the same goes for the weather. However, I do say Serena is having a bit too much fun right now, isn't she? That sure is a fine ass she is there, I grinned, looking at the third figure who could be seen frolicking in the rain outside in front of us. As for me, I could be seen in a pretty large tent with a beautiful pearly white figure leaning on my shoulders. A fluffy blanket could be seen over her front, as did mine. We were sharing a large blanket, with the feeling of a warm kotetsu. The pearly white figure was Lily, of course. She could be seen striped naked of her clothes, as did I. Though that didn't seem to bother Lily one bit. You're thinking of something naughty again, aren't you? Lily giggled back at me. There's nothing wrong with admiring a fine ass like that, is there? I grinned back. Hearing that, Lily shifted her eyes back to the figure outside trying to catch rain with her hands, except she too was stripped of her clothes, pure naked. Every so often her breasts jiggle up and down. This was Serena, of course. Seeing this after a few moments passed, Itsuki spoke out to her. Oi, Serena! It's time you come back, don't be catching a cold now. And make sure no one is looking, I yelled out to her. As for Lily, she took another sip of the hot chocolate she had in her hands. We typically brew tea, but we changed it up today with hot chocolate. Hearing my voice, Serena finally stopped moving about, and this let more rain pour down on her. Flipping her hair backwards, she looked at us. Don't worry. There isn't a single soul around. Even the Pokémon are hiding away from the rain. Itsuki, Lily, you two should join me. It's like I'm taking a shower right now. It's so refreshing. After Serena said that with a smile, she revealed her peachy skin to us. It was glistening in the rain. That actually isn't bad idea. Taking a nude shower outside, and Pallet Town isn't in sight anymore. What do you think, Lily? Asking her that, I saw Lily blush red. It would probably feel good, and we wouldn't have to worry about freshening up again until we arrive at Vividian City. Shall we? I said, slowly standing up, placing my own cup onto our kotetsu table behind us. I then stood up, which dropped the blanket, revealing our bodies. Lily saw this and glanced at my member down below. Taking her cup, she wouldn't stop looking at me. In the next moment I saw Lily place her hands over her face, only revealing her eyes. She could feel the heat on her cheeks. As for Lily, it looked like she was currently recalling the vivid event that took place 2 nights ago, recalling his member that splurted all over her breasts as she used them. Did we really do such a thing 2 nights ago? Itsuki's was so hard then, but it's normal now. I didn't even know it could get that hard, Lily thought to herself. And Serena even used her mouth, it looks like she enjoyed it. Itsuki did say it felt good too, Lily continued. Lily, I called out to her, enjoying her current shyness. She was very cute right now, and my voice seemed to pull her out of her thoughts. See coming, Lily said, ending her thoughts. I took Lily's hand, we exited the tent. Amber, who could be seen nestled together with our other Pokémon further inside who were currently sleeping, raised her head at me and watched for a moment as we left. Amber then lowered her head, going back to sleep. The moment we exited, we started to feel the cool rain drip onto our bodies, and sure enough it felt pleasant. Seeing us two arrive, Serena smiled at me and extended her hand out. We held onto it and cuddled together, enjoying the rainfall. Our hair became really wet in no time. So you two decided to join in after all. It feels nice, doesn't it? It sure does. And seriously, there really isn't anyone. Looks like we were the only trainers to leave Pallet Town today. That does seem to be the case, Lily said, looking around us. There wasn't even a single car on the main road far off in the distance. Right? So let's take advantage of this while we can. Better than staring at my butt, isn't it? Hehe, Serena responded with a giggle. So you saw that, eh? Of course I did. Your eyes were glued on it. You know you don't have to just look at it. We're dating, so you can touch it, Serena replied with a teasing tone. She then guided my hand, and placed it on her butt. A soft yet firm sensation spread on my hand. It felt really nice, tempting me to squeeze it, so I did. This earned a cute yelp from Serena while Lily just stared at us. Serena then giggled, and leaned in, planting a kiss on my lips. She quickly retracted her head and spoke out. That's all you'll get for now, Itsuki. Like you said, I probably should head back in, or I really will catch a cold. So I'm going to go warm up and dry off, Serena said, separating herself. Haha, sounds good. We got the kotetsu all ready. Yay! You be good and wash Lily carefully, okay? Her skin is a lot more delicate than mine is. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to? I've been doing that for far longer, I smiled back at Serena, which earned another blush from Lily. Serena waved at us before shaking off the rain on her body and went to go pick up a nearby towel in the tent to dry off. I'll be in your care again, Itsuki. Lily smiled at me. And like that, the two of us enjoyed a cold shower outside as Serena cleaned up inside. We only stayed out around a half hour so before deciding to go back in, so we wouldn't get sick ourselves. After we cleaned up we out on our clothes and I was able to dry the two's hair. Another hour so was spent like that and the rain didn't seem to be letting up. It was approaching 4 p.m. now and the sun was on its second crescent, getting ready to descend. The three of us could be seen lazing inside of the kotetsu with the tent closed up. We could see what it was still like outside though. Serena slouched over the table, letting out a sigh. Ha, this storm is quite the fierce one, ain't it? It's been like 3 hours since it started. I mean, since we're already halfway to Vividian City, why don't we rush the rest of the way? And risk getting drenched in our clothes and becoming sick? Not one of your brighter ideas, Serena, I retorted. It did say a storm would pass today, but it didn't mention it would get this heavy though. I guess weather can be really unpredictable, Lily replied with a giggle, taking in another sip. Another hour or so passed, and it became 5 p.m. Dark clouds were all around us and the rain seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. It almost acted as if it was nighttime now. And with the increase of the wind, our large tent started to flap. This isn't looking so good anymore, Serena said, becoming a bit worried. Don't you two worry, our tent has gone through a few upgrades since it was last used. It's almost like a mini living room now, and it's quite sturdy, I began to say. Yet before I could finish speaking, all of us were distracted by a large noise sounding off in the distance. Crack! Boom! All of a sudden, a loud boom struck our ears, and a few seconds later a blue flash streaked across the sky, only for a second boom to echo not long after. Lily frozen up hearing this sudden thunder and clung onto me. Seeing this caused me to laugh. Haha, afraid of a little lightning, Lily? Not exactly, I was just a bit startled by the loud sudden noise, Lily answered. I ruffled her hair and spoke out. Nothing should happen to us inside here, but it is surprising this would develop into a thunderstorm. Pallet Town doesn't get too many of them, I replied, calming Lily down. She then nestled into my arms as Serena sat across from us. Well, look at you two. Seeing this makes me want to join in. Not afraid of thunder, Serena? Lily asked as she leaned into my chest. Not really. I enjoy rain. But seeing it not stop like this, we may be stuck here for the night. It does seem likely that is the case. Why don't we clock out early then? I can make some hot pot. That sounds really good. Since we started our journey today, we can start to test your cooking skills. It's almost like having our own butler. You really lucked out, Lily, you got to experience things like this for 10 years. Yes, but Itsuki was my caretaker, not a butler. But he's our boyfriend now. We'll be alongside each other during this journey. You're right about that, I replied with a laugh. You're right, Lily, haha. Then let's get started. I'll help chop the veggies, Serena replied happily. Please do, I answered her. We then had our cooking underway, and by the time it was 6 p.m., our hot pot was ready. We dug in and our bodies warmed up greatly as a result. Seeing the rain persist with lightning cracking in the distance every so often, we just decided to chat in our OR2 before getting into our sleeping bags and cuddled. We didn't forget to feed our Pokémon either, as they woke up during our mealtime. I found out what berries Squirtle likes to eat too, and that made me happy. And you guys seriously didn't we would bring our own beds, would we? This is a journey. If we were in the constant luxury of our home it wouldn't feel like one. We didn't leave unprepared, unlike a certain hat-wearing friend of mine, and packed several things like this tent. It has gone through a few upgrades, but it is still a tent at the end of the day. And as such, we would cook our dinner over a fire inside. There weren't many appliances, just mainly the kotetsu table in the middle of the tent. We would have to shop for food at the cities we would go to. Thankfully the ingredients we brought with us from Pallet Town lasted tonight. We brought enough to last us a couple days, just like something like this did happen. It was only a day trip on foot to Vividian City. And as for how we went to bed after chatting, we used sleeping bags. 3 lined-up sleeping bags appeared further inside, and we each ventured off to dreamland. January 8th, the next day. 7 a.m. During the night I felt something warm crawl into my sleeping bag which clung onto to me. Just that alone gave me a sense of comfort and I shrugged it off, quickly falling back asleep. And what do I see the moment I wake up thanks to the sun peering into our tent? Lily sleeping peacefully and happily as she hugged my body. Turning over a bit, I saw her sleeping bag empty, as well as Serena's. Looks like Serena already woke up. The pitter-patter of rain and thunderous booms seemed to have ended too. Looking outside it looks like there are just some rolling clouds now with the sun peering in. Good morning, Lily. Looks like storm is over, I said, leaning in and kissed her forehead. Good morning, Lily responded, slowly raising her body, rubbing her eyes. Seeing her white pajamas ruffled somewhat, she felt rather warm, only to realize she was next to me. Her eyes saw me smiling. Oh no. Did I do it again? Lily said, feeling apologetic. It's all right, Lily. Looks like you made your way into mine during the night. Though I wouldn't mind if you did this more often, I teased back at her. Geez, there you go again, Lily replied with a smile as well. Well, what do I see here? A third voice asked with a teasing tone as well. Serena came back and still wearing her pink pajamas, and grinned at Lily. Lily didn't respond and just blushed a bit. Serena shook those thoughts away from us though as she got excited and yelled out. Never mind that, Itsuki, Lily, come look outside. There's a huge rainbow stretching far beyond into the forest off in the distance that had just formed. A rainbow? Lily asked, becoming interested. A rainbow, hey? Why am I getting deja vu all of a sudden? I also retorted to myself. It couldn't be, could it? I mean, now I think about it, the place is the same but the timing is different, I thought to myself. Yet I suddenly found my hand tugged as Serena pulled us out of our sleeping bag. In just the next moment we arrived outside onto the wet grass that glistened from the previous storm. Looking up above, the three of us saw a huge majestic rainbow, far bigger than what a normal one would look like. Its ends couldn't been at each side either. The sun peered across it, making this rainbow very picturesque. It was then I felt my blood started to pump a bit, and was swarmed by this weird feeling. This feeling started to get stronger, and soon became majestic. It caused me to turn quiet, standing still. Seeing this, Serena became confused as she looked at me. "Itsuki," Serena tried to call out, only for her to get interrupted by my next words. "No way," I suddenly said, attracting Serena's and Lily's attention. I then got an urge to look up into the sky in a different direction, far more left than where the rainbow was. Curious, the two followed my sight, and we soon saw a big shadow start flapping high up in the sky. It slowly made its way over the rainbow, flying majestically onward toward the sun. "Is that a Pokémon?" Lily asked with a bit of hesitation. It was far up, but I could make the figure out a bit. "A huge fiery red phoenix-like bird." "Ho-oh," I uttered quietly, continuing to watch the bird vanish into the skies, leaving just as quick as it came. Hearing me utter that name, the two's eyes turned wide in shock. But before they could say anything, we heard one large flapping noise, before Ho-Oh vanished completely. Before long, a single feather descended from the sky. It flew down as majestically as Ho-Oh flapped its wings a moment ago. The feather was landing directly down at me, as if it had already found its target. I opened my palms out, and the feather landed on them. It felt pretty warm to the touch. "Such a pretty feather," Serena couldn't help but retort, seeing the feather in my hand. That's right, this was the famous rainbow wing. The very same rainbow wing was now placed in my palms, courtesy of a passing Ho-Oh. What does that mean? Asterisk. Expect a battle next chapter. Chapter 33, Team Rocket. Raphael. That is all. Asterisk. Wait a minute, Itsuki, did you just say Ho-Oh just now? Serena asked, still marveling at the rainbow wing that was now in between my fingers and no longer in my palms. Without saying anything, I went back inside, only to retrieve my Pokédex from our stuff. Coming back out, the two saw with interest as I fiddled with it. Thankfully it seems the Pokédex has already categorized all existing Pokémon to date so far, as Professor Oak mentioned when he gave it to me before our journey started. We don't have to catalog Pokémon into the Pokédex, which was one of Professor Oak's dreams. He did say this was accomplished mostly during Red and Blue's journey, along with many people they met. And now on ours, we get to reap the benefits, and anyone else starting out nowadays. All we need to do is scan Pokémon, and it'll automatically search the Pokédex database, filling in any missing info the Pokémon has. And once a Pokémon is caught, it'll automatically record your moves and such. For me, I was going through the database, arriving in the Gen 2 list. Thankfully searching in it was pretty simple, and it had many search fields one can search by. And sure enough, Ho-Oh was there. It had an image of it and everything. Serena and Lily became stunned by Ho-Oh's look, as I let it play its description. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokémon. Ho-Oh possesses 7 colored wings, and depending on the angle at which they are struck by light, it shines one of those 7 colors. This Pokémon is said to live at the foot of a rainbow, and a rainbow is created wherever it flies in the skies. If Ho-Oh appears before a group of trainers and leaves behind one of its rainbow wings, these feathers are said to bring eternal happiness to its bearers. Some also interpret this as a right to challenge Ho-Oh, as Ho-Oh deemed their bearers to be worthy, the Pokédex concluded. Wow, Serena uttered in shock, listening to the Pokédex's reading. So according to the Pokédex, did Ho-Oh just acknowledge you by giving one of its feathers? Are you one of those bearers it's referring to now? I did feel like this feather was aiming right at me, so I think so, I answered Lily, admiring the beauty of this feather. It was a lot more pretty up close than what it was shown in the games. It acted as if it had its own aura. Seeing this, a glint of light streaked across Serena's eyes and a look of happiness appeared in her eyes as she clasped her hands together. Wait a minute, if that's the case, does this mean a legendary Pokémon just acknowledged our relationship? It does say it'll bring us eternal happiness, Serena replied happily. Haha, that does seem to be the case. We'll always be together, Lily gently smiled. Well, for now, this feather won't do much to us, but it will play a role in the future. Maybe once I'm strong enough I can challenge Ho-Oh too, I replied with a smile as well. And as such, I'll put this feather away, and see if Gramps can look into it once we arrive at the Pokémon Center. Sounds good. We made it about halfway before that storm started. I'm sure we can make it to Vividian City before noon. We will see about that. I managed to spot a good first challenge for Rafe here not too far off. If my guess is right, there should be a rather strong Spearow there. Rafe? Lily asked with interest. New name for Squirtle. Short for Raphael. Pretty cool, no? I guess? Is that supposed to stand for something? Serena asked, just being confused over Squirtle's new name. Haha, it is, but I doubt you two would get it, I answered with a laugh. This isn't my old world anymore, so a certain group of mutant turtles don't exist here, I inwardly retorted. Anyway, can you two help me pack away the tent? Sure. Okay. As Serena and Lily started to go back inside, I soon got another weird feeling. It wasn't anything majestic as the feeling Ho-IH gave me a few moments ago. If anything, it was far from it. It was more disturbing, as if someone was peeping on you. It was strange, as I couldn't see anyone around us. Only the roaming Pokémon coming out to enjoy the sun and Vividian City far in the horizon north of us. I looked at a certain direction toward the city for a moment, which caused Serena to turn back at me. Itsuki. Get inside, quickly, I spoke out with a serious tone. Seeing that, Serena and Lily nodded their heads and quickly head back inside the tent with me following them. Thankfully, in situations like these, Teacher Hobbs did train me physically as well, so if something does happen, I can protect these two. Don't underestimate a butler just cause of their looks, haha. A/N, learning aura in future. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Vividian City. Oh? It looks like we've been spotted, Naya, a voice said, who could currently be seen wearing a pair of high-tech binoculars, looking outward onto the rolling hills. Seriously? Even though we can't see anyone? We need to make sure no outstanding figures enter Vividian City today, or else our mission tonight may get jeopardized, an older male voice said, who could be seen kneeling down in tall grass next to the other figure. We were informed there weren't going to be many travelers today too. Meowth, can you see if the people you see are trainers or not? A third more high-pitched voice spoke out, revealing it to be a female. It's hard to tell, Naya. Looks like it's only a group of 3 and they went back in their tent shortly after looking our way. I didn't see any Pokémon. A group of civilians, then? Quite gutsy of them to venture out into a route alone without a vehicle, the male voice said. The guy seems to be a bodyguard from looks of it, seeing how he's built. Might be guarding that pretty lady while the other is her friend Naya. I could have sworn I've seen that pretty lady on the news before, but they left too quickly before I could get a good look, the first voice said, revealing to be a Meowth that could talk the human tongue. I see. Meowth, do you see any other individuals on this route, or are we clear? All clear, James. Naya, Meowth said, revealing the second figure to be James. Good. Let us rendezvous at the north side. We'll continue our patrol. As long as it's clear, our plan tonight will go underway without a hitch, the third voice said, revealing the figure to be Jessie, who was also crouched down. Yes. The boss successfully integrated the shadow Pokémon into our Team Rocket thanks to that mission we accomplished in the past. Now we get to have a bit of fun. We'll set this Pokémon Center ablaze, Naya. Meowth grinned, putting away the binoculars. Let's go, James said, commanding the two. Ha, Naya, ha, Meowth and Jessie responded with a salute. If one looked closely as the 3 vanished into the shadows, they were indeed the Team Rocket trio. Yet they didn't appear to be the typical trio from the anime. They weren't wearing their B-rank white uniforms. Far from it. Both James and Jessie wore black A-rank uniforms. What separated these two from normal grunts were the white long-sleeve gloves and white boots they had on, containing a single red stripe. And if one looked closely at James's uniform, it appeared a bit different from Jessie's. His had a yellow stripe going around the top of his jacket, which further split into 2 yellow lines going around the red R in the middle. James's jacket was very similar to that of Petrol's. And Petrol was one of the Rocket executives. So what did that mean? It meant that James was also a fellow executive, only responding to Giovanni. Both Jessie and the Meowth are now direct subordinates to James, after the two found Meowth several years back. And it seemed Team Rocket underwent a makeover thanks to Myra B's visit so many years ago, and shadow Pokémon may be on the rise in regions outside of OR. As for me personally, I don't have any idea that such an event was happening before me. I did feel we were being observed at for several minutes. I couldn't tell who they were, but that feeling faded after that, so I could tell they were gone. And knowing we are coming to Vividian City, one thing was at the back of my mind. And with that feeling just now, one word came to mind: Team Rocket. I do not know how they are in this world. But it's possible we could cross paths. Until that happens, we will just blend in with the crowd. I'm no trouble magnet like Ash is, haha. Thankfully the Pokémon were resting inside the tent still, so even if we were observed, the ones who saw us don't know we are trainers. Realizing that, they probably left, since that feeling vanished not long after. As for Serena and Lily, a look of worry were in their eyes as they watched me near the entrance. Itsuki, is something wrong? You've been like that for a while, Lily asked with worry. It's nothing. Perhaps I was looking into it too much. Let's pack things up. All right. Itsuki, if there's ever something wrong, don't hesitate to speak up, okay? Serena also asked with worry. Haha, of course. Sorry for rushing you two in like that. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, Serena replied, and smiled. I saw her approach me, and gave me a quick kiss. Lily blushed a bit seeing this, and as Serena parted from me, Lily followed suit and also gave me a quick kiss. The three of us then got busy and packed away my tent, bringing us back into the open once more. I made sure enough time passed so we wouldn't get interfered with. By the time we set off, it was now 10 AM on January 8th. We would still probably make it in time to enjoy a late lunch. But before that, a flock of Spearow were calling my name. Let's see what Raphael can do. Asterisk. Do you want me to continue using Nile with Meowth's voice? It basically sets his accent lol. Chapter 34, Squirtle vs Spearow. Serena said, stretching out her body. Dusting her hands off a bit, she approached me. The tent could no longer be seen on the outside but in my hands. Lily also stretched her knees, letting out an audible crack. With a whoosh, the backpack I was carrying on me sucked in the tent. Man, this thing was very convenient. I was wondering why trainers never had issues traveling with lots of items. From my experiences here so far, the Pokémon world's technology was quite advanced compared to my past life. Stuff that was impossible there was easily possible here. Things easily took shape of what they used to look like there too, so it could easily be misinterpreted. As my backpack appeared to be a normal-looking traveling backpack. However, it wasn't just that. It had spatial pockets. As long as you can store the item in a decent size to fit it, the backpack will suck it right up. And in these 10 years, I was able to experience the technology growth one the leading corporations of this world, the Aether Foundation. But with that said, our tent could no longer be seen. Shall we head off? Let's go see if that group of Spearow is still nearby. Let's go. I want to see what your Squirtle can do. That's Rave. Haha, Serena replied with a laugh at my retort. Lily smiled and nodded. We had our first night in the wild, even though it is still Route 1. It was January 8th. After seeing Ho-Oh and making sure the coast was clear, we set off about 10 in the morning. We only had around 3 hours of walking distance between us and Vividian City. We could already see Vividian City on the horizon, and if we make good time, we could have a late lunch there before we check in at the Pokémon Center. Feeling confident, we set off once again, largely ignoring the rolling hills with cliffs off to the left side. The main path was big winding road that went all the way left then to the right, before it made its way back into the middle, leading into Vividian City. I guess if I had one complaint about this route, it was exactly that windy road. An hour into our walking, we left the rolling hills behind us and we encountered several trees. It wasn't anything massive compared to Vividian Forest though, but once we arrived, the grass started to get thicker. We've left behind the Spearow and Rattata territory. More Bellsprout appeared here, but more importantly, we started to come across some Spearow. And there was a certain bossy Spearow I was getting an itch to have a battle with. But the main question is, where the heck could I find this guy? It is a shame, but from what I could see on the Pokédex features, there wasn't anything like the Dex NAV or item finder functions, to where we could hunt specific Pokémon or items down. All the Pokédex did was generalize their habitat, letting us know where a Pokémon could generally be found. And these several amounts of trees before us was exactly the location of the Spearow nests. However, I am not like Ash, who would get worked over for not catching a single Pokémon, only to throw a rock at the next Pokémon they come across only for it to lash out at him in anger. And boy did Ash choose the wrong target that time. He not only called out the leader, but the whole flock too, including several Fearow to chase him, effectively running through this whole string of trees and fleeing away on Misty's bike. But we aren't in that situation, thankfully. We could approach this area normally. As our feet shuffled through the tall grass that slowly reached past our ankles, we heard some movement in the grass. Shake. Rustle. Spear, a voice called out. In the next moment, a small figure emerged, tilting its head out and turned toward us. Spearow then flipped its wings. Spearow, Spearow yelled out, taking flight. It flapped its wings strongly at us, creating a strong gust of wind. It launched right at us, causing Serena to yell out in surprise. Ah! As for Lily, she tried to hang onto her clothes as its strong gust went past us. Before we realized it, Spearow fled. So my first Pokémon encounter, I couldn't even approach it and it fled on me, Well, first as in my first encounter since my journey started. I have encountered plenty of wild Pokémon during my stay in Alola. I wouldn't get scared so easily just by this. Serena, Lily, quickly, we need to go after Spearow. It seems to be flying further in, so we may find our target. Be mindful of your footsteps too. Okay, alright, the two acknowledged, getting their bearings. We then proceeded further inside, and the trees started to get thicker. Surprisingly, this was close to the main path, and further beyond these trees was the opening that led to a grassy field. We couldn't see well from here, but beyond that field, the main path connected to Viridian City. Looking upward, the Spearow flew fast, causing other Spearow to join it. Rustling sounds grew louder, and this led us to veer off the path a bit, heading off the right. Before long, a single tree appeared surrounded by thick grass and several other trees in a ring pattern. The several Spearow flew into the big tree and hid away from sight. Guess that's their nest, hey? This makes it perfect. I signaled Serena and Lily to stop, which they already did, seeing we've arrived here. We could feel many stares now, assuming there were many Spearow now lurking. Come on out, Rafe. Let's gain the advantage. Flush him out with water gun. Aim for the top of the tree, giving out my first move, I toss Raphael's Pokeball. Squirtle. Squirtle came out in the air, and while still midair, Squirtle acknowledged me and gathered water energy inside his mouth. After a moment, a large rush of water escaped from Squirtle's mouth at a fast pace. It found its target, and struck the tree. It caused the tree to shake, dropping down several berries in the process. Looks like this was a berry tree. I could see why Spearow would make their nest here. They could monopolize most of the berries around here by doing so. And just with that single water gun, woke up a rowdy bunch. Spear, Spearow, several voices echoed around us. We could even hear a Fearow or two. The berry tree caused several rustle sounds while a single shadow quickly rushed out of it. Spearow, the one Spearow yelled out in anger. It was quickly able to locate Squirtle. The other members of its flock held off, seeing their leader take action, which I presume was in front of us now. I didn't decide to mince words with it, since if I said anything this Spearow would just ignore me. Let's not waste time. Rafe, blast it again with water gun. Squirtle, Squirtle yelled out. Another rush of water came from his mouth at a fast pace. Seeing this rush of water rush at it, the Spearow quickly took action. Spear, Spearow yelled out, raising its wings. It started to glow white, which caused me to get surprised. Steel wing, I asked to myself, though that thought was quickly dispersed. The wind suddenly got knocked up around Spearow as it yelled out again. Tailwind, I uttered to myself. Serena and Lily retreated away, seeing the battle start to unfold. I had already entered battle so quickly, but that was the plan. Riding the tailwind, Spearow created as if it just entered aerial parkour, it was able to easily rotate and swerve around Squirtle's water gun. Squirtle tried its best to hit Spearow, but Spearow easily made its way closer to him. Even though it's only been a couple moments, I'm liking this Spearow more and more. It's fast. I know it's Rafe's first battle, so let's see if he can hold up to a good opponent, I thought to myself. If Squirtle played it defensive here, his shell would take a pretty strong impact, seeing Spearow's speed increasing. Squirtle, hide in your shell and try to counter Spearow's speed with Aqua Jet, I yelled out. Squirtle, acknowledging me, Squirtle just had enough time to plop back inside his shell when he touched the ground. His shell started to spin. Gushes of water started pouring out of his shell sockets while his body hid away. It actually acted very similar to Squirtle using Hydro Pump. But instead of the gushes of water extending further outward, Squirtle started to rotate, letting the water wrap around his shell. He became a geyser himself and shot in the air, aiming right at the maneuvering Spearow. During the air his rotation stopped after the water around Squirtle was spinning fast enough. Aquajet was a priority move in the games, so it often acts first before another Pokémon could move. And the same could be seen here. Spearow actually couldn't react quickly enough and swerve away with the tailwind before Squirtle collided head-on with it. Boom! Ooh! The attack connected, Serena said excitedly, watching the ongoing fast-paced battle. As a result, when Spearow hit its head with Rafus shell head-on, it caused a loud boom to echo, knocking up a bunch of dust. Boom! Immediately after, a shadow swiftly fell to the ground, hard. Likely as a result of two fast frictions colliding each other. I could see Rafe fall down too, but he was able to pop out, and land on his feet. Squirtle, Squirtle said, seeing his attack connect. As for Spearow, it regained itself before long, but some damage could be seen on its body. This obviously angered the Spearow and it yelled out, almost starting to glow red. Spearow, Spearow yelled out in anger. I could see its body get enveloped in a fierce aura. We could hear several rustling noises all around us, but the other Pokémon didn't take action. Don't tell me, I uttered again. Is Spearow using rage, seeing its body envelope in anger? Rage worked in mysterious ways and can be quite powerful if played right. Since Squirtle caused physical contact with such damage, Spearow may power up quite a bit from this. Rafe, let's end this before Spearow can finish its next move. Use water gun and create a slide in front of you. Use the gliding speed to hit it with a fast tackle. Squirtle, Raphael yelled out. A stream of water escaped from his mouth, gushing out in front. The grass got easily soaked, making it easy for Raphael to glide on it. With enough movement his speed increased, and he engaged a tackle. Spear, Spearow yelled out. Flapping a bit, Spearow's wings actually started to glow red. Red? Red wings, Lily uttered in confusion. Rafe, use another stream of water gun and swerve off to the side, and hit Spearow from the back. Squirtle, Squirtle yelled out, unleashing another water gun. A new path unfolded before him. As it did, we felt the temperature rise on the air. Spearow, Spearow yelled out, furiously flapping its wings. As it did, the air started to spark and suddenly ignited in flames. Seeing this, Serena's eyes turned wide in surprise as well. Is that heat wave? Serena yelled out. Thankfully Raphael was able to dodge the incoming fire in time. Seeing its attack miss, Spearow looked around, but it was too late. Or should I say, he was too slow? Raphael successfully used the water and propelled him forward, unleashing a nasty tackle. Another loud boom echoed around us. Bang! Spearow's figure was sent flying a bit. Squirtle was able to use the tailwind to help him too, and it petered out as he did. Spearow's body crashed not so far away. I could feel many eyes on me still, but I ignored them. Rafe, do you need to use life dew? I asked Rafe as he firmly landed back on the ground. Squirtle replied me, denying it. He then walked back to me and waited. Good. You did well for your first battle. Being selected by the league sure created a good result so far, I smiled back at him. Squirtle happily replied. As for Spearow, it was in pretty bad shape now. The heatwave from earlier seemed to have caused SE backfire as Squirtle hit it directly into the line of fire. Some of its feathers could be singed now, on top of its damaged body. Spearow tried to stand up on its legs, but struggled. All of a sudden, Spearow was struck with a flash of red energy, halting its movement. Pain appeared in its eyes. Spearow called out. Seeing this, I hesitated for a moment, before deciding to approach it. Spearow saw me approach and glared at me. Spear, it said, as if it told me to not come closer to it. I didn't, which caused it to look at me. Instead I spoke out to Spearow. Spearow, that was a good match. It's clear you can't continue. I've seen what you can do and not many Spearow can do what you do. Your growth will be limited if you remain cooped up here. I plan to journey amongst the strongest trainers of the world. You want to be strong, don't you? Revealing a bit of myself to Spearow, I asked him that. Spearow remained silent as it listened to me. Spearow answered with determination. Then join me. The road may be long, but I can let you grow stronger. You will be among the first Pokémon I catch. Saying that, Spearow turned quiet again as it looked at me. I saw it regain a bit of energy, only for it to struggle to stand up. Surprisingly, it turned around. I was half expecting it to fly away as I saw this, but it didn't. Instead, Spearow let out a loud yell, directing its voice to the large berry tree. Spearow, Spearow yelled out, as if it was calling out to the others. All of a sudden, we all saw the tree shake for a while before several shadows flew upward, landing on several of its visible tree branches. Many Spearow and Fearow could be seen now, looking down at the Spearow not too far from me. I could even see a couple shiny variants among that flock, but I wouldn't want to take any chances seeing this many. I then saw Spearow slowly turn back to me and spoke out. Spearow said with determination. I did not see it back away to rejoin its flock. Seeing this, I smiled. You won't regret this moment, Spearow, I said. With a smile. Reaching into my pocket, I grabbed a Pokeball. Thankfully Professor Oak gave me some to start my journey, just as any other trainer would receive. But once a trainer ran out, it was up to them to purchase more. I tossed my Pokeball, letting it hit Spearow. It did not resist and got sucked into it. The Pokeball landed on the ground and started its capture. Wiggle. 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 Ding. Asterisk. How did you guys like the battle? Next stop, registering for the Kanto conference. Maybe Itsuki will meet a certain redhead tomboy along the way? Don't forget to drop your power stones. We were able to reach 500. Chapter 35, Arrival. Spearow's nickname? Let's just say Spearow is quite high on the pecking order. Okay, I'll take my leave. Fearow, one of the Fearow yelled out, as if it was calling out to us. As I went to go retrieve Spearow's Pokeball, one of the Fearow swooped down, and I saw it coming. As it got closer, I could actually see it carry a couple things inside its beak. This surprised me. I didn't feel any battle intent coming from this Fearow, so I just stood there, waiting for it to come. Serena and Lily were worried seeing this, but they also didn't do anything. After a meeting of wings flapping, Fearow arrived before me. It had a good look at me before it opened its mouth, letting the contents drop. I quickly opened my hand, letting the items fall onto it and caught it. One item appeared to be a sky blue CD disc of sorts, and 2 yellow berries with red dot pattern in the shape of a peach. Is this for me? I asked, seeing these items. Fearow answered, as if it answered me. Thank you. I promise I will put these to good use and not let Spearow down, I said, smiling back at Fearow. Yet Fearow still didn't fly away, it shifted its eyes, only for them to land on my spare hand. Seeing Fearow's eyes remain on my hand, I decided to reach it out. After extending it, I actually saw Fearow nestle its head against my hand for a moment, which gave me another surprise. However, that moment ended quickly as it came. With a strong flap of its wings, a blast of air went our way. I made sure not to drop Spearow's Pokeball nor the items given to me. This blast of air reached Serena and Lily too, but they were able to hold on. Fearow yelled out, letting its voice travel back to the berry tree. This earned a chorus from the other Spearow and Fearow, which caused loud rustling to echo around us. Getting blasted by another burst of air, Serena, Lily, and I suddenly saw all of them take off, flying into the skies, vanishing from sight. Seeing all of this happen was quite breathtaking. We marveled at this. Perhaps they were sending Spearow off? I did get the vibe that it was similar of a parent sending their child off. Wait, was the Fearow that approached me the parent of the Spearow I just caught? But before I could speculate further, we were left alone and the trees around us turned quiet. The atmosphere turned solemn. Wow, Serena said, still surprised. I wasn't expecting to come across something like this so early. Being on a journey can certainly has its wonders, haha, Lily also replied. I finally turned around, looking at Serena and Lily and nodded. Right? Breaking off the main path to come to the Spearow's nest only to witness that could indeed be called a wonder. But I hate to call it short, but seeing these berries, I need to something really quick. Spearow was injured quite a bit, I said with a serious tone. Serena and Lily nodded, letting me proceed with what I was about to do next. Rafe, you did well, so get a good rest. Spearow, come on out, I said. Squirtle replied happily. He was then sucked in by a red beam, and returned. As for Spearow, the moment it appeared it tried to flap its wings, but a wave of pain struck its senses, causing it to limp onto one of its legs. Spearow called out, obviously in pain. Seeing this, I acted quickly and knelt down next to it. It's okay, Spearow. One of the Fearow gave me this to heal your wounds. Are you able to eat it? As I said that, Spearow looked at me while I laid one of the 2 fruits berries before him. They were actually citrus berries. And among the healing properties of berries, citrus berries was quite high on healing external wounds. But if a Pokémon received any internal wounds, they would need to get taken to a Pokémon Center as soon as possible. Seeing the citrus berry in front of it, Spearow's eyes lit up. With a struggle, Spearow started to peck at it. The further it ate, a healing aura appeared around its body. Spearow's feathers also gradually returned back to normal. Looks like Spearow was hungry too, as it quickly ate the citrus berry all up. Seeing this, Serena giggled. Looks like Spearow was quite hungry despite being injured. Must have spent a lot of energy during battle. Spearow, Spearow yelled out happily, regaining some of its stamina as well. Looks like Spearow regained enough to where it can flap its wings. After checking its body, Spearow was able to take flight only for it to perch right on my shoulder. It nestled my head. I could feel its talons start to sink into my shoulder, but compared as to one might expect, I wasn't bothered by it. It actually didn't hurt at all. Haha, that seems to be the case. You good now, Spearow? Spearow said, answering me. Good. It will probably be best to hurry on over to the Pokémon Center, as that berry probably didn't heal all your wounds. But first, let me get a reading on you, I said. The 2 nodded as well, as that was probably our best course of action right now. I didn't want Spearow to get more injured along the way. With that thought, I took out my Pokédex, and scanned Spearow. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. Its short wings make Spearow inept at flying, but if it flaps its wings at high speed it can stay airborne. Spearow has a reckless nature which leads up to stand against others, even stronger Pokémon. Spearow is a very territorial Pokémon, and if Spearow's loud cry is heard all around, it is likely warning its flock for help. It is said this cry can be heard up to half a mile away. Gender, male. Level, 8. Moves, Peck, Growl, Leer, Steel Wing, Rage, Heatwave, Sunny Day, Tailwind. Ability, Sniper. 31 IVs in ATK, SPATK, SPD. Nature, Hasty, A/N, want me to start showing natures on screen or keep them off screen? Seeing the reading before us, I sucked in cold air, admiring the Spearow I just caught. Turns out it actually did know Sunny Day. I also know Spearow can learn Rain Dance, but seeing it have Heatwave that it showed off during battle, having Sunny Day makes more sense. You really are a good one, aren't you, Spearow? Spearow replied happily to my compliment. I then looked up to the sky and located the sun. It was approaching high noon. Seeing this, I spoke out to Spearow some more. Spearow, go take another rest, okay? We'll make sure you get checked in and healed up fully. It won't be long from now. Spearow acknowledged me. I opened his Pokeball, and recalled him. I then saw Serena and Lily and spoke out to them. We should get back on the road. It's approaching noon. We've had our fun here, so let's go enter the city. Okay. We shouldn't be much longer, Serena replied happily. Yes. I'm also curious as to the other item that Fearow gave you, Itsuki. It looks very similar to one of this technical machines, Lily asked with interest. Technical machine? What's that? Serena asked, confused. We hit the road again and I explained to them. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Technical machines are quite rare, and mysterious. It seems they spawn naturally over time and contain raw data of a Pokémon move. It translates the data directly into a Pokémon's memory as long as a Pokémon is compatible with it, resulting in learning a new move it hasn't learned before. I'm quite surprised that Fearow gave me one, but I assume Spearow here needs to undergo a rigorous training to learn it first. A/N, Pokémon can't just learn moves willy-nilly here. If one can use a trademark, they need to train and accept it first. Is that so? Do we know what the move is yet? Serena asked. Not yet. Analyzing TMS is what makes it fun. We won't know until I can get a proper reading on it. You're able to analyze TMS yourself, Itsuki. More or less. I've come to learn many things as a professor. I need to use equipment at a Pokémon Center to do so though, since I'm no longer at the Aether Foundation. Then it sounds like we need to get a move on, haha, Serena replied happily. Lily also nodded with a smile. And so, after walking another half hour or so, we finally reached a clearing and the trees ended. An open plain appeared before us and at the end of it stood the massive city, Vividian City. We were on the main road, and it looks like another hour of walking will do it. Serena got excited seeing Vividian City and started to run. I took Lily's hand and we tried to catch up to her. Time passed before we knew it, and we arrived at the south entrance. Though as we got there, I spotted Serena who was at a halt now, with a frown on her face. In front of her was a teal-haired woman wearing a blue officer's uniform. This was of course one of the famous Officer Jenny's. Officer Jenny became dazed for a moment as my towering figure towered over her thanks to my height. But she quickly snapped out of it and spoke out in a firm tone. Halt! Are you three by chance the three travelers we received a report on from Pallet Town that would be entering Vividian City from here? Officer Jenny spoke out. That does appear to be us. Is there a problem, officer? I asked Officer Jenny. We are currently undergoing mandatory identification checks for those requiring entry. Due to heightened criminal activity, we need to ensure the safety of the public. We apologize for any inconvenience. That sounds pretty serious. Did something happen? Thankfully not anything recently, but that's all I am allowed to say. Please present your ID or Pokédex and if it checks out you can go in. Hearing that, I turned silent for a moment which caused Officer Jenny to raise her eyebrow. I then pointed my thumb at Lily before answering. This won't matter much to Serena and I, but the identity of this woman to the right of me is a bit sensitive. Could I ensure her protection so that it won't get leaked? A sensitive resident, Officer Jenny asked in confusion. She then turned toward to Lily, getting a good look at her. Now that I see it closely, you do look pretty familiar. You as well, Officer Jenny replied, looking back at me too. Very well, this request is something we typically do from our side instead of the other way around. As one of the Officer Jennies, I'll make sure of that. Thank you. Here you go, I responded with a nod, handing over my Pokédex. Serena followed suit with hers as Lily presented her ID card. Officer Jenny swiftly returned Serena's. But as she scanned mine, her eyes turned wide. So it really is the little professor. Are you starting your journey by chance? Officer Jenny asked me, giving me back my Pokédex. Haha, of course. We just left a day ago. We got caught up in that storm, otherwise we would have arrived yesterday. That makes sense. We couldn't do much yesterday. Thankfully the storm passed. You're good to go, you two, Officer Jenny said with a nod. We nodded and saw she start Lily's card next. The moment it scanned into her system, her eyes almost popped out of her sockets. This is the daughter of the Aether Foundation, Officer Jenny yelled out in surprise. As for me, I only smiled back her. Lily did the same and kept quiet. Not seeing any response, Officer Jenny quickly cooled down and handed Lily back her card. You check out as well, Miss Lily. I apologize for my sudden outburst. You all may go into Vividian City. Welcome. Thank you. We will take off then. As we left to head inside, we left behind a dazed Officer Jenny. Serena giggled as we vanished from sight. Hehe, I didn't think Lily's name would appear that high up. Guess we'll be seeing a lot of those reactions from here on, Serena smiled. I'm used to it by now so it doesn't really bother me. Let's go to the Pokémon Center so we can get our Pokémon checked. Yeah, I replied to the two. Seeing the massive city before us, we slowly made our way to the Pokémon Center. It was time to register for the Kanto League. Asterisk. Serena has no fancy title, daughter of Kalos's #1 Pokémon rider sounds lame lol. Chapter 36, Registering. Scyther, Butterfree, or Pinsir. Asterisk. A bustling city arrived before us. Many streets along with modern buildings and towers could be seen. It was pretty dense and packed with people doing about their daily business too. Seeing this, Serena got excited. And we arrived right in front of it. I could even see plenty of vehicles going down the road. It was big enough to contain 2 lanes on each side of the road. Several blocks down led to a big opening on the right. It was a bit hard to see from here, but a huge building with a red-like ball in its center could be seen. Folds could be seen arched over it in the back. It was just like an open Pokeball. It was easy to guess this was the Vividian City Pokémon Center. Yet after we arrived in the city and settled off to the right crosswalk of the main street, I almost tumbled over after hearing what she said next. So this is Vividian City. It definitely is a large city. The lines of shops don't end. This will be perfect for us to have a date later. After Serena said that, I received an urge to chop her head, so I did and gave her a retort. We've no time to go on a date right now, Serena. Besides, I think I spotted the Pokémon Center. It doesn't look too far away. Boo. I did say at a later time, didn't I? Going on a journey isn't all battles, you know. We need to see what each city and region has to offer. Haha, that is true. Gyms, training, sightseeing, special events, there's quite the different ways to spend our time. I personally should probably pay my respects to the Vividian Academy. Vividian Academy, isn't that where Gary, Ash, and Green went to school? Yet. I haven't been there yet since I've been away in Alola, so it'd be good to see it. Think we got a plan coming then. And besides, this date will be special. It will be our first date as a 3-person couple, so that in itself holds meaning. Our double date back in Pallet didn't count since you didn't start dating Lily till the last day. Even though Serena said that casually, Lily's cheeks still blushed a bit. A 3-person date, I guess you're right about that. It'll definitely be something to look forward to. Right? I want to buy Lily a couple swimsuits and a few pairs of panties. Serena, Lily tried to retort, only for her cheeks to turn more red. I also chuckled. And where do you plan to get the money to do that? Isn't that a silly question, Itsuki? You'll be the one paying, of course. You're our boyfriend after all. We'll see about that. Each of our families left us quite the fortune. Excluding Lily's, your mom may not look like it, but she's quite rich, isn't she? Yet. I don't really want to dip into those funds though, unless it becomes an emergency or for our daily necessities. I can see that. It's good you don't want to be too self-reliant on that. That's partly why I started to get my own earnings too. I have my own pool of money I can dip into. Haha, so just for this date we'll rely on you, okay? Besides, if it goes well we might reward you. Isn't that right, Lily? Serena said, winking at Lily. Let's just see what we can do first, okay, Lily retorted with a cute pout. And in the next moment I saw Serena shift her eyes downward, closely looking at my crotch. She gave me a playful smile, but then her demeanor returned to normal. Well, if Serena is looking to get in the mood later, I wouldn't mind that. Us 3 haven't done a whole lot since that night a few days ago, besides some cuddling and bathing together. I'll be looking forward to this date if she's already starting to plan it. We've about 11 months until the Indigo Plateau Conference, which is the official name for Kanto's league. Since we started in January, I think we can afford to have a few days of fun here in Vividian City. Might as well check out the gym too, since it's here. Trainers can't access this gym yet though, as it's actually the last gym to beat, not the first one. While Vividian City is the first city many come to, especially those who come from Pallet Town, it is also the last city of a person's journey. The reason being are the huge mountains cascading to the west of here. Some of its peaks could be seen covered with snow too. To the right of that, although it was concealed by the vast mountain range, was the Victory Road mountain path that split into Mount Silver off to the left and the Kanto League to the north. Mount Silver and the Kanto League, I uttered softly, feeling aspirations swell inside me. Itsuki, Lily asked, calming down a bit, seeing me stay quiet for a moment. We'll be coming back here once our journey is coming to a close in Kanto. But I think we can afford to spend a few days here and have some fun and enjoy some restaurants. We can do some shopping too. However, for now, I need to take Jack to the Pokémon to get him healed up. We also need to register for the league, I said with a resolute tone. Serena and Lily became happy hearing that. Lily also tilted her head a bit, appearing confused. Jack? Is that the Spearow you just caught? It is. Named him Jack on the way here, I grinned. Is that supposed to mean something again? Besides Amber, you're starting to give your Pokémon weird names, Serena retorted back at me. I proceeded to wrap my arm around her shoulder and we began to walk, blending into the ongoing crowd of people. You see, Serena my girl, you think that way because you aren't a cultured person, haha, I let out a laugh. Serena frowned and gave another retort. The heck is that supposed to mean? Are you teasing me again? Who knows, I retorted back with a vague reply. Hee, Lily giggled, seeing Serena and I behave like this. We slowly vanished into the coming and going of people. Along the way we spotted many restaurants and shops to venture into later. I could see Serena taking mental notes of where each shop was. I myself was keeping track of the restaurants. Lily just had her fun observing the busy atmosphere. We did go to some cities in Alola, so thankfully this busy life wasn't anything new to her. Actually, I could probably say she's far more used to it if we take it from her mother's perspective. She's currently one of the busiest businesswomen I've come to know. Roughly an hour passed as we enjoyed our walk before a huge building appeared before our eyes. The red sphere in the center was quite massive. It was as if a UFO had crashed diagonally, revealing its underside as a result of a crash. The only thing that seemed out of place was the automatic sliding doors at the very bottom of it, presumably the entrance. This is a weird-looking building, but I guess this is the Pokémon Center, Serena asked confused. Yep. Let's head on in. It's still daytime, so we probably got time to register today. Okay, Lily replied happily. The doors opened before us and we headed on in. Several trainers could be seen lazing about with their Pokémon here. Some new and a few veterans. They had a brief look at us before returning to their own business. We soon approached the counter, which had a nurse-like pink-haired woman. A Chansey could be seen beside her. Welcome to the Vividian City Pokémon Center. You three seem to be new faces. How may I help you today? The pink-haired woman asked. Of course, this was none other than one of the many Nurse Joy sisters. Officer Jenny's were all sisters as well. I've heard it's a man's dream to conquer all of these beauties, much like a certain pervert from Pewter City, but I'm not like that. Serena and Lily is enough for me. Maybe Cynthia too? I'm not sure if she's much of a romance girl. From the way she's been progressing, it looks like she a total battle junkie. I will have to find out for myself how she is now. It's been a couple years after all. She did exchange contact info with us before her own journey started, and since we finally started ours, perhaps it's a good time to get in touch with her again? With that thought, I spoke out to Nurse Joy. Indeed we are. We've come here for a couple things. We need to register, and can you please have a look at our Pokémon? 3 new trainers, is it? And you're saying you guys already caught some Pokémon? Don't you know that's a really risky thing to do? Nurse Joy responded, appearing worried. We do. We came from Pallet Town. I already obtained my Pokédex there while Serena got hers from another region. I do have a question though, can a trainer without a Pokédex become a trainer? So that's the situation. Not many trainers start from Pallet Town. You are definitely welcome to register for the Indigo League here. All I need to do is take your Pokédex. And to answer your question, yes. As long as the person provides sufficient ID and is not a criminal in our database, they are free to register too. Hearing this, Lily let out a sigh of relief. Itsuki, are you fine with me becoming a trainer myself even though I haven't received a Pokédex yet? Of course I am. It will be easier on us if all 3 of us are seen as trainers. And if I'm not mistaken, you're Nurse Joy, aren't you? Haha, I am. I'm one of my many sisters overseeing several regions. I will get you 3 registered in a jiffy, Nurse Joy replied with a smile. Thank you. Could you please keep Lily's registering a secret as well? We had Officer Jenny do the same when we arrived at the south entrance, I asked Nurse Joy. Hearing that, Nurse Joy looked at the blonde-haired girl beside me. Is this person's identification sensitive? Nurse Joy asked, raising her eyebrows. It is. Itsuki's is as well, but not as much as mine is, Lily replied with a nod. I see. I can mark it as so, but just know you can still be seen by the Elite Four. Will that be fine? Yes. Thank you very much, Lily answered with a smile. Very well. And where have heard that name Itsuki before? Nurse Joy asked as she took our IDs. I just gave her a playful smile. After a couple moments of typing on her computer beside her, I saw her eyes turned wide as she entered our identification into the system. No wonder why it sounded so familiar. It's nice to see you, Professor. And a member of the Aether Foundation is beside you. I can see why you want to stay quiet on this. A/N, should I have others call Itsuki Professor Little for those that know him as a professor? LOL. Right? Thank you for doing so, Nurse Joy. All done. Here are your IDs back, Nurse Joy replied, handing them back. I then saw her shift downward, only to see her bring out 6 medium-sized black boxes upholstered with black leather on the inside. Inside of it a single separator could be seen, along with 4 empty slots on each end in special shapes. One appeared to be the shape of a boulder. One appeared to be the shape of a drop of water. One appeared to be the shape of the sun. One appeared to be in the shape of a flower wreath. One appeared to be in the shape of a heart. One appeared to be in the shape of a button. One appeared to be in the shape of a flame. One appeared to be in the shape of a leaf. 8 empty slots meant for 8 badges to obtain by defeating the 8 Kanto gyms. Only then would one be granted access to participate in the Indigo League. After hearing this short summary from Nurse Joy, she presented our badge cases. And these will be your badge cases. Please be careful not to lose them. Once all 8 badges have been obtained, you can contact one of us to present it so we can register you. Thank you. Will you be good looking at our Pokémon now? Of course. Please set them on these, Nurse Joy replied, only to pull out a couple of trays specifically designed to hold Pokeballs. She was surprised to see us bring out 6 total Pokémon, but happily carried out her duty as Nurse Joy. I did tell her Spearow should have a look at first as it was still injured, even though I was able to heal some with that citrus berry. She took my words, letting Chansey do her thing. Our Pokeballs vanished from sight. I will let you know when your Pokémon are all ready. Do you 3 have anything else for me? I did hear you guys rent out room to trainers who are staying overnight. You heard right. It's only exclusive to trainers. We don't have any suite rooms either, so please bear that in mind. That's fine with us, otherwise we would have stayed at a fancy hotel here. We only need 1 room. Are you sure? It'll be quite cramped with 3 people. We're fine with that, Nurse Joy, Serena replied happily. Very well. Any messes you make, please be sure to clean up after yourself, okay? Haha, got it. I'm also looking to make a couple of calls. Are your phones free? I also asked. They sure are. We got some on both the left and right walls, do feel free to pick one. Also take this, it's your room key for the duration of your stay. Go up to the 2nd floor and your room will be the farthest one on the left. After Nurse Joy said that, we thanked her and received our door key. And just like that, we settled into our room. After another hour or so, Nurse Joy gave us back our Pokémon back in full health. It was now about 3 in the afternoon on January 8th. We were pretty hungry by this point as we didn't get lunch yet, but before that, we had a couple calls to make. Asterisk. Possible short lemon scene incoming. Skip and jump into Vividian Forest? Or show. It will be that classic shop and dine date staying at a hotel after scene, in which the hotel will be Pokémon Center. Let me know. Chapter 37, Detective. That last question is a trick question. The correct answer, all 3. And maybe a couple more. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Click. All of a sudden, the call connecting to the other end connected, and an image appeared before us. We could be seen sitting in 3 chairs in the left walk of the Pokémon Center now. After we settled into our room, we went back down to the 1st floor, only to see the place was quiet now. As such, it was a good time to make a call or 2 with the center's PCS. We arrived at one on the left wall, which overlooked the main street in Viridian City, and I out in one of the numbers I knew. And now, it connected and an image on the screen appeared before us. What appeared on the screen was a rather old-looking white-haired man wearing a lab coat, seated at his desk. In front of him was a box of pizza with several toppings on it. Oh boy, anchovy, spinach, and pineapple pizza. You will soon be mine. The white-haired man said happily. Pfft, Serena giggled, seeing this. The man was Professor Oak, of course. The moment he heard Serena giggle as we saw him pick up his first slice of pizza to eat, he reacted and fumbled around with it. Ah, Professor Oak exclaimed, letting his slice of pizza fall face first back down onto his plate. Just great. The first slice is ruined at, realizing the source of the voice, we saw Professor Oak blink for a moment. He then turned his chair around, only to see his monitor active, with us 3 on it. Ooh. Well, if it isn't Itsuki. Haha, sorry about that just now, I just had a pizza arrive not too long ago. Looks like you 3 made it to the Viridian Pokémon Center then. Hey, Gramps. We did indeed. Had to stay a night on a Route 1 though. We decided to not chance that storm. It's only been a couple days, but it's good to see you again, Professor, Serena greeted happily. Hello, Professor, Lily also greeted with a smile. That was a pretty rough storm if I do say so myself. As long as you made it, it's all good. Were you able to register for the league? Sure did, I replied with a smile too. We then brought out our badge cases and each showed him the empty 8 slots. We saw Professor Oak raise his eyebrow, seeing 3 cases instead of 1. So all 3 of you decided to become trainers? It makes sense for Serena since she graduated trainer school but didn't partake in caretaking classes instead. I did recommend you just in case, but I didn't think Nurse Joy would approve of you. Perhaps because I showed Nurse Joy my background. I did take some trainer classes on the side too, so maybe that helped. But I do thank you, Professor, for recommending me. Are you going to take the gym challenges alongside Itsuki and Serena? That, I'm not sure. I am currently a trainer in name only, but I'm starting to think otherwise. After a moment in silence, I spoke out to Lily. I think you should give it a try, Lily. Just looking after Pokémon isn't the only way to care for them. Training and battling lets them experience growth naturally. You'll be able to get close with them that way too, I said to her. Professor Oak nodded in confirmation. It's as Itsuki says, Lily. I think experiencing gym battles will help your growth too, not only just with you and your Pokémon. It will let you experience many interactions with other people. Not to mention they're really exciting, haha, Professor Oak responded with a laugh. I can definitely attest to that. Watching Itsuki battle and catch that Spearow was really fun to watch, Serena replied. Yeah. I enjoyed it too. If you guys think I should, maybe it's not such a bad idea, Lily nodded with a firm tone. Ho ho, well, I wish you 3 best of luck. You guys can contact me again once you get the Boulder badge. A pizza is waiting for me. Ha, will do. But before you go, can you have a look at one thing for me, Gramps? Oh? What would that be? I saw the Spearow you registered was quite a find. Did you encounter something else? Kind of, I began to say, only to reach into one of my pockets of my bag. I then felt the feather Ho-Oh presented me. We sure did. We saw a really big beautiful bird pass by over a giant rainbow after the storm broke in the morning. It looked really similar to one of the 3 birds on the mural behind us. Ho ho, those are the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. You're not your mother, Itsuki, so I doubt you saw one of those 3, Professor Oak started to say, only for his eyes to turn wide the moment I brought out the rainbow wing. Itsuki, that can't be what I think it is, can it? Professor Oak asked. It is a rainbow wing, yes, I answered bluntly, with a grin. So you're really saying you encountered the ruler of the skies, that Ho-Oh? That's exactly what we are saying, Gramps. Ha, just hearing that strange laughter from earlier and now this. Itsuki, have you shown anyone else? He must be referring to Mew, I inwardly said. I shook my head no, answering his question. No. To be honest, I was thinking of sending this wing to you to research. Ho ho, I'm flattered for you to say so, Itsuki, but no need. I know well of what it does already. And seeing you have it, have you looked it up too? Yeah, we did. Are you saying there's no need to go further into this? Nope. Ho-Oh chose you. It is said as long as one is of pure heart, it will give you eternal happiness. Not to mention the wing gives you recognition. You may get to challenge Ho-Oh in the future. There are rumors of those who keep the wing on their person grants them good luck too, so if anything you should always have it on you. There was such a thing, I asked, raising my eyebrows. Well, rumors are still rumors, but I must be going now. It was great talking to you 3. You know when to talk to me again. Take care, Professor, Serena replied. With a clicking sound, the monitor turned off. I then let out a sigh. Ha, guess I was worried for nothing then. Well, it's good knowing the professor was able to confirm it with his own words. And he said it might even bring us good luck, so keep it in your pocket or something, okay? Sure, I replied gently. That was a good call though. I do think I'll give the gym challenges a proper go after all. But I didn't get a starter Pokémon, so I need to decide who to catch first. We'll come across that once you're ready to do so. I always like to go with favorable matchups or a good variety moveset. Yep. But that isn't the only call we are making, right? We need to call Cynthia too. We've had our fair share of calls with her over the years, but not recently. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Me too. Now that she is champion of Sinnoh, I wonder where she will currently be. I hope she's taking breaks since being a champion must put a lot of stress on her. I'm sure she is doing just fine. Let's make the call. As I inputted Cynthia's private number into the screen to connect the call, it started to ring. Meanwhile, Deep within one of the back streets near Vividian Gym, 3 figures soon emerged into the shadows of an alley. Everything has been planted, James Naya. At midnight tonight, we will go into action. Good. Make sure you protect the switch. Aye Naya. Are you by chance referring to this switch right here? A different voice said, speaking out to them. What? Meowth spoke out in shock, only to fumble over his body, unable to find the switch he was referring to just now. James, the switch is gone Naya. Impossible. It was just on you, James started to say, only for the sound of breaking metal struck their ears. Catcha. All of a sudden, a foot stomped down on the switch they spoke of, and it broke into tiny pieces, rendering it useless. Who are you? Jessie finally asked. As she did, a 4th figure emerged from the shadows. He appeared to be a classic detective. He had a brown leather trench coat over some dark mahogany dress shirt and pants. He had brown hair as well. You guys don't need to know me. The gig's up Team Rocket. Come with us peacefully. We already disabled all your bombs at the Pokémon Center. You've nowhere else to run. Shit. Then that means our plan has failed. We can't afford to be captured now. Meowth, Jessie, retreat at once. Hearing the detective before him say that, James spoke out. He knew their plan was fooled, especially seeing him break the switch to the bombs before their very eyes that somehow magically appeared in his grasp. He wasn't sure how, but James knew not to mess with this detective. As such, he issued a prompt order to retreat, and the 3 vanished just as quickly as they arrived. Afterward, a couple more figures who also appeared to be detectives, arrived beside the first one. Are you sure it's wise for us to not go after them, Detective Looker? Yeah, the first detective said, who appeared to be called Detective Looker. He then reached into his pocket, only to bring out a cigarette and lit it up. After puffing out some smoke he continued to speak. That blue-haired fellow is not ordinary. He was able to make such a prompt retreat. It would be hard to chase him down like that. He likely figured out our whole squad was waiting to ambush the 3. Then what do we tell the Vividian officer Jenny? We failed to apprehend them, the detective beside Looker said worryingly. Haha, that may be true, but our mission was still a success. It seems Team Rocket was up to something. I can't believe they were about to do something that crazy. We can let her know the mission was successful. So we were at the right place at the right time, hey? Glad we made the decision to have our team tour Kanto. With the buzz happening in Sinnoh thanks to that new champion, there won't be any troubles there for a while. Yet. So we are spreading our wings. Might as well keep Kanto under our wraps during our stay here. Team Rocket is no joke. The Pokémon I've seen them using, be careful of them. They aren't right. Yes, Detective Looker. Shadow Pokémon, such an unpleasant name, Detective Looker uttered softly, only to let another puff of smoke. Let's head back to our office. Yes sir, the many detectives yelled out at once in the shadows beside Looker. The one beside him also nodded his head. As they started to return to where they came, the one beside Looker spoke out once more. By the way, according to Officer Jenny, it seems that bright upcoming professor just entered Vividian as well to start his journey. If I recall, Officer Jenny called him the little professor. The little professor, hey? He is quite the rare genius for him to become a professor at such a young age. I've seen him in the news recently. Perhaps Kanto will get lively this year if he is involved. However, we mustn't slack off on our duty either. Of course. And just like that, they vanished from sight. It appeared Team Rocket's plan to set fire to the Pokémon Center was thwarted this time, and I wouldn't even get a chance to know about this. As for me, I was still at the Pokémon Center, waiting for the other end to pick up. Just as I thought the call wasn't going to go though, it clicked. Asterisk. I'm planning 2 small lemon scenes and a date scene while the 3 are in Vividian City. It will then move on to Vividian Forest and Pewter City. Each gym they go to 2, planning 3 battles per gym if Serena and Lily partake in the league with Itsuki. It will give different perspectives, but I won't try to stretch it out. Itsuki planning to catch around 5 more mons before reaching Cerulean City. Expect the Lemon's next chapter. Chapter 38, Cynthia. Enjoy a POV from Cynthia. I don't use POV separators like other authors do, I find those disruptive for immersion. 1 of 2 lemons. This one is more fluff. Second one next chapter will have a bit of action. Date will be next chapter followed by second short lemon scene. Vividian Forest after. Don't forget to drop those power stones. In the games, 1 Poke dollar is equivalent to 1 yen, which is 1 cent in USD. However, for this fanfic, it will be treated as 1 Poke dollar equals $1 USD. Asterisk. Unova Region, Undella Town, Beachside Resort, January 8, nighttime. Undella Town within the Unova region could be said to be one of the richest towns of that region. It was home to many fancy resorts that overlooked Undella Bay and the sea. Any one of these villas could range from 5 to 10 million Poke dollars and upward. Most of people who owned these kept these villas as a second home, and they would come here to relax. One such villa sported a red tile roof and beige walls. It was the frontmost house among the several villas that could be seen. A long steep staircase could be seen at the front of the house, which extended down to the long sandy beach below. Undella Town was situated at the eastmost side of the region too. A huge glacier mountain separated it from other parts of the region, which made it one of the last stops to enjoy some time for relaxation before Unova trainers would scale up Victory Road and challenge the league. However, with that said, most of the facilities here are rather expensive, as it is a beach town. Most trainers would just ignore them, directly heading toward its beaches for some fun. And the red tile villa was the first villa in line to overlook this huge resort area. This villa was recently bought by a famous trainer who has been all over the news recently, as one of the youngest champion to date in Sinnoh. She became champion at age 18. This was none other than Cynthia's villa. A lone figure could currently be seen standing in her room with couple outfits laid over her bed. Inside was rather fancy too, with her villa, spanning 3 floors. The main bedroom was of course her room. A huge flat screen could be seen toward the middle next to a king-size bed. A bed stand next to her bed and a wooden desk off behind her, which housed a monitor and a phone. On the other side was a huge window that connected to a balcony that overlooked the sea. The figure herself could be seen rather tall, reaching about 6'1", but Itsuki still had the height advantage over her, being 6'5". As for Serena, she was currently at 5'7", while Lily was the shortest at 5'5". So whenever Lily cuddled with Itsuki, there was a clear difference in height. This figure was of course Cynthia. Her standard outfit that she always wears could be seen on the left, while a simple black 2-piece bikini could be seen on the right. As for herself, Cynthia could be seen standing next to the bed, looking at her bikini as if she was currently stuck on deciding something. With her eyes glued to 2 different options, she would often find herself taking a while to decide. But that was part of her charm. Cynthia could also be seen stark naked right now, wearing only nothing but a pair of black panties. Her breasts were in full view. Her size was a bit bigger than Serena's were actually, about 1 to 2 sizes bigger. And they were quite supple. Over these 10 years she had spent after that summer camp, she made several friends in different regions along her own journey, with the end result of her becoming the Sinnoh champion. She was now good friends with a rising star in Unova, one of the current Elite Four who went by the name Caitlin. She would often find herself playing with Caitlin along this beach. But for this vacation she was currently on, she decided to go by herself. Part of the reason was that she liked to partake in a secret activity she hadn't shown anyone as of yet. And that was to go night swimming, sometimes even without a bathing suit. That was why she was currently naked, to decide on whether tonight she would go out swimming with or without a bikini. Still, it's good to take breaks like these. It's been pretty challenging since I became champion, it's like working a full-time job. I can only be off so much in a year, Cynthia started to say. Either way, I've come a long way, so if I don't take time to enjoy moments like this, that won't be fun now, will it? Grandma was able to push me into such a direction, and thanks to Itsuki and the others, I was able to break free of my antisocial personality. It's been a couple years since we've last chatted, but according to that call I got from Professor Oak, it looks like Itsuki finally started his journey, Cynthia continued to say. Phew, I wonder how long it will take him to reach my level? It took me 2 years to become champion. I've only been in this seat for little over a year now, and I was able to defend the Valley Conference during my first year. It's over, so I've been on vacation. Undella Town is such a nice spot to relax, Cynthia laughed to herself as she covered her breasts with her arm. And in that latest conference, I issued him my own challenge. Really, it was thanks to him, Grandma and the others, that I could break out of that shell. The press is going crazy trying to find out who he is right now, but my guess is he probably won't enter the Sinnoh till another 2 to 3 years. My heart can wait however long Itsuki needs, but I have a feeling he's probably noticed that by now. Phew. I wonder how Serena and Lily are doing as well? From what Professor Oak said, it looks like those two are accompanying him too, Cynthia said, letting out another laugh. I do wish I could explore Kanto with them, but only having a few days to work with, coming to Unova to relax at my villa is the best thing I can do for now. I wonder if I should bring them here sometime just like I do with Caitlin, Cynthia asked herself. Cynthia shook that thought away for now, and looked down at her bikini on the bed. It's only approaching 10 p.m., so some may still be out and about. I think I should put it on today. I'll go swim tomorrow night without one at a later time than this. Finally deciding, Cynthia dropped her arm, which revealed her breasts once more. As she bent over, her butt extended out a bit. However, just as she went to grab her bikini, she heard a loud ringing behind her, coming from her PC. Ring ring ring. The noise didn't startle her, but it did surprise Cynthia. Oh? Not many people have my number, I wonder who would be calling? It's late as it is, so I doubt it's Caitlin. Could it be, Cynthia said, only for the ringing to continue. Turning around, she placed her bikini on the desk and looked at the ID of the caller. She smiled, only to see it was Itsuki who was calling her. Cynthia then realized she was still naked. Looking down at herself, she grinned. Looks like it is Itsuki. It should still be the afternoon in Kanto, so calling around this time makes sense. It's been a couple years since our last call. I should probably get dressed for this, but didn't he just become an adult? If Serena is with him now, I'm sure something probably happened. If he is aware of my heart too, it wouldn't hurt to show off a bit now, would it? Cynthia replied a grin. Making sure her breasts were covered, using her mouse, she accepted the call as she sat down in her chair. A clicking sound echoed in her room. Immediately after, a video appeared on her screen. Cynthia saw Itsuki, Serena, and Lily. Though the moment the three saw Cynthia naked sitting cross-legged in her chair, she saw Itsuki's eyes turn wide. Oh my, Serena replied, with a grin herself. Awawa, Lily replied with a fumble. Her cheeks turned red seeing Cynthia's breasts in open view, despite being covered with her arm. She immediately reached out her hand to cover my eyes. It seems we picked a wrong time to call you, Cynthia. It looks like you are currently changing, so shall we call you back in a few, I said while Lily covered my eyes with her hand. Phew, nonsense. I saw it was you calling, so I felt like teasing you a bit. I've been waiting, you know. Yeah, I know. It won't be long till we cross paths, Cynthia. My current agenda is to travel the regions in order, so Sinnoh will be our fourth stop. I hope you don't mind waiting till then. I don't. But you'll still have to climb your way up, let alone beat me. But if you do, I'm all yours. That's what you announced previously, right? Are you fine with being with someone like me? You helped me a lot more than you realize, Itsuki. It's only natural I would come to love you. And Lily, Serena, it sure has been a while. You two are getting cuter each passing day. Also, Lily, you can let go of your hands. It's okay for Itsuki to look. Hehe, Serena replied with a giggle. Are you sure, Cynthia? Yes. It'll only be for a little while anyway. Lily nodded, but her blush remained. She removed her hands and my sight returned. I saw Cynthia's beautiful figure with my own eyes this time. Still, you really are beautiful, Cynthia. By the way, where exactly are you? This doesn't look like Sinnoh. It's nighttime there already. Thank you, Itsuki. And so you could tell, hey? I'm currently on vacation after successfully defending my title for my first year as champion. I'm at Undella Town at my villa in Unova. I was about to go take a night dip before you guys gave me a call. Is that so? That actually sounds pretty fun. Glad you can take your break, I responded happily. That does sound like fun. And did you say you have a villa now? Serena replied with sparkles in her eyes. I do. I really should invite you here sometime. I bring Caitlin over on occasion, but that's mostly during the day. I go to her villa too sometimes. Caitlin. Yeah. She's part of the Unova Elite Four. Once you go to Unova you'll likely challenge her at some point. I see. It'll be a while till we reach that point though. You're now underway in Kanto, aren't you? We are. We just arrived in Vividian City. Our first stop from here is getting the Boulder Badge. Serena and Lily will also be partaking in this league too. You two are too? Cynthia asked, raising her eyebrows. Yup. I'm already looking to doing my first battle, Serena replied. Yes. After some thinking, I'll be partaking in it. I see. I wish you three the best of luck then. I may come visit Kanto once the Indigo Conference draws near. Haha, sounds good. Thank you, Cynthia. I ought to be going. Do you three need anything before I go swim? Actually there's one thing, Serena suddenly asked. Oh? What would that be? Well, I'm not sure how much you know already. You know I've been dating Itsuki for a couple years, I take it. Not too long ago, in fact just a couple nights ago, Itsuki, Lily and I became a three-person couple. So Itsuki is seeing Lily now too, Serena replied happily. I nodded my head to confirm her words. So that actually did end up happening. You three deserve it. Just don't get too crazy during your journey, Fufu. You'll be with us soon enough and we'll be one big family, Cynthia, Serena replied happily as well. Well, Itsuki needs to beat me first in battle. I will. Just you wait. I'll be waiting, Cynthia said in a serious tone, suddenly changing her demeanor. Lily remained silent with a blush on her face, but a look of determination appeared in her eyes, as did mine and Serena's. And with a click, the video call ended, and the screen turned off. Cynthia was no longer on screen. Chapter 39, A Bit of Fun. You guys know the drill. September is my busiest work month of the year. Expecting to put in a lot of OT in remaining 2 weeks. For anyone actually interested in my job, I process federal revenue, hence why the busiest month of the year is September for me, it's fiscal year close for US government. Will work on chapters when I can. Should return to normal in October, smiley face, in the meantime, power stones please? After Cynthia ended the call, she laid back in her chair, and revealed a gentle smile. So Itsuki developed a tan over the years, hey? And he's quite tall now too. Maybe even taller than me. Looks like Lily ended up following him after all. Such a lucky guy to be traveling along with those two beauties, Cynthia started to say. So if Itsuki beats me, will I be the third then? I am rather confident in my looks too, Cynthia continued. She then removed her arm, letting her breasts jiggle a bit. Now that I think about it, Serena and Lily are ladies now, Cynthia said, looking down at her own body. She then cusped her breasts with her hands. I think I got them beat in breast size from what I could see in the video call just now. I doubt they'll grow much more, and mine are getting big enough as it is. I wonder, does Itsuki like big boobs? Cynthia questioned herself with a grin. Meanwhile, back at Vividian City, Serena could be seen grinning at me. See? Told you Cynthia likes you. You need to get her before someone else does, Serena grinned at me, saying that. Haha, it is true her intention is clear. But I still need to uphold my end. I cannot underestimate her. You said you will travel the regions in order in that call with Cynthia. And did I hear that correctly, when you said we? Lily asked, wondering. Oops, looks like that was a slip of the tongue, but I don't mind telling you now. As you know, I have plans to travel every single region that we can get to. And after Kanto, it won't just be me. I want to bring you two along wherever I go, I said, smiling. As we were still seated, I reached out my hand and ruffled Lily's hair. Itsuki, Lily started to say, smiling back at me. She then let me caress her cheek with my hand, placing. As for Serena smiled as well and giggled. Hee, that's natural, isn't it? It's a big world out there and lots to explore. I would have brought you along even if you said no. Then you gotta make sure you don't fall behind me. Is that a challenge? Perhaps. Let's see if you can earn your first badge. You still need to catch your first Pokémon too, unless you think you'll enter your Froakie or Sapphire. I'm not too sure. Sapphire probably, but do leagues allow outside Pokémon or just ones found in their specific region? I do believe the leagues don't restrict Pokémon from other regions, since many have migrated over the years to other regions. Just like me and Snowy, Lily said, enjoying my hand still. There was that one trainer who used Pokémon from the Hone region back when Ash partook in the Silver Conference, wasn't there? He was clueless about what those Pokémon did, but we won't be. Well, by time Ash starts his journey he'll still be ignorant of the other regions, Hope he studied that in school, I retorted to myself. Well, still need to explore Vividian City to our heart's content. We've no more calls now, Serena replied happily. However, at the time Serena said that, we suddenly heard a loud grumbling sound. Serena's cheeks blushed seeing it came from her. Her stomach to be exact. I couldn't help but laugh. We did spend quite a bit of time settling in and chatting on the phone. We did arrive here on empty stomachs, so it's time we eat. I couldn't agree more, Lily said, agreeing with me. Why yeah, it's about time we eat. But about that. Is there another matter? I asked her. For some reason I started to smell a sweet aroma coming off of her. Did Serena actually wear perfume that I wasn't aware of? Not exactly, Serena, as her cheeks turned a darker red. We saw Serena bob her head up, only to look past us. She looked around at the first floor, and saw it was deserted now. Nurse Joy seemed to have vacated the front too, as it showed the back room was currently lit up. She then lowered her head and leaned. From the outside, it looked as if it was just Lily and I. Serena then released a hot breath and suddenly placed her hand on my crotch, rubbing it around a bit. This caused me to look down, and as I did she spoke out. Ever since you said you wanted to explore the world with us, I've been feeling hot. I want to feel you up, like now, Serena said teasingly. What about our meal? I replied with a retort, enjoying the sensation. I know how you feel too, Serena. It made me happy you said that, Itsuki. Maybe I want to do some feeling too, but we really ought to eat, Lily said. It was her turn to let out a stomach growl. Serena calmed down a bit and let out a laugh. We can save our date for tomorrow when we have the full day to use, Serena said, retracting her hand. She snuck in a kiss on my lips before she hastily stood up. Why don't we order some carry-out? I did see our room does have a bath with enough space for us three. I know, we can turn it into a bubble bath tonight, Serena suggested. I like that. Can we leave the food to you, Itsuki? You can pick up some soap for tonight and anything else for our trip into Vividian Forest too. I'm not sure how long we will be in there, but probably a few days at least, especially if we want to explore the inner region where those Scyther and Pinsir are, Lily said. She also stood back up. Works for me. I'll see you two in a bit. I'm already looking forward to tonight. Have to make use of the baths when we come across them. Better save your energy later, Itsuki, Serena said in a teasing tone again. We both had a pair of room keys Nurse Joy gave us earlier, so thankfully I could go out without needing to worry about getting back in. Serena dragged Lily upstairs and vanished from sight. I proceeded to stand up, and after tidying up the area, I exited the Pokémon Center. It was now around 4 p.m. now, and me going out like this will help me digest my thoughts. I started to walk the streets. The Pokemart wasn't too far away either. It was a rather densely packed city and I could still see several people out and about. My legs started to walk before I realized it. I did stand out a bit, but I soon vanished, looking at various restaurants along the way to the Pokemart. Meanwhile, as I was on the lookout for a good carry-out, back at the Pokémon Center, Serena and Lily unlocked the door to the room and closed it. It was a pretty simple layout with a single bed, a table in the middle with a TV across from it. Off to the side was the entrance into the bathroom, which had a toilet and a bathtub. It was big enough to fit 3 people, but overall the room was pretty compact. Not every Pokémon Center had rooms available for rest, but the one in Viridian City did. That didn't seem to bother the two though. After closing the door, Serena immediately went to go plop down on the bed face first, burying herself in the pillow. This confused Lily. I can't believe I just said that, geez, Serena said, trying to hide her embarrassment. Haha, but those were your feelings, weren't they? Have you calmed down a bit now? Lily asked, placing her things down on the table, and proceeded to sit down on the bed. Yes. But I meant what I said. I want to do some naughty things with you two tonight, Serena said, raising her head, revealing lightly blushed cheeks. And naughty things, won't we be intruding here? Lily also blushed as she said that. We just need to be careful. Besides, you're wanting to as well, right? I did say that. Is that why you wanted for us to have a bubble bath tonight too? That's right. We'll have some fun then. I know, why don't we give him a surprise when Itsuki returns with our food? A surprise? Like what? Off we go, Serena said with a giggle. She quickly approached Lily, only to grab onto her white sweater. With a single go, Serena lifted Lily's arms up as she raised her sweater, and removed it. Lily's white skin was revealed and her breasts bounced a bit, but was held by her bra. Serena, Lily tried to interject. This is just the start, Lily. So you're wearing a green bra today at? It suits you. We'll surprise Itsuki by being in nothing but our panties. We'll eat our food like that then immediately start the tub after. Will that excite him? Lily asked. It definitely will. He will walk in seeing his two girlfriends waiting for him wearing just panties. It will be quick to set the mood, hee. You're really looking forward to this, aren't you? Though I'm anticipating the same. See? Then let's continue. I'll have you take off my clothes next. Okay, Lily nodded. Serena then wrapped her arms around, and quickly undid her bra, revealing two small mounds. Serena then lowered hands, and found the zipper to Lily's white skirt and lowered the zipper. With a plop, Lily was just about naked, leaving only her green panties. You really do look nice in green, Serena complimented. Your skin appears so frail too, but it's really pretty. Thank you. But with white skin like this it just shows I've been a bit too sheltered. I'm sure with us being out and about that will change, just like how Itsuki developed a tan. And besides, your skin is super healthy. You're pretty too, Serena. Ah, you're cute, you know that? Itsuki lucked out getting a girlfriend like you. Hehe, well it really is thanks to mother I could enjoy those 10 years with him. I've kind of been stuck to him since. He didn't hesitate to keep in contact with you either. He can be quite persistent. Well, and it worked. See where we are now. Come, help me take mine off too. Okay, Lily happily replied. Lily proceeded to move her hands, helping untie the two black strings that tied around Serena's neck. The moment it did, Serena's black blouse came undone, and her boobs jiggled. She wore a red bra which Lily unhooked next. Lily could tell Serena's boobs were a bit bigger, but she ignored that and continued to pull down Serena's red skirt. Serena remained naked except in her panties which were also red. Yes, just like this. Hopefully Itsuki won't be much longer. I do have a question though, we do have a few options available, but what would you like to do to Itsuki? You used your breasts on his thing last time, so we should try something different. What I would like to do to him? I'm not sure, Lily pondered as the two entered more girl talk. They also made themselves comfortable on the bed. Why don't you try sucking it in like I did? That way you'll really get a good taste of his milk. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Just using my breasts alone left me dazed, Lily said with a shy tone. As they entered their girl talk, time flew by before they knew it and another hour passed, making it 5 p.m. They had turned on the TV as well, changing it to the news to see if anything was on. After that hour passed, Serena and Lily heard a knock on their door before the sound of a key was heard, and the door opened. Hey you two, I'm back with the food. Let's dig in. Asterisk. Bath and date next, then it's time to check out Vividian Forest. Chapter 40, A Bit of Fun, 2. After an hour or so of combing the streets, I walked enough to observe a few potential carry-out spots for food. I had walked enough to where I arrived near the Vividian gym to get a look at it. And sure enough, the gym took after its anime counterpart. It was in the same style before Ash had his battle at the gym, which resulting in the building getting completely crumbled apart. I could even see the two Spartan-like guards holding a spear in their hand. Their height was similar to mine. Though for some reason, the more I looked at the building, a familiar feeling spread within me. Dad did say he became a gym leader here for a brief period of time after Red beat him, taking over the champion's seat. But that didn't last long and the seat was left for another person to take, who we all came to learn of, Giovanni, who was the current head of Team Rocket. Was Giovanni currently here? If Giovanni was here taking in gym battles, had Mutuo been created yet? I did not know. Still, I found that feeling strange. It was at this time, unbeknownst to me, a wave of psychic energy burst forth from the gym, invisible to the naked eye. Who am I? A strange, disillusioned voice called out. The moment the psychic energy dispersed, the voice ended and the familiar feeling went away. This only lasted for a brief moment. I could only stare without blinking for a good moment, unsure of what just happened. Was that a voice just now? I uttered to myself. I looked around me, only to see passerbys going about their own ways, and didn't seem distracted by whatever happened just now. I could only shrug it off and do a U-turn, heading back toward the Pokémon Center. I had already picked up some things at the Pokemart for our trip into Vividian Forest, so now I just needed to pick up some food for tonight. It seems we'll be taking the day tomorrow for a date. After that we'll probably leave the city. As I picked out a couple of different restaurants, Mew could be seen having fun above the city, playing around with other bird Pokémon. When I reached the Vividian gym earlier, Mew saw the psychic energy burst forth, causing it to turn its attention to that. Mew tilted its head for a moment, and was able to locate me down below right near it. When it saw me leave Vividian gym, Mew stopped caring, and returned to what it was doing. Picking up the food, I saw several detectives casually walking the streets on the way back as if they had just finished their duty for the day. Seeing this interested me, and Vividian City wasn't well known to have detectives like these, but I could only continue on my path. Perhaps something happened that I wasn't aware of? These guys looked familiar too, reminding me of a certain detective that showed up in the later generations. Oh well, nothing happened to me on the way back, so I just ignored that for now. With food in hand, I saw Nurse Joy was back at her desk, tending to trainers requesting to heal their Pokémon. It got a bit more lively since I left, as it was dead then. Perhaps trainers were starting to return for the night ahead. I immediately went up to the second floor, heading all the way back, and found the door on the left. With my key in hand, a click resounded, and I opened the door. Hey you two, I'm back with the food. It's time to dig in, I began to say as I closed the door behind me. The moment I did, my eyes turned wide, almost causing the bags of food to fall onto the floor. I saw Serena and Little laying down on their bellies on the bed watching TV with nothing but panties on. They were pretty much naked. Ooh! Itsuki, you're back. The food smells delicious, Serena replied happily, looking at me. Welcome back, Itsuki. Did you have fun? Lily also welcomed me, having a light blush on her cheeks. Aren't you two getting a little bit too relaxed here? Come on, we were just having a bit of a girls' talk. Did you get the goods? If you mean the bubble soap for tonight, then yes, I simply answered with my own retort. I then walked to our table and set the bags down, and prepared to unbox our meals. I set the other bags containing soap and whatnot onto the floor. Serena smiled and got off the bed, which revealed her slender figure. I saw her boobs jiggle a bit. Lily followed suit and the two sat down at the table, with me sitting down after. Getting everything laid out, I spoke out. Are you two really going to eat like that? Of course. We're going to be having a bubble bath party right after, so what's the harm? Also, Lily wants to tell you something too. Oh? What would that be? I asked, looking at Lily. This caused her to fidget a bit before speaking. Serena, must I? You decided it yourself, didn't you? Why else did we have that talk earlier? I did, Itsuki, when we start after this, is it alright if I lick your thing before we hop into the tub? Just like how Serena did it last time, Lily asked with a stutter as her cheeks turned a deeper red. I didn't blink as I suddenly heard Lily ask that. But realizing her question, I nodded my head and smiled. Of course you can, Lily. But are you up for it? It can be a bit uncomfortable if you aren't prepared for that. Yeah, I want to taste you, Lily replied gently with a smile of her own. Then let's dig so we can get that party started, Serena said happily as she clasped her hands. Let's, I replied as Lily nodded her head. Time passed before we realized it and we scarfed our meals down. All three of us were pretty hungry since we hadn't eaten anything after packing up this morning. The food on the table vanished quickly into our stomachs. Feeling satisfied, we spent some more time happily chatting and seeing if anything was on the news. Other than what Officer Jenny reported to us, it seemed there wasn't anything special going on. We let the food settle down in our stomachs. After that, Serena urged me to strip me of my clothes, which I did. I sat down on the bed and Lily got down her knees. Serena did the same and Lily started to rub my member with her hand. I saw Serena guide her along. She was very clumsy at first trying to lick me with her mouth, but I got hard quickly and she got me to shoot my first load, letting a bunch of white liquid splatter all over her face. Lily became dazed after that. I had to carry her into the bathroom as Serena wiped her face off. She helped strip her too and we got the bubble bath going. Once Lily snapped out of her daze, she realized we were in the bathroom already. Knowing that, the two proceeded to wash my back and I was able to rinse of their bodies. In the meantime the bathtub was already foaming a lot of bubbles. Serena had a surprise for me when the three of us got into the tub. I was ready to blow another load and turns out Serena and Lily positioned themselves to where their crotches aligned with my shaft. It was very pleasurable to say the least as they moved their hips up and down. I was able to feel the walls inside their slits. My second load burst forth in no time, bringing us 3 bliss. I finally got to see Serena and Lily climax for the first time too. The last time prior to today, it was only me on the receiving end, but now, they had experienced it too. They did make sure not to insert my member yet either. Overall it went fantastic and we enjoyed playing with the bubbles the rest of the time in the tub. We then got out and got dressed for bed. The night passed before we realized it. It became January 10th after we spent a couple days in Vividian City. We had our fair share of fun exploring the city and making our goals for the Kanto region. We also had our date day too, and that was a blast. We now had our next destination in mind as we headed north of the city, preparing to leave. We were now on our way into Vividian Forest, where lots of bug Pokémon are waiting to be caught. Me personally, I myself am looking forward to catch a Weedle, a Scyther, and a Venonat. Serena is looking to catch a Pinsir and Lily is looking to catch a Butterfree. In high spirits and rested bodies, we entered the giant forest. Asterisk. I will detail how the lemons go, but I won't go into too much until Serena's and Lily's scene with Itsuki. Hence why I labeled these two as short lemons. Nothing too explicit until the deed actually happens later down in my story. Next stop, Vividian Forest. Chapter 41, Route 2. January 10th, 8 am, Vividian City North Exit. 3 figures could be seen at the north exit of Vividian City. There was also a police station stationed there monitoring the flow of people. They could currently be seen standing in line with a few others before them, waiting to enter Route 2. They appeared all packed and ready for another stretch of their journey. One of the 3 was a rather tall tan man with 2 girls by his side. Anticipation could be seen in their eyes. You two didn't miss anything, did you? Nope. We made sure of that. Exploring Vividian City was pretty fun. Thankfully we have that storage bag of yours so we don't need to lug it around. I can agree with that. This is the way to Route 2, right? I saw it's a pretty short route that leads into the Vividian Forest. That's where we will likely spend the most of our time, Lily asked. That's right. We actually do have another route that's currently open to us if you guys want to make a quick detour. Now that you mention it, I did see a path leading off to the west while we had our date. Doesn't that lead directly into the gate of the Kanto League? Serena asked as well. It does, but it also contains a rather short route, just like Route 2, which is Route 22. It has a few scattered bushes and trees off to the side of the road that leads to the gate of the league. Unless you are looking for a specific Pokémon, trainers usually skip it. I see. Then from the way you're wording that, we don't need enter Route 22. I don't think so. It's mostly home to some group of Mankey and Nidoran. I do think you should catch a Nidoran, Lily. We'll be able to encounter more of them on Route 2. If I am to partake in the gyms, I do need to start considering who I should start using. Pewter gym uses rock types, right? It does. You may have Snowy, but among our next encounters, Nidoran will do you well. Perhaps a grass type too if we find them in Vividian Forest. I see. And don't Nidoran have 2 different alterations? They do different things depending on its gender. Yet, if I would prefer one for you, it'd be a female Nidoran. They have a much lighter pale coat compared to the male counterpart. Got it. I'll be on the lookout for one. It's a good thing you gave us some Pokeballs to use. Right? I'll be on the lookout for once we enter the forest. I'm looking to catch a couple myself. Same here. We'll have some good training too. Hearing that, the 2 nodded at me. Before we knew it, the line advanced. We were next in line before Officer Jenny stopped us. Are you 3 looking to exit Vividian City? Officer Jenny asked. We are. We 3 are trainers looking to enter Vividian Forest. Trainers, hey? Quite a few have left for Vividian Forest today. Please pass me your IDs and I'll get you checked out. Here you go, I said, complying with her. Serena and Lily also passed theirs too. Officer Jenny showed a surprised look after finding out who we were. It seems this was a different Officer Jenny than from the south exit. Your IDs check out. Have a safe journey, Professor. Beware of knocking into trees while inside Vividian Forest. You may stir up a nest of Kakuna and get attacked by Weedle. I advise you 3 stay on the main path till you arrive at Pewter City. Thank you for the warning, Officer Jenny, Lily smiled. We also gave her a gesture and officially left Vividian City. We had entered Route 2 and the city slowly vanished behind us. Route 2 was pretty simplistic. It was a straight path and we could even see the building not too far away that led into Vividian Forest. Off to the right one could spot hills that got taller with more trees around. At the tip of that was a cave of sorts. This was known as Diglett's Cave, which was an underground system that connected all the way to Vermilion City. However, what our current target was the massive forest that was slowly approaching our view. As we got an hour or so into walking, we passed by a couple trainers along the way. The trip itself only will last around another 3 hours. Yet something came in to stop us. It wasn't a wiggle or a shake from the tall grass nearby, it actually came from the sky. A cute pink creature started to dart toward us at a fast pace. Feeling this, I turned up toward the sky. Serena and Lily became confused, but they too saw a figure in the sky zoom toward them. Mew, Mew yelled out happily, and arrived in front of me. It swerved around in circles for a bit, before it plopped onto my shoulder. I reached out my hand and placed it on Mew's head, rubbing it. Haha, it's good to see you, buddy. Have you been having fun? Mew, Mew answered as if it answered me. Serena and Lily finally shook away their shock and walked up to me. Mew, Mew asked, tilting its head a bit at the two. This is Mew, isn't it? Lily asked, surprised. Ooh, it really is Mew again. It's only been a couple times since I first saw you, but it's good to see you again, Serena smiled. Mew, Mew replied happily. Without waiting for me to answer, it escaped my hand and swerved around a bit more, before it settled itself down right on top of Serena's head. Hey, Serena yelled out, being a bit flustered as she saw this. Mew only let out its giggle in response. I couldn't help but laugh again. Haha, don't be like that. Having Mew do this just means it trusts you now, Serena. You weren't there back at summer camp when I originally caught him since you joined our group a day later. Mew has only revealed itself to you recently. That is true, and I was really shocked back then. But I guess you really do let Mew do its own thing, hey, Serena said, looking up at Mew on her head. That's about right, I replied to her. After Serena said that, I saw her reach her hands at Mew, who ended up dodging them. Mew floated up from her head before it made its way back to my shoulder. Thankfully Mew only reveals itself to those it wants to know Mew's presence. With that said, are you looking to travel with us for a while, or was there something else? I asked Mew. Mew. Mew, Mew replied back as if it was trying to answer me again. I then saw it float up a bit, only for turn around. We saw it look back at Vividian City, looking back at a specific area. If one could follow its line of sight all the way, they could see Mew looking right at Vividian Gym. Are you trying to say there's something back at Vividian City? Mew, Mew answered happily. What could be back there that could attract Mew's attention? Don't tell me, I began to say to myself, thinking of what just happened a couple days ago. It only happened once, and I tried to shrug it off then, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I decided to bring it up. Mew, did you feel something a couple days ago? I did end up hearing a voice back then, but no one else heard it, so I thought I was just hearing things. Mew, Mew, Mew answered happily. Just that alone confirmed my doubt. Are you saying you heard something, Itsuki? Where was that exactly? Lily asked, confused. It was near the Vividian Gym, I answered her. And if I had to guess, that very well could have been Mewtwo. Don't tell me, Mewtwo is awakening, I thought to myself. I then looked up only to see Mew swerve around some more in the air, obviously in a happy mood. I see, should we head back to investigate? Nah. If it's who I think it is, we may have an encounter later, I said to Lily and Serena, who nodded their heads. I then spoke out to Mew. Mew, I advise you not head back there for now. It could lead into trouble. We'll be heading the opposite way so you can follow us. Mew, Mew answered as if it acknowledged me. And with that said, Mew quickly vanished from sight, going back into the skies above and started to look for something new to play with. We decided to continue walking. After another hour passed, we saw the entrance to Vividian Forest not too far away, and we would arrive at it in another hour or two. We saw more trainers along the way but disregarded them. Into the third hour, we came across a rather large open tall grass patch, of which we decided to stop. It was time for Lily to catch a female Nidoran. I was thinking about catching a male one, but decided against it. Thankfully the females were mild and Lily was able to bait one out. She didn't even need to use Snowy to battle it, before tossing a Pokeball at Nidoran. We waited around until we found a good one. Wiggle. 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 Ding! Nidoran was caught, and Lily had successfully captured her first Pokémon. Retrieving her Pokeball, Lily smiled and came back. I brought out my Pokédex and gave her a reading. Nidoran, female. Female Nidoran are quite small and docile. However, it can protect itself with a small poisonous horn when attacked. It has a barb on it that can secrete a powerful poison, and when enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from this horn. Nidoran. Level, 7. Gender, female. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Tail Whip, Poison Fang, Counter, Water Pulse, Reflect, Hone Claws. Ability, Hustle. 31 IVs in ATK, SPATK, SPD. As we saw this dex entry, we were all surprised. Lily became really happy seeing such a diverse move pool right off the bat. She was still worried about Brock, but now her worry was answered. I can't wait to see what more Pokémon we could catch in Viridian City. It's time for me to catch a Weedle and Lily a Caterpie. With that thought, in the 4th hour, we arrived in the entrance building and saw several trainers gathered around, taking breaks from their exploration. We waved hello and officially entered Vividian Forest. By the way, I didn't forget to analyze the trademark I got from that Fearow either. It turned out to be Aerial Ace. It was time to teach it to Spearow and have him gain some experience here in the forest. Chapter 42, Vividian Forest. 12 p.m. Vividian Forest. An endless sea of trees quickly approached our view. It was really quiet too, which sounded a bit creepy, but if one made a wrong move and strayed from the main path, a trainer could easily get lost here and get attacked. Every so often we could hear sounds of battle from other trainers. But most of the time, it was just wind rustling the leaves. It was quite peaceful. This feels like the smaller forest we entered in Route 1. There's a slight breeze, it feels nice, Serena complimented. Yeah, but take Officer Jenny's warning to heart. If you run into a tree you could very well disturb a sleeping nest of Kakuna and get attacked by a swarm of Beedrill. I said that, and proceeded to grab my Pokédex from my pocket. Unlike my storage backpack, I always keep my Pokédex close to me, similar to how one always has their wallet on person. As I did, Lily shivered a bit just thinking about that and nodded her head. Yeah, let's try not to do that. By the way, are you interested in looking something up again, Itsuki? Lily asked as Serena and Lily watched me take out my Pokédex. Something like that, I answered Lily, only to bring up a map of Vividian Forest. On it we could see the full layout, with several different territories of Pokémon listed on it. It showed the main path too, which seemed to go all along the outer perimeter of Vividian Forest. About halfway in, one could see it lead further in before returning to the other side, which eventually led to the exit. It would be here if one wanted to explore the more dangerous and unknown part of Vividian Forest, the inner region. I continued to talk to them after bringing this map up. Despite having a sense of adventure, I'm not like a certain someone who would just walk into the unknown wantonly. Since regions have been mostly explored before I came into this world God created for me, we have maps to utilize. And I will utilize them. I know a lot has been explored already, but I bet there are still regions unknown to us out for exploring. I mean, the company that created Pokémon were personifying real-world cities and countries to their liking to create each region, and only a handful has been chosen from that. I need to see how big this world was created for me. Perhaps it's even larger than my last world? With that thought aside, my next words flew from my mouth. As you two can see, we're currently just past the entrance. The main path splits here, and to the left eventually leads to a dead end and an open area. It is mostly home to Bellsprout and Oddish. However, it also has a rare Pikachu and even a more rare Bulbasaur. Lily raised her eyebrow hearing that last part. Even Bulbasaur can be found here? I thought only Professor Oak's lab has these starter Pokémon. Where do you think Professor Oak gets them? I mean, my batch came from the League, but where do you think they caught them? From the wild like here, though it is possible they were bred too. Why, are you interested in catching a Bulbasaur too, Lily? I mean, you two received your starter Pokémon already. I know at the time I wasn't set in stone to become a trainer myself and was just looking to be with you as you began your journey, but I can't help not think about wanting one of my own. Snowy is very special to me, but this is something all trainers go through, don't they? Lily asked in anticipation. Most do, going through the proper route, but I can see where you are coming from, Lily. I was planning to give Uncle Kukui a call when we reach Pewter City. As you are a resident of Alola, why don't you tell him your resolve? I'm sure he will send a starter to you along with a Pokédex. Do you think you can do that for me? It has been a bit since we said goodbye to Professor Kukui and Professor Burnett. I'm sure they'd like that. Uncle Kukui? You're referring to the person who looked after you during your stay in Alola, right, Itsuki? You said you and Lily lived in his home, Serena asked with interest. Yeah. It's been a while since you've talked to Uncle too, Serena, so let's plan on doing that. As for your starter, Lily, while Bulbasaur may be a good option, we should wait for Uncle to deliver you one first. Yes. That may be for the best, Lily answered with a nod. Besides that, are either of you interested in Pikachu? After I asked that, Serena and Lily looked at each other, then shook their heads. We saw Pikachu at the lab, so we'll leave it to one of those three to have fun with Pikachu. I feel we can skip it. What about you, Itsuki? Serena replied. Actually, I am interested, but not now. Not now? Then will you catch one later? Lily asked. Likely so, when we travel in Alola. More specifically, I'll be on the lookout for Alolan Reishu. Alolan Reishu? If I remember, that version is electric and psychic type, right? Such a Reishu exists, Serena asked, surprised. Yeah, believe it or not. So until then I won't bother with a Pikachu, I answered the two with a smile. Moving along, since we don't need the west side, we can probably make it to the halfway point before tonight. It is mostly Weedle and Caterpie territory if we keep on the main path. I also found a Venonat spot we can reach, but we need to wait until it's dark before they come. We can set up camp after that. Works for me. I'm sure we'll see some trainers along the way. Sounds good. Let's start some catching. Lily, you're up first, Serena replied happily. And with our layout now before us, we proceeded along the main path for today. I see ourselves spending 2 days in Vividian Forest as we don't need to go left. Thinking that, I reached into my pocket again, and felt a Pokeball. It's time we get going. Come on out, Jack. Tossing Spearo's Pokeball, my Spearow appeared before us. Spearow greeted us. It stretched its wings and swerved a bit before it perched on my shoulder. Looks like you are doing well and healed up, Jack. You ready for some battling? I need to see you get acquainted with Aerial Ace. Spearow answered me. You already taught Jack Aerial Ace? That was pretty quick, Lily asked with interest. Right? Still, Jack needs to get used to it. Jack, you can go on ahead of us, but be sure to keep a close distance, okay? Spearow said, answering me again with an annoyed tone, which caused me to look at it. Is something wrong, Jack? I asked Spearow, only for it to turn its head away. Seeing this I chuckled and thought of a certain thing, only speak out once more. Haha, my bad. I meant to say Captain Jack, you can go on ahead of us. Spearow yelled out in approval this time. It then took into the sky and started to fly ahead. As it did, I sighed. Was it bad to name Spearow that? I said with a sigh. Hehe, you reap what you sow, Serena retorted with a giggle. Come on, let's go follow Captain Jack, Serena said with a retort, urging us. And we did just that. Making light conversation along the way, 2 to 3 hours passed by before we realized it. At this time we saw several Pokémon pass by us. As they did, we saw Spearow yell out, only for it to swoop down, heading into a certain direction before us. Not too far off, we spotted a Weedle. However, this Weedle seemed a lot more vibrant in color, which caused my eyes to turn wide. It looked like it was about to go hide in the nearby grass. Seeing Spearow approach it, I started to run and Serena and Lily quickly followed behind me. I then issued Spearow's move. Jack, don't let that Weedle run. Quickly, test out Aerial Ace, I yelled at Spearow. Spearow yelled out. It expanded its wings and became a jet. Its speed increased, letting wind whip up around it. In no time at all it arrived at Weedle and caught it off guard. A loud impact resounded as Spearow hit Weedle head-on, causing it to fly. Weedle unfortunately had no time to react and was sent into one of the trees. It struck the tree and faint circles appeared over its eyes as it fell down. Thankfully the rattle didn't disturb any other Pokémon. We arrived not too long after and I tossed a ball at Weedle. Good work, Jack. Pokeball, go, I tossed it at Weedle. It was then sucked into the ball and dropped onto the ground. Wiggle, 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 ding. Successfully capturing Weedle, I smiled and went to retrieve it. That went well, Lily replied happily. It did. You're on a roll now, Itsuki. Guess you were up first this time. Why the rush though? Sorry for doing that all of a sudden, but I didn't want to let this guy run away. If my eyes didn't play tricks on me, then this Weedle ought to be pretty good, and it was spotted by Jack. And sure enough, the moment I saw Weedle's Dex entry, it confirmed my suspicion, causing me to smile. Asterisk. September is almost over and I'm approaching my last long week. Once October starts I will have more time to write again, till then I ask for your guys' patience. Upcoming battle. In the meantime, Power Stones please. Chapter 43, Wandering Samurai. Weedle's Dex entry was revealed before us, which brought me to a smile and a look of surprise to Serena and Lily. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokémon. Weedle are often found in forests and grasslands. It can fend off attackers with the needle on its head, which secretes a strong poison. It typically hides in grass when eating some leaves. Weedle. Gender, female. Shiny variant. Level, 6. Ability, run away. 31 IVs in ATK, SPD. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Electroabe, A/N. As of current gen, Weedle is currently only able to learn a total of these 4 moves. As I thought, I said, looking at Weedle's Dex entry. You really caught an alternate color Weedle, Lily said with a gasp. Now that I think about it, the Pokémon world doesn't really know about the word shiny, doesn't it? It was a term dubbed by residents in my past life, might as well start using that word over here. That seems to be the case, but calling Pokémon alternate colors is always a mouthful each time. I personally like to call them shiny Pokémon. Even the Pokédex calls them shiny variants, so it's shiny for short. I smiled, putting away Weedle's Pokeball. I see. Shiny Pokémon does have a nice ring to it. And now with that shiny Weedle, up next is a Caterpie. You're up, Lily, Serena replied with a look of interest. I know, I do have a Pokémon besides Snowy now too. Come out, Nidoran, Lily said, grabbing Nidoran. Nidoran then popped out and greeted us. Nidoran, Nidoran said, greeting Lily. Spear, Spearow yelled out, swooping down only to perch itself on my shoulder. As it did, it curiously looked at Nidoran. Jack, we met our first goal of 3 today. Can you help Lily be on the lookout for a Caterpie similar to the Weedle you found? Our last goal won't start until nightfall. Spearow responded, to take to the skies again. We spent around 4 hours in Route 2 and about 2 hours in Weedle territory, skipping the Bellsprout and Pikachu territory altogether. By the time it became 3 p.m., we arrived at Caterpie territory. Thankfully, a good thing about bug Pokémon are, the earlier the area you are in, the far weaker they are. Unless one wanders into the inner regions of, let's say, the Vividian Forest we are currently in, it is actually fairly mild. Don't stray from main path and you should be fine here, unless a few trainers come up to challenge you. We haven't seen any worth mentioning yet. But in these few hours of walking besides capturing Weedle, we did hear a rumor from the couple of people we chatted with en route. Turns out there is a wandering samurai-like figure challenging trainers in Vividian Forest lately, wielding a Scyther himself. They would challenge trainers exploring the inner and outer regions alike, promoting growth between them. And from the way those guys described the samurai's appearance, his looks were far from that chubby boy Ash fought with his Metapod. This samurai seemed to be much more old, around a middle-aged person, and he was in a black kimono. He had an authentic sword around his waist too, which frightened off most trainers if the samurai was the one who didn't engage them first. If there is such a fellow here, it would be nice to meet him. Sounds like he challenges trainers of a types, so that means he must have different degrees of difficulty. Only his Scyther is mostly known, but it sounds like he is a bug-type enthusiast. If we do encounter him, he might be able to challenge Amber and help speed up the growth of my Weedle and Caterpie when Lily catches hers. Otherwise we'd stick to the trainers around here. Time flies when you're having fun though. Another 2 hours passed while we hunted in the Caterpie territory, and the sun was on the descent. It was now 5 p.m. on January 10th. More than half of the day went by as we reached the end of the Caterpie territory. When I told Spearow to be on the lookout for a certain Caterpie, I had told Spearow to make sure it was gold yellow. Unexpectedly, in the next few minutes, I heard Spearow let out a cry, seeing it circle around over a singular tree not too far away. Lily, I think we found our second goal. You ready? Yeah, Lily answered in anticipation. Serena, Lily and I immediately rushed over to Spiro, who continued to circle around the same area. Good, looks like it hadn't left yet. I urged Lily to go on ahead of us, but quietly, lay to disturb Caterpie. Lily nodded her head and let Nidoran follow her. In no time at all did she spot a golden-yellow Caterpie. This stunned her for a good moment, but Lily quickly realized she didn't want this Caterpie to run away. Unfortunately for her, Caterpie was quick to go on the defensive side, shooting string shots one after another in attempt to trap Nidoran. Lily let Nidoran dodge every one as Nidoran was quick enough, and Lily issued a couple attack moves, quickly finishing off Caterpie. The moment Lily saw faint circles appear in Caterpie's eyes, Lily tossed a Pokeball at it. Wiggle, 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 ding. The classic 3 wiggles, followed by a ding. This meant Lily successfully captured a Caterpie. Well, even though it was shiny, bug types are still bug types. Bug types are known to easily get defeated and caught, but some are quite powerful, like Scyther, who I plan to personally catch after Venonat. As for Venonat, I was suspecting it may not be here this early, but the dex proved otherwise. It does have psychic capabilities, quite stronger than what Butterfree can do, despite not being a psychic type. That's one of the main reasons. Good job, Lily, I said at her with a smile. Thank you. I didn't think we would encounter another altar shiny, was it? I didn't think it would go this smoothly, Lily replied, taking Caterpie's Pokeball. You didn't hesitate, and that led to this result. Let me give you Caterpie's reading. Okay. I'm curious too, Serena replied with interest. Spiro took this time to perch onto my shoulder again. Lily called out her shiny Caterpie, which was a bright golden yellow CO. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. Caterpie's body is soft and weak. However, for protection, it can release a terrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. It can easily climb up walls. Caterpie. Gender, male. Shiny variant. Level, 6. Ability, Shield Dust. 31 IVs in SPATK and SPD. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Electroabe, Snore. Looks like we caught a pretty good Caterpie for Lily, which made her happy. We recalled our Pokémon, Jack included. We knew Venonat was up next before Vividian Forest took a hard left, which would bring us to the halfway point. It would be from here where one could continue going left, deeper into the inner region, or continue straight, which would curve around to the right again, letting one exit the forest. Before we knew it, another 2 hours passed as we chatted away about our newly obtained Pokémon. It didn't take long for us to hear So.me resulting in the grass, only for a few Venonat to pop out. As the sun had passed, nocturnal Pokémon were staring to stir awake. I used Jack again on these few Venonat in front of us. Trying the same thing, I had Jack use Aerial Ace to quickly take care of the Venonat I deemed good. Surprisingly, this one Venonat was able to dodge it at the last second. Unfortunately for Venonat though, the wind caught up with Venonat, causing it to trip. I took this time to use Heat Wave, which directly struck Venonat. Its health depleted quickly, and faint circles appear over its eyes. Not taking any more time, I tossed a Pokeball at it. Wiggle, 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 ding. Venonat was successfully caught, which marked our third goal of the day complete, and our final goal of the day. Tomorrow we would go deeper in to catch a Scyther and a Pinsir. Serena and Lily congratulated me, and brought Venonat out, proceeded to do a dex reading. Venonat, the insect Pokémon. Its big eyes are actually clusters of tiny eyes which never fail to spot the most minuscule of prey. It lives in shadows of tall trees and it can excrete poison from its body. Venonat. Gender, male. Level, 11. Ability, Tinted Lens. 31 IVs in SPATK and SPD. Moves, Rage Powder, Toxic Spikes, Morning Sun, Baton Pass, Agility, Signal Beam, Confusion. Seeing this, I took in a deep breath. This was quite the catch. This Venonat knows quite a few egg moves. Especially Baton Pass. This isn't a game anymore where players like to ban certain moves, so I can definitely use this as a retreat option. Venonat will go well with Spiro too, as Morning Sun heals twice as much if used in harsh sunlight. This brought a smile to my face. Seeing as we were now done for the day, we decided to head to the halfway point. It became 9 p.m. and finally arrived. We could see a few danger markers far off in the distance, saying cross at your own risk. We had arrived. As such, we decided to set up a campfire and got the fire going. We soon sat down by each other, enjoying the warmth of the fire. Just as some time passed to where we thought about taking my tent out to crash for the night, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared not too far away. This put me on alert, and as this figure approached, I got a good look at them. It left me stunned, but I was able to relax a bit after seeing who he was. "Greetings, young ones. May I take part in your campfire tonight? Hopefully I am not imposing on you." Seeing this man appear, Serena and Lily became stunned too, but Serena quickly shook her head and smiled. "Not at all. We set up our fire not too long ago, you're free to come sit by it." "Thank you, young lady," the man responded, only to approach us. He wore a simple black kimono and sure enough, he had a sword at his side. "Pardon the intrusion," the man said, before taking a seat opposite to us across the fire, letting himself warm up. "The name is Ken, by the way. I haven't seen you youngsters here in Vividian Forest before," the samurai-like man introduced himself to us with a smile. Asterisk. Add here. September is finally over and we'll only have 1 or 2 busy days left. Some of you are requesting to show who has what Pokémon, since MC is traveling in a group of 3. I agree and will start putting it down at end of each chapter or author notes. I will do a larger Vol 0 catalog at certain points in story. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Asterisk. Itsuki, Alolan Ninetales, Squirtle, Spearow, Weedle, Venonat. Serena, Cantonian Vulpix, Froakie. Lily, Alolan Vulpix, Nidoran, F. Caterpie. Chapter 44, Campfire. Weedle and Venonat nicknames? Can't think of any, or leave alone. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Ken, was it? I'm Itsuki. Serena is to the right, and Lily is to the left. A/N, Ken in JP means blade/sword. Hello. I think this is the first person we've had to join our campfire since we started our journey a few days ago. It's nice to meet you. Yes. It's nice to meet you too, Lily also responded. No wonder you 3 aren't familiar, so you are new coming here after all. Have you been living here in Vividian Forest for a while, Ken? I asked him. For a while. I've come to know the ins and outs of this forest pretty well. You 3 may have just started, but I feel you aren't that new with Pokémon. I'm sure you've caught a few already. So it appears that way? We have indeed caught a few already, I answered Ken. From what we've heard since coming here to the halfway point in Vividian Forest, they say you are quite an expert in bug types. Is that true? Lily asked with interest. You heard right. You 3 have also probably heard that I like to promote growth during battles too, regardless of a trainer's background. I find doing that also helps me grow as a trainer. I feel a similar way actually. Doing battles does help promote growth not only between Pokémon and their fellow trainers, but also between trainer to trainer, regardless of who wins or loses. I may not look like it, but I am actually a Pokémon professor, you know, I grinned back at Ken, who in turn showed me a surprised look. I decided to reveal a bit of myself, seeing if he knew that much about me. Some may or may not pay attention to news after all, if one pays more attention than others, they'd probably come to realize who I am. A Pokémon professor, I did hear one joining the field recently here in Kanto. Was that person you? That may be so. I'm not sure if anyone passed along with me then. It is quite difficult for one to get a professor's license. Shouldn't you have a lab then? Why would you come all the way into the heart of Vividian Forest? Haha, technically I should, yes, but I'm a bit different. I've always wanted to journey, regardless of my new status. I'm here to have some fun. And we're here to accompany Itsuki, Serena responded happily. I see. It always does make it more fun traveling with a group. I take it you're on the way out of the forest then and using this spot to residential for the night. You 3 made good pacing to reach it here. That we did. Thankfully we set our goals beforehand. We are planning to go into the inner region first before we leave the forest. The inner region, actually I just came from there to take a breather, only to find you 3 set up camp here. I do thank you for letting me join here once again. It's no trouble, right Itsuki? Serena asked with a smile. None at all. In fact, since we encountered you, would you be up for a battle or 2? I asked Ken. Haha, eager I see. I wouldn't turn down a battle from a fellow trainer. I've got plenty of Pokémon stored away besides the 6 I have on hand. A couple battles is no problem for me. Great. I have interest in having a battle with you, Ken. Do you think you're up for it, Lily? I asked her. It's still a bit nerve-wracking for me, but I want to try a battle if that's fine with you, Ken. Of course. You seem a lot newer to this, so I think I know who to choose. As for you, Itsuki, you seem to be quite accustomed already despite being a new trainer. I've had a few battles, to say the least. Why don't we bring out our Pokémon while I start cooking up some dinner? Yeah. Works for me. Come on out, guys, Ken said, suddenly grabbing hold of 6 Pokeballs and tossed them in the air. 6 beams of light shone, revealing 6 Pokémon. This brought amazement to our eyes seeing which Pokémon they were, each of them greeting us. Scyther, Pinsir, Venonat, Hira, Beedrill, Bellossom, the 6 Pokémon said. Looks like he had a couple from the Johto region, or perhaps did Jen get lucky in the inner region. A Scyther, a Pinsir, a Venonat, a Hira cross, a Beedrill, and a Bellossom. Moreover, Ken's Scyther appeared to be shiny. You've looked like you've had a few good encounters yourself, Ken, I responded to this with a chuckle. Over time, yes, Ken answered simply with a nod. Scyther was my first partner. I started developing an interest in bug types not too long after. Not everyone I have is a bug type though, as you can see. Yet. Before we show our rest, I'll introduce my partner too. She is probably the reason why you think I've done some battles already. Come on out, Amber, I said, reaching towards the love ball. Ken was surprised seeing me grab a hold a special Pokeball. My shiny Alolan Ninetales revealed herself. Ninetales happily yelled out. Seeing me, Ninetales quickly approached me and rubbed her head against my hand. Ken became surprised once again. Is that a Ninetales? But it looks so different, isn't it an alternate color too? Ken asked with shock in his eyes. I guess before answering that, have you been to other regions, Ken? Unfortunately no. I've only lived in Kanto up till now. Fascinating, are you telling me this Ninetales hailed from another region? Some Pokémon I own come from different regions too, but I've had some lucky encounters. Yet this Ninetales appears very different. Is it even a fire type anymore? Nope. Wait to battle me to find out what typing Amber is. I think your Scyther will be a good opponent for her. She hasn't been in much action lately. I see. So it will be a one-on-one then, which is fine by me. You guys said you have others too, Ken asked, only for us to nod. We brought out our other Pokémon, revealing to Ken some non-bug types besides the ones we caught in Vividian Forest today. He was shocked again to see a shiny Weedle and Caterpie too. He learned that he will battle Lily using her Caterpie, in hopes for it to evolve quickly. And then after her battle, Ken will battle Amber using his Scyther. As to whether I will use my Z move, it will depend on how Scyther compares up to my Ninetales. Thankfully it was still a Scyther. If he had a Scizor that could Mega Evolve, that could potentially pose a problem. Ken was quick to shake his shock away though and let his Pokémon have some fun with ours as we chatted some more. It was well into the night already, so I was able to prepare a quick meal for us. Ken warned us about how dangerous the nights in Vividian Forest can be, which we gratefully accepted his warning. He was especially keen on warning about smells, like the dinner we made. We made sure to dampen the smells out as a result, but it was still a good meal all of us enjoyed. As we were on the main path, Ken said we could rest easy. One shouldn't go out to challenge in the night either, so we agreed we would have our 2 battles in the morning. After making sure no one would approach us anytime soon, we soon dozed off into dreamland, with me tending the fire every so often. We changed it up and only brought out our sleeping bags instead of the tent we use, falling asleep under the stars. The next morning arrived before we realized it. I welcomed Ken for breakfast and he joined in. Lily and I prepared Pokémon food for everyone as well. After getting ready for the day, we found it was now a good time to have our battles. Chapter 45, 2 Battles, One of 2 battles. Since Itsuki and Lily will partake in these 2 battles, why don't I oversee it? Serena proposed while clapping her hands together. Hearing that, I raised my eyebrows at Serena. Are you sure, Serena? Do you know how it's done? Of course. I've watched my plenty share of battles too, you know. Good. We'll leave it to you then. Everyone, return, I said, recalling my Pokémon. That works for me. Come back, guys, Ken also said, recalling his Pokémon as well. Lily proceeded to do the same, only for Serena to keep hers out to watch. After cleaning camp up, we packed away everything and made sure we left no traces of the night before. We were now on a large straight path surrounded by trees. Further ahead of us we could see the path wrap to the right again out of sight, and to the back was the entrance into the inner region. I took my spot next to Serena as Ken and Lily walked forward, only to part ways. They made enough room apart as if we were actually on a battlefield, despite just standing on grass. Seeing the two ready, Serena spoke out as I stood by to watch. This will be a one-on-one battle. The first trainer to knock out their opponent's Pokémon will be declared the winner, Serena yelled out. I'll give you the first choice. I'm looking forward to seeing who you choose, Ken said, getting ready himself. Thank you. Let's do this, Caterpie, Lily confirmed, grabbing Caterpie's Pokeball. She tossed it out, a golden caterpillar-like creature popped out, letting out a cute yell. So you did choose Caterpie after all. Then I've decided, Ken said, revealing his own Pokédex. One of his 6 Pokeballs suddenly vanished, only for it pop out another. So that's how that feature works for having more than 6 Pokémon, hey? We could still move Pokémon around digitally after a few years passed since I came into this world, which still lets us check on their health and such, and see if they need to be brought out. But this mobile box space really works wonders. It's a shame it wasn't brought into the earlier generation games. Not only that, Ken had his own Pokédex. Looks like he went through school and received a sponsor from one of the Kanto professors. I'll see where his strength lies in my battle. I may give Ken a nudge to join the Kanto League, though I'm not sure if he has participated any in the past. Come out, Ken yelled out, only to toss out the new Pokeball he just brought out. A similar caterpillar-like creature popped out, letting out a cute noise. So you have a Caterpie too, as expected of a bug expert, Lily complimented. I've caught most of the Pokémon available here already. Caterpie are quite easy to evolve to. Let's see if we can reach that opportunity in this battle. Yes, Lily nodded. Then, let the battle begin, Serena yelled out, signaling the start of the battle. Caterpie, use string shot, try to trap it, Lily said, issuing her first move. Caterpie listened. White energy began to form over its mouth, forming white strings one after another. Caterpie shot out string shot at a fast pace, making the grass sticky all around Ken's Caterpie, trying to trap it. Caterpie, use your tail to jump into the air and shoot out an electrowave to slow her Caterpie down, Ken issued his. His Caterpie slammed the grass with his tail, flinging itself into the air. A bundle of electric energy formed over its mouth, only for it to spread out into a big bug-like net. This was the same move Ash often used in journeys with his Pikachu. I knew each season his Pikachu changed his special move from one to another, but besides trying to trap them similar to string shot, Electrowave isn't powerful at all. The only other benefit it has is it reduces speed too. Seriously, why would they remove his ridiculously powerful Volt Tackle into a shitty electric web? I didn't get that. Lily was stunned for a moment, only to see an Electrowave fast approaching her. Seeing the grass still laid with string shot all around the two, Lily decided her next move. Caterpie, quickly use your own Electrowave to counter it. Then launch yourself and use Bug Bite, Lily said, issuing 2 moves this time. Electric energy formed over the golden Caterpie's mouth, and shot it out, forming a giant web of its own. The two collided, creating a boom and a cloud of dust. After the energy and dust dispersed, green fangs appeared over the golden Caterpie's mouth, and suddenly used its remaining momentum to push through, quickly arriving at Ken's Caterpie. So you used the momentum, I like it. Caterpie, use string shot. Bring Lily's Caterpie down and slam it into the ground. Oh no, Lily uttered, appearing worried after hearing Ken reveal his next move. Ken's Caterpie acted quickly, letting string after string form. String shot out, hitting Lily's Caterpie head-on. Her Caterpie tried to wiggle free but struggled and slowed down. It wasn't even a few feet to Ken's Caterpie before the golden Caterpie stopped moving, letting its green fangs from Bug Bite disperse. It altogether halted its movement as it couldn't move anymore, starting a slow descent. But then it was halted again. Lily saw her Caterpie still had a taut string tied, which connected all the way to Ken's Caterpie. His Caterpie swung it around like a rope, and swung down hard. Caterpie, try to cut yourself free, Lily tried to say, but Caterpie could only struggle. Its speed of its descent sped up thanks to the swing of Ken's Caterpie. It rushed downward, creating a large bang upon reaching the ground. It still couldn't break free from the cocoon it was trapped in. After the impact blew away the dust it created, the golden Caterpie struggled to move a bit. It then stopped moving, only to have faint circles appear over its eyes. Seeing this, the result is clear. Lily's Caterpie is unable to battle, Ken is the winner, Serena said, raising her hand. Ken saw his Caterpie fall down and caught itself from the air, and walked up to his. Lily saw the string shot disappear over her Caterpie, and quickly approached it, bringing Caterpie into her arm. "Are you okay, Caterpie?" Lily asked, worried. Caterpie nudged her a bit and gave a weak response. Seeing this, Ken and his Caterpie walked up to hers. "Even though it was a rather quick battle, you show promise, Lily, for being such a new trainer. You used quick momentum at the start, but I was able to take advantage of that, and reverse the outcome. You need to stay strong through the whole swing, as I'd say it," Ken said, complimenting her. "You think I'm a good battler?" Lily asked with anticipation. "You can be one, Lily. Ken is already a veteran trainer, so it's good to receive praise from him," I said to Lily. "It was still a good battle. I'm surprised yours know the most potential it can have, so it was a pretty even field." "Did you enjoy it, Caterpie?" Ken asked his Caterpie. His Caterpie gave its acknowledgement. His Caterpie then turned toward the golden one and crawled up to it. Lily struggled in her arms, only to get down. Everyone watched on as the two approached each other. A couple moments passed in silence as the two Caterpie conversed with each other. After their conversation, Lily saw her Caterpie got its energy back. Yet before anyone could do anything else, both Caterpie raised their heads, letting out a cute voice. All of a sudden they both started spinning strings, letting strands of string cover their whole bodies. In the next moment their bodies were covered in a blue light. "Oh my," Serena said in excitement. "Haha, guess both were now due," Ken also said. The spinning soon ended and two Caterpie were no longer there. Two cocoon-like figures replaced them, increasing in size. One was green. One was amber. "Metapod," the green Metapod said. "Metapod," the amber-colored Metapod also said, only to look at Lily. Lily, seeing her Caterpie evolve, brought a smile to her face. "So you evolved, I guess you're Metapod now," Lily said happily, and picked up her Metapod, only for it to appear happy in its eyes. "Metapod," Metapod responded happily. Lily took this time to stand back up. "Congrats on yours evolving too, Ken. Looks like you gained something out of this," I said as I approached the two. "I did. Come back, Metapod," Ken replied, recalling his Metapod. "You returned too," Lily also said, recalling her shiny Metapod. Ken then turned towards me, seeing his battle was now done with Lily. "I haven't forgot about our agreement yet. You're up next, aren't you, Itsuki? I'm curious to see what you hold in those two bracelets of yours too. I do see one of them is a mega ring which has been being promoted recently, but I'm unsure what the other one is. If I'm brought down to use it, I'll show it off. It's going to be fun having Amber battle. She hasn't fought anyone in a while. You good for the next one, Serena?" "Yup," Serena replied with a smile. "Now that I think about it, this will be my first battle with another trainer since our journey started, hey? I'm already looking forward to it. Asterisk. Main characters actually lose? What is this? Next battle, Alolan Ninetales vs Scyther. Chapter 46, 2 Battles, 2. Just like the last round, this battle will also be one-on-one. The first trainer to knock out their opposing Pokémon will be declared the winner, Serena said, announcing the start of the next battle. "Come on out, Scyther," Ken said, reaching toward his belt that had his 6 Pokeballs around it, hidden within his black kimono. He also momentarily paused over his bag, and stayed silent for a moment, before tossing his Pokeball out. Scyther appeared from it, raring to go after it slashed around a couple times, with its scythe-like hands. "Scyther!" Scyther yelled out. Seeing his Scyther in front of me again, I couldn't help but smile. "Let's do this, Amber," I responded in anticipation. I grabbed her love ball, and tossed it into the air. My Ninetales came out, appearing not too far away from Scyther, letting out a graceful howl. Not even a second later, before Serena could even signal the start, the atmosphere started to turn cold. Ken raised his eyebrows, only to see grey storm clouds swiftly come in. "A storm at a time like this? Wait, Ken uttered to himself, only for him to see snow start falling from the clouds. He could even see his own breath. I see, I always knew some Pokémon could cause abnormal changes in weather in battle. Yours initiated hail. Are you fine, Scyther? Scyther, Scyther yelled out acknowledging him. That's just the start, Ken, I replied to him. I then looked at Serena, who got together with Lily to keep warm, and nodded back at me. Serena sounded off, starting the battle. Ember, open it up with Aurora Veil. Ninetales proceeded to howl, catching Ken off guard. He saw energy converge around Ninetales, only for a colorful aurora to appear around her. Not only that, it also appeared over Ninetales, creating a barrier of sorts, which Ken saw. I see, another move I'm unfamiliar with. This looks like a barrier of sorts. Scyther, test it out with Psycho Cut, Ken said. As he did, purple energy suddenly enveloped over Scyther's two blades. Taking aim at Ninetales, he slashed out, letting two arcs of psychic energy rush at her. The moment it collided with the Aurora Veil's barrier, it created two slash marks, only for it to slowly dissipate, and the two slashes couldn't even reach her. The barrier was able to reduce this damage enough to where Ninetales came out uninjured. The Aurora Veil remained active. Keep it up, Amber, make sure Scyther doesn't run, use Dazzling Gleam, I said to Amber. Ninetales let another graceful growl. Scyther saw Ninetales' body light up in a bright light, only for it to converge into fairy energy. This fairy energy flashed around her, and broke free, creating sparks in front. These spark flashes quickly headed to Scyther. Scyther, quick, use double team and dodge that Dazzling Gleam. SCY, Scyther yelled out. Scyther then starting splitting itself into multiple different bodies one after another. Each one was in a constant after-image phase, they weren't actual toe clones. Scyther acted quickly and started to go around both sides of Ninetales. As it did, its after-images got struck by Dazzling Gleam, and went poof. But Scyther was fast and quickly approached Ninetales on her left side. That's it, use X-Scissor to try and shatter that barrier, Ken yelled out. As Ninetales finished her Dazzling Gleam, I quickly issued her next move. It won't be that easy, Ken. Ember, jump back and lift Scyther up with Sice Hawk, I said. Seeing Scyther close within reach, the purple energy vanished, only to be replaced by green energy, becoming two X-Scissor blades. Yet his Scyther was suddenly halted, and started to struggle to move. It slowly found itself raising into the air as weird swirls of psychic energy appeared around Ninetales. Once Scyther was hovering high enough, many small psychic spheres bended into view around it. Seeing this, Ken quickly spoke. Looks like we are playing defense now. Scyther, change your target to those Sice Hawk orbs, Ken reacted. Good, I smiled inwardly, seeing Ken react to different situations. I let Ninetales continue her attack, pelting Scyther with psychic energy. The cool thing about Sice Hawk was that it targeted a Pokémon's defense stat, rather than its special defense, at least in the games. Scyther has a bit lower defense compared to the other, and as a reset it took some damage from this attack. No matter many of the orbs Scyther cut through, a couple still hit him in the end. Scyther got blasted back a bit as a result, showing some minor damage. At this time, the Aurora Veil disappeared, as this move was sadly only temporary. The snow was still going strong though. I see, so it was temporary too. We can play it similarly, Scyther, use light screen, Ken revealed his next move, which caused me to raise my eyebrows. As I did, energy came from its two scythes, and created a barrier of sorts which soon vanished before our eyes. If it's like that, Amber, get in close. Ninetales acknowledged, suddenly started to dash forward Scyther at a fast pace. This seemed to catch Ken off guard a bit, but Ken smiled. Scyther, you go in close too and use X-Scissor. I decided to reveal one of Ninetales' trump moves to counter Scyther coming in, seeing green energy wrap around its scythes. Amber, use Triple Axle, I shouted. Ninetales yelled out as well, suddenly jumping into the air above Scyther. As she did, her paws became sharp while surrounding them with ice energy. She came down and kicked fiercely at Scyther. First hit, the two clashed. Second hit, created sparks as Scyther clashed against her with its scythes. Ninetales then did a full swing of her body, and kicked out a third time, creating a loud boom. It was then its scythe started to freeze over, and got blasted back away, shaking Scyther up a bit. Ninetales also got pushed back from the recoil she created. That was a nice move, Ken said, only to see his Scyther take in more damage at the end of triple axle. "Can you shake off that ice, Scyther?" he asked. "Scyther," Scyther responded, brandishing its scythes, successfully breaking off the ice that was formed. "It's time to go deep, Scyther, use Giga Impact," Ken said next, revealing one of the most powerful moves known to us. Sure enough, this Scyther is his main partner. No doubt it would be powerful after training for who knows how long. I got excited seeing Giga Impact and revealed my next move. "Ember, use Ice Beam and aim at Scyther's feet first." Ninetales opened her mouth, and a bundle of blue ice energy quickly formed. She shot out an ice beam and it quickly headed toward Scyther as a normal yellow energy fiercely wrapped around its body. Scyther's two scythes became increasingly sharp, and it dashed fast. Along the way, Scyther saw its feet get struck by ice beam, slowing down. But to our surprise, Scyther slashed down, breaking free from the ice beam, swerving around it. Ninetales tried to react in time, but Scyther rammed her, creating a loud impact as Giga Impact collided against her. Ninetales yelled out and got blasted back hard, taking several amounts of damage, crashing into the grass further away. "Nice hit, Scyther," Ken complimented. The powerful energy that wrapped around it dispersed, only to receive a paralyzing effect. Moves like that were very powerful but had cooldown, causing the Pokémon unable to move. That didn't matter in this case, as Ninetales was now quite a bit away from Scyther, currently down in the ground. I could see she was quite damaged now. "Ember, are you good to continue?" Nine replied, answering me. She struggled a bit but still stood back up and started walking toward me. "Good. I'd show off some more moves, but I think we should use that." "You up for it, Ember?" I asked her, causing Ken to look at me in interest. "By that, are you referring to?" Ken began to say. "You said you wanted to see it, didn't you, Ken? I'll show you the bond I developed with Ember during these last 10 years living over there," I yelled back at him, reaching my hand out toward my Z-ring. Ninetales also yelled out in response to me. "Haha, good. Let's see your bond." "Scyther, be ready," Ken replied back. Touching the Ninetales crystal on my ring, I soon felt my bond with Ember grow ever so close. We started to incite a certain movement together, as if we have linked together. A/N, as Ninetales received a custom Z move from Tapu Koko, "I'm changing the crystal's name to Ninetales." Ninetales yelled out again with a graceful howl, following my moves. This was the same pattern taught to us by Tapu Koko. As I performed it, Ember felt a large amount of ice energy swell inside, ready to burst forth. Finishing the move, I yelled it out. "Be ready, Ken." "Ember, use Zero Ice Prison," I revealed my Z move to Ken. All of Q's sudden ice energy released everywhere and converged beneath her feet. A platform started to rise up several feet into the air, bringing Ninetales along with it. Ken was surprised by this ice pillar but watched on, and Scyther brandished his blades, revealing another X-Scissor. As the ice pillar finished, Ninetales launched a massive amount of ice energy from her mouth, shooting it out like a cannon. But compared to the normal ICMZ, this ice energy swerved around Scyther on all sides, soon forming a giant cage of ice around Scyther. As it did, Scyther started to get pummeled with icicles and snow from the inside. "Scyther, try to break free with a continuous use of X-Scissor," Ken said. Scyther did as such, trying to slash away everything that was hurled at it. Unfortunately, it started to take more damage over time, and as Scyther did, the cage of ice started to shrink. This only sped up the attacks from inside. Scyther could react to most at first, but once the speed increased, it increased to a point where Scyther was unable to keep up. Scyther soon took an insane amount of damage, causing a loud boom and a dust cloud to stir. As it did, Scyther yelled out in pain, and the Z move ended. The intense ice energy dispersed and the hail created by her snow warning ended. After everything dispersed and the dust settled, Scyther laid on its back with several injuries. Faint circles appeared in its eyes. Ken's Scyther is unable to battle. "Itsuki's Amber is the winner," Serena replied, announcing the result of the battle between Ken and I. As she did, Lily stood next to her, with a complete dumbfounded look in her eyes. Asterisk. Maybe Amber is more powerful than we think? A lot can happen in 10 years. I don't have her planned for many gym battles for now and will instead partake in battles like this until the league, unless there is a gym good for her. We shall see. Think we can get to over 500 power stones this week? Chapter 47, Exiting the Forest. Lily stood dumbfounded seeing the remains of the swift-paced battle that just took place. Ken walked up to his Scyther who still saw faint circles in its eyes. The power of a Z move, was it? It can be quite devastating. Thank you for this experience, Itsuki. Have a good long rest, Scyther, Ken said with a smile. You're welcome. That was a really enjoyable battle. Did you have fun, Amber? Ninetales replied happily, but every so often she would limp as she returned to my side. Seeing this, I patted her head. Don't you worry Amber, we'll get you healed up soon. Have a good rest for now, I said, recalling Ninetales back into her ball. As we returned things to normal, I decided to speak out to Ken once more. Still, you really do show a lot of potential, Ken. Have you ever thought spreading your wings? I asked. Spreading my wings? Can't say that I've had. I've been pretty content training myself and others inside Vividian Forest in this past while. I've not traveled to too many places in Kanto besides my hometown. I see. Why don't you take this opportunity and challenge the Pokémon League? Kanto season has just started just a little over a week ago. You've got a Pokédex so you probably met with a professor before going on your own way, I said with interest. I did, but I opted not to receive a starter Pokémon. I've been going about my own way to enjoy, but I haven't really thought about entering a league before. That's where the top-of-the-line trainers appear to have exciting battles, right? Pretty much. I'm not sure if you can reach out to get your league recommendation. You'd have to go to the nearest city, Pewter City or Vividian City. Quite a bit of time passed, so I'm not too sure either. Hearing that made me smile. At times like these if we encounter people who wish to further themselves and have fun in league competitions, I can use my own status. Being a Pokémon professor has its perks. The only thing that really differentiates me from other professors is that I'm wandering now since I started my journey. I don't have a place to settle down and make my own lab in a city just yet. The thought of being a wandering professor had actually crossed my mind before. Perhaps become someone like Professor Hodaka? He is the professor who would become good friends with Professor Oak in the near future, sharing the same goal the two have. Finding Mew. This would lead to the creation of Project Mew. And how Professor Hodaka went about that was actually having a mobile lab that could fly. Technology here is developing at a much faster pace compared to my past life, so such that even teleporters aren't out of the question, let alone having mobile bases that could fly, like the Flying Palace. I even saw the Aether Foundation develop short-range teleporters to be used inside their giant lab, and I had the ability to use them during my studies there. It probably won't be long until we start seeing Rotom get utilized into modern machinery too, and when that happens, it will be the birth of the Rotom Dex. But I digress, deciding to reveal my status as a professor to Ken. Then I've got a simple solution Ken. I'll give you a recommendation myself to join the league competition and you can use that when you arrive at the nearest city, I said, causing Ken to become surprised. You can do that? Ken asked, surprised. But then his expression changed. I see, then you are saying you're a professor yourself then. Why the heck is a professor being halfway into a dangerous forest like this? Ken uttered. Did you forget already? I may be a professor in status, but who said professors can't go on journeys too? Haha, you make a point there. I almost forgot one of the most basic rules, anyone can have fun and set out if they have the means to do so. Even though I've come a long way, I indeed can start partaking in these gym battles. So I take it as a yes then, I asked back. Yes. I guess it's about time for me to exit this forest. I will be sure to head to the nearest Pokémon Center. Sounds good. Let me write you a letter so you can give it to one of the Nurse Joy once you arrive. Thank you, Professor. Haha, I still find it weird for people to address me like that. We're acquainted now so you can call me Itsuki. Very well. Concluding our conversation, I went into my storage and officially wrote Ken a letter of recommendation. Now that I think about it, this is my first time doing such a thing, isn't it? I'll be able to deliver more recommendations to aspiring trainers in the future too. Some time passed before I finished my part, and we bid farewell to Ken. It was a good time spent together. Ken would head out of Vividian Forest. Yet we would spend the remainder of the day venturing deeper inside. Ken gave us some areas of interest and even he said to be wary of Kakuna falling down from trees. The moment that would happen, you would be lucky to escape from a swarm of Beedrill. With that in mind, Serena, Lily, and I took our steps carefully in the inner regions. As we were now familiar with bug-type Pokémon through battling, we were able to quickly navigate the inner regions. As a result of battling some bug Pokémon after our battle with Ken, my shiny Weedle evolved into a shiny Kakuna, and subsequently, a shiny Beedrill. Bug types have one really good advantage over other types, and that is they are really easy to train and get experience. And in my opinion a green Beedrill looks a lot cooler than a yellow bee. On top of that, Spearow also got Aerial Ace pretty down now. It can be activated with ease and find its target with a fast speed. I wasn't the only one who benefited this day of training in the inner region either. Lily fought several bug Pokémon with her Metapod and successfully evolved into a very cute looking Butterfree. It was a pink Butterfree. It looked like the very same Butterfree in that episode where Ash released his, having Ash's Butterfree join the pink one. It was a very sad episode for sure, but at least he had reason to release his. It was easy to tell Ash's Butterfree wanted to stay there, so he couldn't take it along any longer during his journey. I wonder, will that scene happen here when Ash reaches Vividian Forest? I mean Lily's Butterfree is shiny, but there's no way hers would be the very same one that appeared in that episode, right? Haha. Putting that joke into the back of my head, I slowly forgot about it. We spent half of the remaining day carefully making our way through the inner region and doing some battles. By the time it was around dinner time, the bug Pokémon started to get more active. Thanks to Ken's notes, we were able to locate both a nest of Scyther and Pinsir. I was familiar with Scyther now, so I was able to catch one with relative ease, using Spearow. Serena was the one who had more of a challenge. This was actually her first battle with a rather experienced Pokémon besides the few battles we had along the way, but thankfully she had a fire type. Serena was actually lucky enough to land a burn on Pinsir, slowly crippling it over time. Both of us succeeded our goals today. Every Pokémon we caught was registered into our Pokédex. After doing our catching we were able to cut time short and safely made it out of the region. We made sure not to disturb any Kakuna trees along the way, so we had a pretty safe time exiting it, unlike a certain someone who would often find himself running from trouble. That sure was a blast, Serena said as we left the area that had the sign that marked the entrance to the inner region. It was pretty dangerous too. The Pokémon in there were on another level. I'm glad we made it back here, Lily said with a sigh of relief. Right? But I say, I think out of us three, you were probably the luckiest, Itsuki. After Serena said that, the two saw me, who was currently revealing a happy look, looking down at the single item in my hand. It was a clear sphere of sorts, about twice as big as your average marble. It had a unique symbol inside of it. Half of it was covered with dark teal, and the other half yellow. It was almost as if it was a bumblebee. Yet, to think Vividian Forest would have one of these guys. Fighting those extra Pokémon for training was worth it, I said, currently admiring the stone in my hand right now. That's a mega stone, as I recall, Lily asked looking at the marble-like stone in my hand. That's right, the marble sphere in my hand was indeed what one would call a mega stone. The one component missing to the keystone I have on my other hand. And the missing component to perform a mega evolution. That's right. It looks like this mega stone is associated with Beedrill. It makes sense, considering we just came out of the inner region filled with bug Pokémon. Professor Sycamore did say these stones can be naturally formed. I didn't think we would be able to find one in the inner region. All the more to be happy. I don't know what mega evolution looks like, but I bet it's super exciting like those Z moves. We don't know which Pokémon can do such things yet since Professor Sycamore recently submitted his thesis. Yet. That's more testing we'll have to do on our part, as well as other trainers. It's pretty late into the night now too. Why don't we set up camp again near our last spot from last night? We can exit the forest and make our way to Pewter City in the morning. That works for me. Now that Ken is gone we can cuddle all we want tonight, Serena replied happily. Lily blushed to that but didn't deny, and nodded. I chuckled and then decided to call it quits for the night after we set up camp. The next morning came before we realized it. I found Lily clinging onto my side like a komala. She became a bit flustered seeing how she woke up, but we were able to get ready and eat breakfast. We took the first half of the day, successfully leaving Vividian Forest. Upon exiting the map, there was still a bit of distance, but we finally saw the outline of Pewter City. It was now January 12th, and we arrived in Pewter City, the city known to be home to the first gym of Kanto. But now the main question is Brock or Flint running the gym? Asterisk. The last chapter of Vividian Forest. Next up, Pewter City. Let's see if we can start reaching back up to 500 power stones or more. Asterisk. Caught Pokémon. Itsuki, Alolan Ninetales, Shiny, Squirtle, Spearow, Beedrill, Shiny, Venonat, Scyther. Serena, Cantonian Vulpix, Froakie, Shiny, Pinsir. Lily, Alolan Vulpix, Nidoran F, Butterfree, Shiny. Chapter 48, Flint. Just a heads up, Itsuki's party consists of 3 people. 3 people who have signed up for the league and will do so for future leagues. As such, gym battles will be a heavy focus in this fanfic of mine. 3 people will undergo gym battles each time they go to a new gym. If you want to see all 3 each time, let me know. Or just mainly show Itsuki. Gym battles are meant to be exciting, and that's why I'm having each character catch different Pokémon. January 12th, Pewter City. 3 figures appeared from the giant forest behind the city, each having an excited look in their eyes. Pewter City itself was definitely smaller in size compared to Vividian City. It had a river along the right, with a large string of mountains to the left. This was the famous Mount Silver. That wasn't the only mountain range in sight either. Further off in the northeast was another mountain range, but not as majestic as Mount Silver. But this one was just as famous, Mount Moon. It was rumored to be the first site to where Pokémon from outer space crash landed a long time ago. To be specific, the Clefairy line. It wasn't until later on that professors discovered the Clefairy line were actually fairy-type Pokémon, instead of them being normal type. Well, by now this type is already known to us, so by time we reach Mount Moon, we may encounter some fairy Pokémon. As for what Pewter City was known for, it was the City of Stone. It also had a museum dedicated to Kanto technology, the Pewter Museum of Science. There were rumors of them having secret fossil restoration devices, but it was unknown as to whether they actually did. Unfortunately, these thoughts were soon halted. Approaching the last ridge of rocks, we suddenly heard an older voice speak out to us as we overlooked Pewter City. The color of pewter is grey, the color of stone. This city was famous for its stones. Long ago, an aged voice suddenly spoke out to us, causing us to halt our steps. Did you two hear a voice just now? Serena asked, confused. Lily nodded silently and I spoke out. Looks like we got company, I simply answered, only to look down from the rocks we were currently standing on. We soon saw an aged man sitting cross-legged, staring at Pewter City. He appeared dark-skinned, very similar to the tan I currently had. He had a rather large pointy beard and wore a red cap that covered most of his face. He was rather rough-looking, perhaps due to that minor look of his. Around him he had wares he was currently selling, several different types of stone. But before we could do anything else, he spoke out to us again. "You're standin' on me merchandise, little girl," the aged man called out to Lily, who became flustered hearing this. Hearing that, I let out a laugh. "Haha, says who, old man? Lily ain't sitting on one of your labeled stones." "She hasn't done nothing wrong," I said, trying to mirror this guy's accent. Hearing that, a weird smile creeped on his face. "Gahaha, says me, just now. I'll take a $1 stand-in fee," the old man laughed with a bellow. "I'll just step down from it," Lily said, deciding to jump down onto the grass nearby the old man, only to see his shop come into view. Seeing this, Serena and I decided to do the same. After arriving at his store, I actually raised my eyebrows. Unlike the anime where all Ash and Misty saw were plain stones, the goods of this old man were actually legit. They were mostly stone-orientated, but the Pokémon world actually had quite the useful stones. Even a couple caught my eye. "So I take it you're interested in my goods? We don't got too many folks coming out of the forest. You're not the first ones though in a while. A wandering swordsman came out not too long ago," the old man spoke out. "A wandering swordsman, so he was able to make it out," Lily smiled. "That's only natural. He is a veteran after all," Serena also replied with a giggle. "So you three were acquainted with that guy?" the old man asked. "Haha, that might be the case. But why are you selling your goods out here, old man? The market isn't too far away. You can see it from here even though we haven't entered the city yet," I asked him. "I'm just a nobody trying to make a modest livin', stayin' out of harm's way." "I don't think you'd make a lot of money staying out here," Lily uttered. "There's no way you would be a nobody for having goods like these." "Who are you really, old man?" Serena and Lily started to question as they too began peruse the old man's wares. Evolution stones, everstones, weather duration stones, stones that make its user lighter or heavier, you name it. If a person or trainer were to travel here and missed such a good spot, it would be their loss. Well, if you really wantin' a name, just call me Old Man Flint. Just holler at me if you've found something you want. Some of these stones can be a bit costly, the old man, who introduced himself as Flint, answered us. Flint, that name sounds familiar, Serena said, tilting her head a bit. Haha, this is definitely our first time meetin'. I'm just a nobody, Flint said, trying to evade the topic. Yet I knew very well who Flint was. As such, I grinned and decided to drop a bomb on him. So you call yourself Flint, old man? Shouldn't you be at the gym right now accepting challenges, I said, grinning. There is no one who signed up today cough, I mean, I ain't no gym leader. You're obviously mistaken me for another, Flint said, almost tumbling over the current spot he was sitting at. He had to let out a fake cough to correct the words he almost spoke out. Oh really? Shall I tell Gramps you aren't performing your league duties? I retorted back at Flint. Please don't, Flint responded with another flustered voice, causing Serena to burst out in laughter. So you really are the gym leader here? Lily began to question. Hearing that, we saw Flint regain his composure, only to let out a defeated sigh. He then stood up, and patted himself down. Perhaps I revealed too much. Look, it's clear as day you're the professor's grandkid. Us leaders were informed the day you set off. Most likely cause the Elite Four has been watchin' ye. But still, I meant what I said. I ain't a gym leader no longer, Flint answered us with a melancholic tone. As he did, he began to pack up his wares. What do you mean you aren't the gym leader here anymore? Did something happen? I questioned Flint again, a bit worried. After I did, the sound of whistling trees echoed as we remained in silence. In this silence, Flint packed up the rest of his store. Just a bit of a change in the family. Times are changin'. Look, I'll sell my goods to you three at a later time. Why don't I guide you to the Pokémon Center? Flint asked, slowly walking ahead of us. Would you be okay in guiding us when you just closed down your shop for the day just like that? I offered, so of course little lady. Follow me, Flint said, urging us three to follow him into Pewter City. So it does seem something actually happened within Flint's family. From the way he worded that, it looks like he recently passed Pewter City's gym leader role to his eldest son, Brock. This was the same Brock who would become one of Ash's traveling partners. Brock would stick with Ash during his journey not only through Kanto, but through Johto and Hone. After that they would part ways and make a reappearance in Alola, to where he would show off his own mega-evolved Pokémon in battle. As for Flint, he was the first gym leader of Pewter City, for being Brock's father. Well, not anymore from the sounds of it. Flint did actually have a fallout with his wife, so perhaps we came across that sensitive time. It was rumored that his wife remarried multiple times, which resulted in Brock's 10 siblings. Thankfully their relationship did rekindle later on in the anime, so I don't need to worry about butting in. So instead, we just kindly took Flint's offer after I ended my teasing. He figured out who I was too, and that helped the conversation go along. We officially entered Pewter City and was brought into the Pokémon Center. The city was pretty well open-spaced, having a central market to the left and a huge flower park off to the right. The Pewter Museum of Science was huge all the way in the back of the city, likely being the largest building in the city. We also saw the Pokémon Gym as we arrived in the Pokémon Center, which got us excited. While having anticipation in battling Brock, which will likely happen tomorrow, we bid farewell to Flint, who promised to us that we could buy items from his shop at a later time. He even gave us an invitation to his home, which wasn't that far off from where we just came from, sitting on the outskirts of the city. It would be nice to visit Brock's family at least once. After that, Flint bid us farewell and we checked into the Pokémon Center, giving our Pokémon to Nurse Joy to heal up. We were able to claim a room for our stay here in Pewter City, which will likely last a couple days. But the first thing that was on my mind now was to make a call. I wouldn't get in contact with Professor Oak until after we earn our first badge. But at this moment I will contact Professor Kukui and Professor Burnett. It was time for Lily to choose her starting Pokémon and receive her Pokédex like Serena and I went through. After that, we would formally issue a challenge at the gym tomorrow, and meet Brock in person for the first time. I already had much anticipation, waiting to meet one of the main characters of the Pokémon world, besides the people I grew up with. I was curious to how Mew was doing too right now too. Last time I saw Mew, it followed us into Vividian Forest. Yet little did I know that Mew was still in the forest having plenty of fun. Mew could currently be seen within a kakuna tree, dangling from its tail, trying to mimic a kakuna. Yet the kakuna didn't seem bothered by this at all and continued to hang down in silence. Chapter 49, Rowlet, Litten, or Poplio. Did someone say another POV change? Ring ring ring. Click. Hello, a hearty voice suddenly asked, picking up at the other end of our call. After Flint, who was secretly Brock's father, guided us to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, he departed, and left us alone. We were able to check out a room with Nurse Joy's help. After spending some time in the Pokémon Center, we got a quick bite to eat, and passed enough time to where the center was mostly empty now. We then proceeded to the PC phones, and decided to make my call now with Lily and Serena next to me. A very familiar voice I grew up with struck my ears the next moment. Alola to you, Uncle, Auntie, I greeted the two figures who appeared on the monitor before us with a smile. Ooh! Now there's a voice I recognize. Alola, Itsuki, a male voice said. Alola. It's nice to see you again, Itsuki. Looks like you got company with you too, another voice sounded off, this one appearing female. Meanwhile, as Serena, Lily and I started our call. Back in the Alola region. Professor Kukui's lab. It was still daytime. It appeared Professor Kukui and Professor Burnett were approaching their home, dripping wet in water. Kukui had a bathing suit on while Burnett had a diving suit on. Burnett was the type who loved the sea, let alone swimming in it. And ever since Burnett started dating Kukui, she would take him out on excursions a lot through Alola or out at sea. One such event was one they had just got done with, which is why they were wet. A diving board could be seen in her hand while a string of fish could be seen on Kukui's. Man, we sure got a great catch today. I know we can go into the market for fresh food as well, but nothing beats the ones you catch with your own hands. It never gets old either. You've been coming along with your meditation too. Seems you've got more energy now than ever. I didn't know meditation could have such an effect. It's all thanks to you, Burnett. Hearing that, Burnett's cheeks turned a slight red on her dark skin. These days have been quite enjoyable. We've had more free time now since Itsuki and Lily left. It's been several days now. Still, I can't help but worry a bit. Haha, with an attitude like that, you'll make a fine mother one day, Burnett, Kukui retorted with a laugh. Hearing that, a look of anger appeared on Burnett's forehead and she took a jab at his side. I'm not in this alone, you hear me? You've got to pull your weight too, Kukui. That's how relationships work, Burnett retorted, wiping some water off of her hair. Yes, yes. Let us go dry off. Do you think those two have started their journey yet? I'd believe so. Itsuki did say he was stopping by at a different region too before returning home to Kanto for that girlfriend of his, Burnett responded with a nod of her head. After she said that, Kukui opened the door, letting Burnett walk through it with a smile. As Kukui closed it, the two were greeted by a few Pokémon from the lab. Kukui returned the greeting with a smile and the two quickly proceeded to their shower. More time had passed since they freshened up. Kukui took this time to freeze the fish he caught. Yet unbeknownst to the two, their PC phones started to go off with a ring. Oh? Were we expecting a call today, Burnett? I don't think so. Let's go see who it is. The moment Kukui and Burnett arrived at the PC monitor, they saw the ID of the caller. A smile couldn't help but creep on their faces seeing it was Itsuki. Professor Kukui immediately picked up the phone, which revealed an image of Itsuki and two others beside him. Itsuki greeted the two once they saw the two. Alola to you too, Itsuki, Lily. I assuming this other lady beside you is Serena. Sure am. It's nice to see you again, Professor Kukui, and you Professor Burnett. Right back at you. Seeing as you guys have the time to make a call, have things settled down now on your end? They have. I know it's probably to be expected, but we left Pallet Town about a week ago. Well, I'll be. Where are you three at now? We just arrived at Pewter City this morning. Alola, Uncle, Auntie Lily responded with a smile. Her firm sounded a lot more firm compared to how Kukui heard her last when she bid the two farewell to travel with Itsuki. Pewter City at? Last I heard that's where the first gym is located in Kanto. And hearing you speak that way, Lily, Did something happen? Kukui started to inquire about Lily's new circumstances. As he did, the two saw Serena clasp her hands together and took over. Well, something did indeed happen, but I can start with explaining the first part of it. Is that all right, Itsuki? Serena asked. Of course it is. Fire away. Hehe, with pleasure. You see, Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett, something did happen not too long ago. Well, a couple things did happen, but this one matter is now told to the three of us. The three of you? When you say now, I assume this is factoring in Lily, Kukui asked. Yup. I know Lily's mom already formally approved of it, but we officially entered a three-person relationship the day we left Pallet Town, Serena answered Kukui. The two's eyes turned wide, and Lily nodded seeing this. It's as Serena said, Uncle. I decided to not hold it against my heart any longer, and started dating Itsuki, together with Serena. We both share these feelings, Lily responded with a firm voice. This threw Kukui and Burnett off for a good moment, before Kukui burst out in laughter. Ha ha ha. We could see this a mile away even before you two departed from our home, so you decided to make it a reality. This is good. I'll definitely be supporting you guys, Kukui responded with a laugh. Yes. It must have taken a lot to reveal your heart like that. Congratulations, Lily. And besides, it's not like our societies have any laws against that. But I do have to ask, who will be the first wife? Burnett responded with a teasing voice, causing Lily to blush a bit. Serena also let out a giggle and continued to talk. Well, we don't know that part yet. It is still being decided, Serena began to say. Except at this time, all of us became interrupted by even a more firm and stern voice, letting another image appear on both of the monitors on each end. It will be Lily. That isn't even a question that needs a decision. I will take no less than that, a female voice resounded. After that, a beautiful older woman with extremely long blonde hair that matched Lily's hair appeared on the two monitors. Compared to Lily Trough, hers was one of the longest Itsuki has ever met. This was of course the president of the Aether Foundation, Lucamine, who was also Lily's mother. Mother, Lily yelled out with an audible gasp. Even Professor Kukui and Burnett became stunned seeing Lucamine's appearance. It appeared she was calling from inside her main office. What? Are you that surprised I can do this? You underestimate the use of our rapid-growing technology, Lily. It isn't just used for locating wormholes. I know, I was just surprised that you showed up, Mother. I am already starting to see change in you. Normally you would have stayed quiet, Lucamine mused to herself. She then looked at me, who was staying quiet as I watched Lily start interacting with her mother. You haven't done anything to sway Lily into this position, have you, Itsuki? No. This was all her. To be honest, I was really happy when she revealed her heart to me. I accepted without any doubts, I responded back to Lucamine. Good. And you guys clearly aren't in your home in Pallet Town, seeing you three at a Pokémon Center. Your journey has started. It has. To be honest, while we did want to catch up with Uncle and Auntie after arriving here in Pewter City, I wasn't expecting you to appear, President. That wasn't the only reason we made this call either. I began to talk about Lily's desire to become a trainer along with us. Oh. Alola to you, Miss Lucamine. Was there really something else to talk about, Itsuki? Professor Kukui also asked while greeting Lucamine, who replied with a nod. It was then Lily decided to speak out again. Yes. Mother, you know I've been aiming to become a Pokémon caretaker in the future, and I've finally found my path toward that. Oh? And what would that be? I wish to become a trainer, just like Itsuki and Serena had become. You, a trainer? Someone who used to be a big crybaby at the sight of any Pokémon she came across. Yes. I know I used to be like that, but I've grown out of that shell, Mother. In fact, I even had my first Pokémon battle. I even caught a couple Pokémon on my way here to Pewter City without any help. Lily spoke firmly, which even caused Lucamine to raise her eyebrows. To further prove that, Lily took her 3 Pokeballs, only to see her mother scoff at it. I know you have that snowy of yours, but those other 2 could just be empty for all that I know. If you are that confident, then dow me, Lucamine asked in a demanding tone. Yes, Mother. Come on out guys. Lily said, tossing her 3 Pokémon out, not wanting to back down from her mother's words. Snowy appeared and let out a cute yelp before diving into her arms. Nidoran jumped onto the desk while Butterfree calmly fluttered behind her. The two professors were taken aback seeing the Butterfree was shiny. Man, you must have had a really good encounter. Is that an alternate color Butterfree I see? It is. We got quite lucky with what we caught in Vividian Forest. I wasn't the only one with similar results, Lily responded happily. I see. You've even ventured into a dangerous place like that and came out, seeing as you are present here in this call. That is all I need to see, Lucamine responded. Then, Lily asked in anticipation, only to see her mother nod. You found your resolve on your own, and as a mother I couldn't be happier. I did take some action if you ever did show an interest in becoming a trainer, and gave it to Professor Kukui here. Professor Kukui, it seems that time is now. That it does appear so. Since you want to become a trainer, I've set aside one of my Pokédex for such an occasion. But that wasn't the only thing. The rest is courtesy Miss Lucamine. Oh? What else could there be? Is it related to Lily choosing her starter Pokémon? I asked with interest. You'll see, Professor Kukui mused at my question. After Kukui said that, he dismissed himself. He retreated to his second-floor loft, only to come back down with a silver-lined case in hand. And of course, it had the Aether Foundation logo on its center. Opening it up, it revealed 3 Pokeballs. Since you want to become a trainer Lily, you will get a first pick to what we have here. Due to the special nature of these 3, Miss Lucamine was kind enough to give the second and third choice to you, Itsuki and Serena. You two will be part of Lily's family in the future, and in my opinion it would be a waste to give the other 2 out randomly. Hearing that, Serena and I became surprised. We're being included too? Serena asked surprised. I didn't think this would happen either, I also responded. You managed to look after Lily for the last 10 years together with my head butler, Itsuki. It's always busy here at the Aether Foundation. It's a shame I can't take more time off. This is the least I could do. And stop calling me president already. Ha ha ha, will Lucamine be fine then? For now. You'll be addressing me as mother in the future, Lucamine retorted with a grin. Mother, no matter what's in these 3, thank you. I didn't think you'd go so far for us. Silly girl, I am still your mother. It's natural to be pleased with the growth of my child. Hearing that we nodded our heads. I like this Lucamine a lot more than crazy Lucamine that appeared in the games, I inwardly said. Then it's time to come out you 3. I wonder, who will choose who? After saying that, Professor Kukui tossed the 3 balls in the air. The moment we saw the 3 Pokémon come out, as expected they were the Alola starters. But the next thing we saw shocked us 3 greatly. One was a Pokémon shaped like an owl. One in the form of a kitten while the last was a seal. But compared to their normal counterparts, the owl was dark green, the kitten was striped white and red and the seal was purple. Chapter 50, A Different Person. Rollet, the grass quill Pokémon. It's a grass and flying type. It stores energy during the day from photosynthesis. It swoops down without making a sound and unleashes a powerful kick without being noticed. Litten, the fire cat Pokémon. It is a fire type. Litten shows few emotions and it prefers being alone. It can take time for it to build any level of trust with fellow Pokémon or trainers alike. Poplio, the sea lion Pokémon. It is a water type. Poplio can control water balloons and works hard so it can make its balloons bigger. Seeing Lucamine's gift appear before our eyes, the 3 of us became stunned, after seeing what they looked like. Not only had Lucamine acquired the 3 Alola starter Pokémon, each one of them was shiny. Mother, where on earth did you acquire 3 altar-colored Pokémon as rare as these 3? Lily asked with a look of shock. What, is my darling little sister still questioning how our mother does business? You ought to know by now not to question mother, a sudden voice said with a hint of annoyance, which drew all of our attention to the screen once again. This time, we were interrupted yet again by a sudden male voice. On the monitor, we saw a screen appear beneath Lucamine's image. A blonde-haired boy who had the same hair color as Lily appeared on it. His hair was styled to where he had large bangs of it going down the right side of his face, hiding his eye away. As for his outfit, he wore a grey sweatshirt and black pants with a black undershirt. The clothes over his arms and legs were torn in a few spots, he appeared much like a punk did. Yet despite his look, Lily became very surprised seeing this person appear, as if she couldn't believe it. Brother Gladion, is that really you? Lily asked with a dumbfounded voice. It is. I'm glad to see my little sister found her own path to take. As for mine, unfortunately it has come to an end. Hearing that, I also became confused. I've met Gladion several times during my 10-year stay in Alola. It was really disheartening to hear about their father, Mon's disappearance. I did see Lucamine grief a lot during this time, but she handled it quite well. As for Gladion, well, he went on a journey of sorts to try and find Mon in Alola. As for Lily, well, she is now beside me 10 years later. Let alone growing scared to a Pokémon's touch and presence, she wouldn't even speak half the time in the first couple years. But now, Lily put it in her own words, she no longer has a shell to break out of, and she is on her own path together with Serena and I. And from the looks of it, Gladion is currently back in his room. Man, whenever I visited Luzamine's mansion in Howley City, I could never explore it fully. It was just that big. Thankfully we spent most of the time at Kukui's place, which was much smaller. Concluding this thought, I was the one who spoke out next. Gladion, since the last time we spoke, with the way you worded that, has he finally been found? Yes. In actuality I found traces of him a couple years back. I decided to monitor how he would go about from there. An ultra wormhole popped him out in a string of islands to the northeast of Akala Island. Brother, are you referring to? Lily started to question, and her heart began to thump. Our father, yes, Gladion answered bluntly. So you did find that man after all, Gladion, Lucamine said, finding no more trace of emotion. Yes, mother. Unfortunately I say that with being a bearer of bad news, Gladion answered with a hint of sadness. What bad news could there be? Brother, you said you were able to locate father. Just knowing that he is safe relieves my heart greatly, Lily responded with a smile. True, there is that, but Lily, I need you to understand what I'm about to say next. Father, he is no longer the father we grew up with. Oh? And what would cause you to say that, Gladion? Was this the result of your investigation? It is, mother. I can be safe to say father no longer has memory of any of us. He spent his last couple years opening the Pokepalago for Pokémon to have fun, which was oddly enough his dream. So I did the direct approach and finally confronted father. Lily, mother, he didn't even recognize me. Something must have wiped his memory of us while he was in that stupid place, Gladion cursed out, forming a fist with his hand. Anger streaked across his eyes. Brother, father truly has no memory of us? How can you say such a thing when mother or I have yet to pay a visit to? Perhaps, Lily replied back, trying to interject as she gripped hard onto my hand. We will do no such thing. As Gladion said, it will be pointless for us continue pursuing. I had come to my own terms accepting that man's disappearance as his death and grieved for a period of time. If he has shown up fine, it is no longer a concern to us. Perhaps him getting his memories wiped of us could be considered a blessing, Lucamine responded with a rather harsh tone. But mother, how can you even think of this like that? We haven't even tried, Lily responded. Then go ahead and try. You will reach the same end as Gladion did. Gladion, thank you for reaching the end of this matter. Of course, mother. You're really just going to drop this? Lily asked. Well, I guess that depends on you, Lily. We can take it into our own hands should you really want to continue. It would have to wait until we start our journey in Alola though, I asked her. Itsuki, Lily responded, smiling at me. Yes. I feel like we should. There is just no way father would not remember a single thing about us. You've definitely changed, Lily. I can see why mother would bring about this today. You are awaiting to give those 3 out, right? Yes. I am glad this time has come. I apologize for using more of your time than we should have. Lucamine said, reaching out to Kukui. Haha, that is of no concern to us. While it is regrettable such a thing has happened, that is something I wish to see come to an end if Itsuki and Lily are willing. It feels like half of the puzzle has been solved. I have heard of Pokepalago becoming increasingly popular, but I didn't think he would be behind that. But as Itsuki said, you guys won't come here for a while. So for now, have made your decision, Lily, Kukui spoke out, concluding the topic. That seems to the best for now. I won't let this end, mother. As for my pick, I have long decided, uncle, Lily responded with a resolute tone. She then looked over to Kukui's and Burnett's image, only to see the 3 starters who have been patiently waiting during this family exchange. Poplio, would you like to come with me? Lily asked, smiling at Poplio. Poplio responded back happily, clapping its hands like a seal would. Then there goes the first pick. Kukui responded with a nod, recalling Poplio. Serena, you're up next. Then I won't hold back. Litten, would you like to be my partner? Serena asked, looking at the white and red kitten. Litten softly responded, not denying her. Kukui let out a laugh seeing this. Haha, don't let this fool you, Serena. Litten just needs some time opening up to new trainers, you've heard it from the Dex reading earlier, Kukui responded with a laugh. Yes. I won't let you down, Litten, Serena also responded with a resolute tone. Litten nodded and Kukui recalled it. So I guess that leaves Rollet to me, buddy, I said with a smile, looking at Rollet. Rollet responded by flapping its wings a bit. In my opinion, Rollet is definitely not a bad choice to end up with. It had a really unique typing when it reaches its final evolution, being Grass and Ghost. It was actually one of few Pokémon that changes its secondary typing during its evolution. Rollet starts off as Grass and Flying. And Decidueye, Rollet's final evolution, is also really cool in appearance. Almost as cool as Greninja, which is the final evolution of Serena's Froakie. Just a tad under, I'd say, Greninja still beats Decidueye. She really lucked out seeing Professor Sycamore have a shiny Froakie. But it looks like our 3 Pokémon were decided, and Kukui recalled Rollet. Guess the decisions are now over. I'll get these 3 to you guys in a jiffy. I'll also send Lily her Pokédex. Thankfully it's still early in the year to register for the Kanto League. You 3 already said you're in Pewter City already yet? Kukui asked. Sure did. Once again, this was indeed a surprise Lucamine. Thank you, I responded gratefully. No need to thank me. I'll continue to monitor Lily's resolve from time to time. As for you, Gladion, what will you do? I'm not sure. I've no more pressing matters right now. Perhaps I'll stay at our home for a bit before deciding what to do next. Maybe it's time to do my own journey. If you do go that way, do let me know. Also Lily, regardless of that matter earlier, I do have one more thing for you. What is it, Mother? I'll watch your resolve as a trainer too. Should you make it all the way to the Kanto League, I'll publicize your marriage with Itsuki. As for you Serena, I won't prevent you from joining in, but that doesn't mean I'll do anything for you either. Mother, Lily responded softly while I saw Serena stare blankly at Lucamine. To be honest, I didn't care much about the position number, but you're essentially saying you approve us 3 being together, Serena asked, blooming into a smile. Yet Lucamine didn't say anything else and only let out a strange smile, and cut her video feed off. Seeing Lucamine's screen vanish, Gladion looked up to see it. Guess this is where I head out to. Take care you guys, and Lily, don't expect much from father whenever you guys arrive. That's where I'll prove you wrong, brother. I really hope you do, Gladion responded, then cut his feed. Is there anything else you need of us, Itsuki? Professor Burnett finally spoke out, watching this exchange in silence. Not really. I mainly wanted to let you 2 know how we were doing. It may not be a while till our next call. If we do reach the Kanto League, you 2 will be coming, right, Uncle, Auntie? Of course we will. I'm sure your family will probably come too, Lily. Same for you, Serena. We'll round everyone up. Haha, sounds good. It'd be natural for mine to show up too. Take care. Bye bye, Serena waved goodbye. Have a good day, Lily responded as well. And like that, our call ended and we all let out a deep sigh. But we felt reinvigorated from that. It was good to have a chat with Lucamine and Gladion, besides Professor Kukui and Burnett. With that out of the way, we immediately went to the front desk, and informed Nurse Joy. She worked her system and saw a Pokédex from Alola materialize before our eyes. Not too long after that, we saw 3 Pokeballs get transferred over too. We then registered Lily's Pokédex, which she can now use in place of her ID she used last time to sign up. We welcomed our 3 new shiny partners for the journey ahead. This also marked the moment where I now have more than 6 Pokémon. For now, I decided to send Scyther back into my box. The rest of the day blew by quickly. Lily also showed me her resolve last night and was quite proactive that night, letting me blow a couple loads over her. Serena was able to help Lily out. The next day came waking up with Serena and Lily beside me. Feeling invigorated, I started to formulate a strategy to use against the first gym in Kanto. Seeing me start strategizing, Serena and Lily joined in too, as they too would partake in gym battles from here on. It was time to meet Brock and challenge his gym. Asterisk. A bit of family stuff this chapter. Brock is next.
Thanks for listening.